Hello, friend. Could you help me with something? How can I be of service?
Good morning, young people. Hello, everybody. I hope you're all doing well. My name is Tom, and welcome to the Stream, the show where we are on camera. Pretty much all I got. I wish I had something exciting to say, but I woke up and I did some stuff this morning, and I'm like, hey, you know what? Let's tackle the challenge of video games or something. Let's do some LotRO. Let's have a good time. So that's where we're at. I hope everybody's doing good. Everyone's feeling good this morning. Yeah. What else is going on today? I don't know. I think that's it. No, that's the problem with waking up. Is you're like, you wake up in the morning and you start doing stuff. I find like because I don't really say anything in the morning. And usually like if I get up, especially before my roommate, I just kind of like stay quiet in the house. Then it's like. I have the starting realization that I'm like, oh, I haven't said anything today, even though I've been awake for the past like 2 hours. So processing information is hard sometimes. Because it's like, oh yeah, I should know how to do this, but I just haven't been awake, which is kind of funny. But yeah, good morning. I hope everyone is doing well today. I am your host of the Stream Tom. And today, I don't know, we're going to be hanging out, playing some Vijimo games. I don't have any items present. That's annoying. We're going to be hanging out, you know, just having a good time, and yeah, all should be good. Yeah, it's the waking up part. That's always the hardest thing during the day. This is the first time I've gotten up before 1 p.m. in the past, like, week. This is weird for me. I woke up at like 8 this morning, and I was trying to be productive. I went outside. I got some physical exercise. I made some coffee. Delicious coffee. And apparently I didn't pay attention to my hair and how it goes straight up. That's crazy. How does it even do that? I don't know. I look like a clown. What are you gonna do? Also, what's up, Syntax? How you doing? How do you feel today? So yeah, so that's exciting. I think that's it. It was time to settle in and have yourself a good day. I think it's important sometimes, to especially this time of year. It's like holiday season. Coworkers are taking time off work. You're taking time off work. Things are just slowed down. And especially depending on where you live, you happen to be like me and living in Canada. You know, there's all sorts of different types of regional lockdowns and things. But yeah. So it's good to relax, you know, just take things slow, especially at this time of year. And so that's what I'm doing today. I'm taking things a little slow today. No rush, no muss, no fuss. I find it's too easy to get caught up, you know? Yeah, extra lockdowns, exactly. Over here in Ontario, we've got some fun lockdowns going on. It's not too bad, I think. I think a lot of people thought it was going to be worse than it is. It's basically like, essentially for like 14 days after Christmas. So I think on January 9th, everything is, for the most part, everything is coming back. They can put all the moratoriums they want, tell people don't see your family over the holiday season, everybody please stay home. But that's probably not going to happen. People are going to go out and see their families because that's just what they want to do. And so I think it was so the fact that it's just like, okay, well, we're just going to shut everything down for like 2 weeks until after the holidays are over, and then everyone can be dispersed and not infect each other with disease, and then it's all cool. Man, this backpack is stressing me out. Anyway. So yeah, I think they did a good. I think these are like good ideas. Unfortunately for me, as I said, it's not too big of a deal. Yeah, you get used to just seeing all your family. At least at this point, I hope people have gotten used to seeing their family and friends online. You know, hanging out in an online space. But you never know. That's very funny. I set up a posting. I'm like, hey, I need DPS, and somebody sent me a message, and they said, oh, I can tank for you. And I'm like, okay, sounds great. Do you have DPS? Because I'm a tank. I don't need a tank. That's really funny. Ah, the magic of playing a tank. I find this game is really weird because Lord of the Rings Online doesn't have like a queue system. There's no way to guarantee you get into a certain type of group or a certain type of content in the type of character that you want to play. So like if you were to play like a World of Warcraft, you just press the Q button and it puts you in as a tank and you get to play it, or you get to play a DPS, you get to play whatever you want. And in the game where you have to make it yourself, you kind of just have to slowly build your own groups and hopefully be able to get to play what you want. It's kind of weird. Play some Steam party games, but no dice. Oh, really? Yeah, I find anything that involves people to have to do stuff they don't want to do. So like an easy example is if somebody has to download something, that's not okay. If you have to ask somebody to do an extra step, if you have to say, okay, hey, download this game and do this thing, and then people go, okay, well, so I have to download this thing. You're like, no, you have to download Steam. And then after you download Steam, so you got to make an account, then you got to download this thing and whatever. All these extra steps, people don't want to do. If you just tell them, that's one of the reasons why I think the Jackbox games are really successful, because there's no download. It's like, oh, just go to this website and type in this code. Okay, we're already doing it. The game is already being played. You didn't even know yet. It's just for the amount of work that people do, or that are willing to put in. All right, apparently everyone's asleep this morning, so that's fine. I'm just gonna do something else in the meantime. I don't want to do this without my actual DPS gear because it's going to take forever. This character has no damage. I have to go get the gear. Oh god. But yeah, I think that gets a lot of people. It's all about barriers to entry. You know, it's really easy to tell like a friend who's familiar with all these different gaming services and platforms. Like if a friend of mine tells me, "Hey, do you want to play a game together? Let's play on Steam." It's whatever. You know, I'll be like, oh, okay, cool. I know how to navigate that platform, find it, download it. If there's some type of problem, troubleshoot it, get it to work with any peripherals that I have, all that other stuff. All those things can be done very easily and quickly. But if somebody is like, you know, they're like just straight fully unfamiliar with the product, and you know, there's like all these extra barriers to entry about something. Sort of like think about any type of traditional activity. It's like the main reason why, if you look at like why people end up like pirating or stealing material online, is just because of like ease of access. Like if it takes a really long time to watch a movie online or to find actually where you want to watch it, if it's not like, you know, like I'm willing to pay for a streaming service, but if I can't even figure out which streaming service has the movie that I want to watch on it or the thing, then why would I waste all my time going through all these different streaming services only to then find out that, you know, I don't have all the information I need to get what I want, when I could just like boom, go to a website where somebody has uploaded the thing and just download it instantaneously like that, and then have access to whatever I want on my computer. Exactly. And it's exactly the same thing when it comes to like Steam and stuff. But I don't know if there's any way to get away from like complexity of a simple distribution platform, because you need a way to distribute something. But anytime there's an extra wall of something that you have to do before you get to the fun part, which is the game, that slows people down, which is unfortunate, because there are a lot of people I think that would enjoy games a lot more, but every game you kind of have to learn how to play. That's just one of the implicit rules of like playing video games, right? And whenever you are introducing somebody to a video game, they have to learn the rules in the system. So if you introduce somebody to a shooter game and they've never played a shooter before, they don't know the controls. Wait, I got like, they're on their controller, they're like, I got one stick to move and one stick to like look around. That's crazy. You put them in front of a computer, like I gotta use my mouse to look around and I gotta move with these keyboard keys. I don't get it. And it's challenging. But if you put them in front of a shooter, and then another shooter, and then another shooter, and then another shooter, by the third or fourth one, they're like, oh, okay, and you can just already start to feel it, because you've got that muscle memory built in. You're familiar with the platform, and it's all good. But when people try out different games, because they're trying to figure out what it is they want to play, it might be like, okay, I'm going to try this Zelda game. Oh, this movement is really confusing. Okay, I'm going to try this Call of Duty. Oh, the movement is really confusing or whatever. I'm going to try this World of Lord of the Craft. Oh, it's really confusing. I don't get it. And again, these just all become like compounded problems.
Greetings, friend.
Yeah, greetings to you as well, friend. Guy, calling me friends. Yes, it is like herding cats. And it's not that early in the morning, Open the Void. You have to understand, it's not that early.
Will you help bear
It's
my
like
burden?
9:40 in the morning. I should be able to wake up at this time. But yes, it's straight up like herding cats, trying to get anybody to do anything collaborative or as a group. Among my friend group as well, which is very, very funny, and also frustrating, but also kind of funny. So, you know, my friends and I, we play games, computer games and the like. And did that just not replace my shoes? Oh, interesting. So we'll play games and stuff together. We'll play online.
Will you hear my plight?
And at the beginning of the
alone
pandemic,
will
when
not
everything was
stop
like
the
getting
enemy.
shut down, so for us here, that was like, you know,
Let us hope you bring glad
mid-March or
tidings,
so,
friend.
when it was like,
Let us
okay,
hope
stay
you
home, you
bring
don't spend time with your
glad
friends, don't
tidings.
spend time with your family, don't go talk to anybody, don't breathe on anybody, don't leave your house. It was really easy. I would just tell people, I was like, hey, everybody, I'm a digital, you know, I'm a member of the digital experience. Let me help with this. So I would set up game nights for my friends. We do and movie nights and all sorts of stuff. And we would set up all these different events. And I set up all these events, and it was great. And then as time has gone on, it's like dwindled and dwindled and dwindled. And now, out of a group of like 16 people, if I was like, hey, how many people actually want to show up and like hang out as a group or do a thing, even if it's just like, let's just chat on the phone and have a few beers as though we're actually hanging out together, it's usually hard to find like more than 3 people I can scrape together. And it's also always the same 3 people, the people that got interested in the first place. But it's okay. It's all about, you know, some people need that extra little level of support and weren't really good at the beginning of the pandemic, and being able to handle their, you know, the fact that they're no longer talking to other people that are like next to other people. So I think it's important that you know, always reach out for that. As somebody, it's essentially like you can be this online liaison for all the people who are unfamiliar with the product or unfamiliar with you know, some different matters of online communication. You can be like, listen, it's like, you know, you are now adapting to this new situation where you have to spend time with people online. I was born in the online environment, molded by it. You know, you can basically be the Bane of your friend group, but like Bane from Batman the movie, not Bane as in negative thing in your friend group. Also, what's up, Trunkarb? And yeah, you got gifted a sub yesterday. That's what happens sometimes when you turn off the computer and you go offline. The subs, they happen. There's nothing you can do about it. You just gotta deal. But yeah, that's the way I kind of think about it. Is to me, it was like, well, I mean, I'm just gonna enjoy this anyway. I have lots of friends online. I have people I can hang out with, so. I will share this experience. And for me, it's not like it's been all bad. Like, it's actually really funny because I think, or at least I hope that there's been a lot of these companies out there that have realized how much money they can make. Like, I hope Wizards and all these other, like, associated companies have been capitalizing on the fact that, like, Dungeons & Dragons was, like, kind of building up in popularity with, like, lots of references in popular media. And you got a lot of these, like, podcasts that are now becoming, like, really big standalone things that people have been really paying attention to. I just hope that a lot of these companies have, like, kind of realized, or, like, especially Wizards and other things, have built better online platforms for doing stuff, because a bunch of my friends who were never interested in Dungeons & Dragons, all of a sudden, we're given, like, you know, they were given this exposure to this media, and then now I'm running a Dungeons & Dragons campaign for a bunch of my friends who have never played, like, some of them have never played even a single video game before, or, like, played any type of, like, real game like that, and it's really neat. It's cool to introduce people to something that they've never experienced. It's fun. Do a sub at some point instead of the sub button, it's a resub button. Yeah, that happens. The thing about when somebody gifts out a sub is if somebody gives us a sub that's randomly, I don't know, or they'll like randomly gift out a sub. I don't know exactly how the math works as to who gets it, because there's a whole bunch of. I'm assuming that some part of the sub gifting process is to do with watch time. So if somebody gifts out like randomly to the community, like they don't just give it to a specific person, but they gift it out randomly to somebody, then I'm assuming that it goes based on like watch time or hours or something like that. Although I don't know, that's me making up how I think it works. So yeah. But yeah, I don't know, it's just something to think about. I just think of like all of the basement dwelling nerds, such as myself, who have been like, you know, throughout the rest of the pandemic. Everyone else has been struggling, and then all of a sudden we like creep out of the shadows, like we're like these shamans who are like, yes, let me show you the ways of the inside. Let me, you know, brief you on the path to essentially being a vampire and avoiding sunlight. Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know how it works. I couldn't tell you. There were some subs gifted out yesterday, and of some of the subs that went out, there were some people who were like, who you know, essentially got skipped because they dodged the sub, which is really funny because, oh, whoops, gotta put this bell away. They dodged the sub, even though, you know, they're just literally just sitting and actively participating pretty much the entire time. Kind of funny. Put that there. That there. Can I just combine all of these? Oh, beautiful. Combine all of these. Alright, now I gotta combine all this stuff. Good morning, Royal Pissant Gaming. I hope you're doing well today. I hope all is good. And this is converting up, right? This is converting up, yeah. Dense. Dense. Oh, right, I forgot. You can't do too many requests or else the game tells you to stop. Yeah, and it's also something you shouldn't use in other platforms. If, you know, if you walk around in real life and you got something happens and then you look at one of your friends and you go, wow, that was so poggers. If they just, like, smack you in the face, that's an appropriate response. That's okay. You know. That's like a no, bad. It's like when they get the spray bottle with the news, or like a, you know, bundle of newspaper, and like, no, stop, calm down. I say that specifically because I've definitely met people who will do that, who will say things like, oh, pog, and I'm like, oh, dude, don't do that, don't do that. Cool to type in Twitch chat, you know, because we're all cool together. We're all in on the joke. You're in on the joke, I'm in on the joke. We're all in on the joke. But it's just because you say something is pog does not mean that's what it is. Yeah, exactly. It's so funny. And I just, it makes me laugh every single time. You can play evil races? Yeah, you can. So what you do is you click this button over here, Monster Play. I don't know what this is going to do to my computer. I haven't done Monster Play in a very long time. There it is. And then you get to pick one of the monster races. So you have the Orc Reaver. You have a Weaver, which is a spider. You have a Black Arrow, which is an Uruk, who is like a bow guy. You have a War Leader, who is also an Uruk. You have a Stalker, who is a Warg. And you have the Defiler, who is an Orc. Anyway, so if you want to do that, yeah, you can. Yeah, the creeps. Yeah, exactly. I have no intention of, not no intention. I don't really want to build up a creep right now, but maybe. Does two-handed fighting boost Dwarven War Axe? Yeah, it does. But only if you're using one of them. If you use two of them, it doesn't work. Yeah, because the spiders are the children of Ungoliant, and they are those who work against the light. Although technically not directly with the dark, which is really important, because you got like Sauron. And you know, you guys have heard of him. He's the big guy with the eyeball or whatever who really needs to get to see like an eye doctor or something to make sure all's cool. Anyway, he wanted to work with them spiders and all them spooters, but didn't always work out because the spiders are dangerous. They're basically just giant monsters that do whatever they want all the time. So yeah, it's not... Yeah, exactly. They're chaotic evil, not lawful evil. So they don't necessarily follow orders that well. They do whatever they want. So it's very much like they work with Sauron because it's convenient and not because they want to do it. But they're evil monsters. Hey, what's up, Chaotic D&D? How you doing? Here we go. Look at all that space I just saved. Oh, baby. Okay. Now, in theory, this should work. So I can go here, open my shared storage. Go like this. Which one of these? I need the crit one. Where are my crit essences at? Crit essences. Perfect. And then in theory, I can... Oh, and... whoops, almost. Shared storage. Get out my rings. I use an add-on to change my gear over. So instead of actually having to change my gear out, I just use this add-on to do it. It makes it way more convenient. Although, apparently, I'm missing an item from my add-on, which is this item. Protector's Healing Bracer. Get in there, Healing Bracer. I need you. Issues with streaming, like connection issues. I mean, I've always had connection issues. Every once in a while, it doesn't happen often, but every once in a while, Twitch servers will just like, because there's multiple different servers that you can stream to. You might have one server that specifically just starts crashing out, and then when that happens, you just kind of deal. There's nothing you can really do about that. You just kind of go like, all right, well, I guess my servers are just crashing a little bit right now, and then you just swap to another server.
In an attempt to repel
So, for example, I usually stream to the Toronto server because it's close to where I am, which is actually very convenient. I'm happy that Toronto is a large enough city that there actually are some servers that are built here, which is very convenient. So, like as an easy example, there's a Path of Exile server that's in Toronto, which is great. So I can get like ultra low ping. So if I think that there might be a League of Legends gateway as well in Toronto, so I can get like 9 ping when I play these games now, which is cool. Yeah, well, it's not so much like coincidentally. It's mostly that like again, it's a tenuous relationship. The main issue is that the spiders will work they'll work with Sauron, but they don't want to work with any of Sauron's cronies. So like if you send a bunch of orcs to go, you know, parlay with the spiders are just gonna eat the orcs. So he has to like send specifically the Nazgul to go deal with it. They actually talk about it in the Lord of the Rings online actually. During the Second Age, some of the Nazgul were sent over to like parlay with some of the spiders, and even the spiders were like, Nazgul? No, we don't care about this. And they started to kill the Nazgul. And it was like, oh, right, the spiders are dangerous. Yeah. Because many of the spiders, like, the thing with the Lord of the Rings is that if something is powerful enough, it can probably speak of the English or some type of language, and they'll just chat, you know? They'll just have, like, a cup of tea. They don't just directly chat, but they, you know, they can communicate with one another. And the idea is that spiders are from, like, the ancient evil of Ungoliant, but that ancient evil is essentially another ancient evil. So, like, Sauron was, like, an ally of Morgoth, or like an apprentice of Morgoth or whatever. So when Morgoth disappeared, Sauron was like, well, look at me, I'm powerful and I can do whatever I want. And it's all good. But then you might have a situation, but like then you have all the spiders who are like, well, we, you know, are the children of Ungoliant and we're not gonna, you know, Ungoliant and Morgoth didn't work together, so why should they? And so they're basically just not gonna do that. Yeah, exactly, just like drakes. Drakes are a totally separate thing. Yeah, exactly. And then you have the Balrogs, who are, you know, the servants, direct servants of Morgoth. So but then you're asked like, okay, well, what's more powerful, a Balrog or one of these big spiders? If I'm being honest, you know, Shelob, that big ass spider from the Lord of the Rings, like when she's in like the movie and all that other stuff, I'm pretty sure that some of these spiders can kick the asses of some of these Balrogs. Yeah, exactly. Like I said, I'm not a lore expert. But I'm doing my due diligence to try to learn it. Thank you. I felt wild this morning, so we gotta have the hair like this. Like a big evil god, basically. Yeah. Oh, it's also important note is that one of the reasons why, you know, you didn't have a situation where, like, there were a bunch of Balrogs that, like, because, you know, there's, like, the Balrog in Moria. How come Sauron didn't have, like, an army of Balrogs? It's because Sauron didn't command them. That was straight up not his thing. He wasn't as powerful as Morgoth, so he didn't have all these, like, guys to fight for him. But yeah, in the opening, if you play as a High Elf, which is one of the races in Lord of the Rings Online, their story starts during the Second Age, during the first War for the Ring, and when that takes place, you actually go and you interrupt. I can't remember which one of the Nazgul, but one of the Nazgul is like, you know, in trying to enlist the children of Ungoliant, so all the spiders, is trying to enlist their help to basically be like, hey, you gotta come help us, because there's all these men and elves out here that are trying to kick our doors down and do something. And the spiders are like, nah, screw you, buddy. We ain't gonna help nothing. You can't make us do anything. And then all the spiders just like screw off. Well, they try to eat them, which is great. But yeah, so that's one of the reasons. They also kind of, again, this is one of those things, this is very much Lord of the Rings Online lore and not the actual lore as per written by, you know, Tolkien and Son. But the basic idea is that Sauron is just pulling the pieces together from these ancient remnants of the power of Morgoth, as opposed to creating evil himself. He's the charismatic leader guy who happens to hold the most power, so he gets to hold on to all of it, but he wasn't, like, you know, making all of these things. He wasn't like, yeah, I'm gonna make some Balrogs today. Like, that's not how that happened. So, you know, if he found a Balrog, which, according to the Lord of the Rings Online, he did find a lesser Balrog called Borangos in Mordor, underground, and because Borangos was bored, he's just like, yeah, whatever, man, I'm sure I'll work with you. I got nothing better to do. Like, literally, he's like, yeah, this seems amusing. I'll work with you. Yeah.
Will you help bear my burden, friend? Faith alone will not stop the enemy.
Yep, exactly. But I'm learning about that. Fuck. I mean, I'm learning about that in this book. Bam. This book. Villa Morilla. I'm reading it. I'm like that far through. We're getting there. We're almost done. It's very long. The book the book is or the Silmarillion is a book that feels longer than the number of pages that's in it. So we're working on it. But yeah, spiders are their own faction, exactly. Yeah, so in the Mordor storyline, you got Borangos who shows up, and it's just like, and he's like, yeah, whatever, man. He's like, I'm bored. What, you wanna take over the world? Alright, tight, sounds good. They actually talk about how Sauron basically doesn't have any relationship over the other powerful ancient evils, because Sauron does not have the ability to manage or deal with dragons, and so one of his Gearsewell, the Weeping Warrior, go do it for him, Karazgar, who has the power to essentially tame dragons. So he, like, uses this guy to do it, and he captures one, but he can't really get it to do anything for him, so it just becomes, like, fat in the bottom of one of his dungeons in the Abyss of Mordath. And, like, I don't know. It's sort of like one of those things where, you know, Sauron's bread and butter was, like, orcs. He's like, hell yeah, man, we got some orcs. We got orcs over here, we got orcs over there. We're gonna use the orcs to attack Minas Tirith. We're gonna use the orcs to attack the dwarves and use the orcs, that's what I'm all about. Yeah, he's got the power over orcs, but everything else he doesn't have a lot of power. Yeah, exactly. Like Sauron didn't go anywhere near Shelob because it was just more convenient and easier for him to just leave Shelob there to like deal with the problem. Be like, well, I don't want anyone sneaking up behind me, so I just leave Shelob in this pass that goes right behind me. So yeah. So there's a lot of like I said, I do appreciate that aspect of it. I've talked about this before, but a good chunk of my understanding of the Lord of the Rings has come from watching the movies, listening to nerds talk about the Lord of the Rings, and because that's pretty interesting. And then also a lot of like this game. There's so much good lore in here. Yeah, he's not too bad. I did the Abyss of Mordath one time when it was relevant content on Tier 1. And then, since then, I've done the Tier 2 a couple times just to get the stupid set bonus for Runekeeper, because it's actually the best set bonus. Yeah, Fingar, he's just like low, wide dragon. Yeah, exactly. That's why when you think about the pecking order, it's not like, you know, he's not number 1. Exactly. 100%. That's literally it. But yeah, so I think the initial story there, at least, is pretty good, especially with regards to so when you think about the tenuous relationship, you think like, okay, well, you know, the relationship between the men and the elves and the dwarves and all that other stuff is like, it's really like hairpin relationship where things can break at any time and nobody trusts each other. And it's like, yeah, don't worry, that's literally also exactly how it works with all of the evil shit, where everything is just kind of very barely held together as well. Yeah, exactly.
The eggs have begun to hatch. Quickly, toss the egg into the cavern below.
Also, whoever did the voice actor for Kenoth, great job. I don't know who it was, but they did a good job of just getting that good scream. Kenoth has a good scream. You've got to toss the eggs into the cavern below. I don't know. It's good. Good shit.
The eggs have begun to hatch. Quickly, toss the egg into the cavern below.
So I'm supposed to grab the egg. I always do that. When I do this on solo, I always like grab the dragon instead of going to the egg when you're supposed to go to the egg first. Wholesome Sauron moment. He's feeding it. I don't know about that. I mean, I would definitely agree that, you know, he's a powerful dude, did some powerful stuff, but it's just one of those things where you have to remember, like, he wasn't the most powerful dude. He was just like he was the most powerful dude who wanted to do stuff. Like, did Shelob want to do anything? Nah, Shelob was like, I'm just gonna live in my big, dark, dank cave. You know? That's the way I think about it, is that Sauron was just like, yeah, I'm just gonna start doing evil shit. And all the other evil is like, wait, we're just chilling in caves, man. Like, Balrogs? Yeah, we're in caves underground. Shelob? Yeah, I'm in a cave. I'm busy. I don't want to do this stuff. Then I have to leave the cave. The cave is so dank. Way more creepy than in the movies? Yeah, he does. Especially when you see him up close during the Minas Morgul part, during the Second Age. He's not a good looking guy. You know, there probably was at some point where he was like, you know, he looked like or he had a nicer looking face or something, but he gets so corrupted how his hand is all like, his arm is all screwed up from the power of the ring. And his teeth, oh man, those teeth. Guy needs a dentist. He's got all the power of the orcs in the world and all this other stuff, and the guy can't get a good dentist. Get some braces, man. Because in the movie, Sauron doesn't really have like a face. He basically just looks like a bigger, more evil Nazgul. in the movies. Covered himself in armor, possibly. In the video game, in this video game, when you see Sauron, he's not covered in armor. He's got like, you know, a lot of his flesh exposed. Like, he's still, like, you know, he's wearing armor, but he doesn't have anything covering his arms. He's got, like, this cloak, and you see his whole face and everything else, and he's all spooky, and he's just all angry. To be fair, I'd be angry, too, if Zagharog had let everybody into my castle to murder me. Or, like, to destroy my plans, which then caused me to get murdered. I'm gonna be honest, the first time I played through Minas Morgul, when, it mentioned how there was Zagharog who was guarding this door, and I was like, oh, Zagharog, who is that? I don't know. And then I couldn't figure out who Zagharog was, and then later on, at some point after doing the Minas Morgul expansion and how he gets so upset, and then I realized that in Mordor, Zagharog is the Watching Stone, or the Spirit of the Watching Stone, that basically tells you what the hell's going on in Mordor, because he's essentially just mad at Sauron for punishing him, so he, like, essentially just, like, betrays everything. And how it all kind of comes together. I was like, oh yeah, that makes sense. He was just upsetty spaghetti at Sauron. The Sauron was like, you know, hey Zagharog, you let people into my castle, so I'm gonna lock you away for eternity. And he's like, no, don't do that. Yeah, I was having a bad time. Yeah, and so that's why when you first meet Zagharog, he's like, or like the spirit doesn't want to help you at first, and also still doesn't technically want to help you directly, but then it does so because it's so pissed off about what happened with Sauron, it doesn't really care anymore.
It must be stopped.
Yep. And when I saw that, I was like, oh, that makes so much sense. I was like, why does this Watching Stone, who is a spirit, you know, bound there by Sauron, why would this spirit, who is bound into the stone, help us? Like, that doesn't make sense. Also, I should be doing. Why am I not doing this? Wait. Oh no, that's a good idea actually. This is a good idea. I know what I'm doing now. Place his signature mom to guard his keep. Well, yeah, that's the real 5-head play. It's true. He didn't even play like an elite monster or a troll, one of those bigger spirits. Nah. And on top of that, it was not even fair either. It was like a no contest, because then we come in there with the inspiration of the Thanadrim or whatever, and we have like 50 million stats. Yeah, exactly. It was like 2,000 years or something. And he's just stuck there, and he can't do anything, because he's trapped in the Watcher Stone. Because, like, a regular Fel Spirit can just, you know, meander around, maybe not do anything, but he was just stuck there.
Let us not tarry.
But the stone is almost in the middle of a lava lake. What is he really defending? No, he's defending nothing. That's the whole point. It was punishment. You have to understand that, like, Sauron is a vengeful guy. Sauron is the same guy that, you know, when Gandalf, who was originally Lendilin, this is Lord of the Rings Online story, when Gandalf, who was Lendilin, decided to break the Oath Stone, he tortured him to death. For like 100 years. You know, what are you gonna do? You get to visit Moria? Oh, hell yeah, dude. When you visit Moria, basically you're trying to figure out what happened to the Fellowship, because the Fellowship left Rivendell, and they were supposed to go through the Misty Mountains. And as you go through the Misty Mountains, you're like, hey, there ain't no Fellowship here. Something's going on. And then in your pursuit, or in your attempt to follow the Fellowship, you end up getting roped in with these dwarves who want to attempt to retake Moria for their own. And so you work with the dwarves to retake Moria, and yeah, you get to go back inside. Except, unlike with, you know, the storyline in the movie where you go into Moria, or they go into Moria, and then they're like, oh my god, there's like all these orcs, and they get chased out, and there's this big scene, and they have to run from the Balrog, and Gandalf dies. The Balrog is already dead, so you don't have to fight the Balrog in Moria, and you go in with like this army of dwarves. And so when you go in with the army of dwarves, you know, they actually, with the Iron Garrison, you actually go and, like, recolonize and resettle Moria and set up towns and all sorts of other stuff. It's pretty sick. Except the Eastern Horde attacked by proxy. Oh, yeah, I'm not saying Gandalf didn't do anything. I just, you know, and definitely his crime was a little bit worse than Zagharog's. Yeah, Moria is poggers, that's for sure. Moria is one of my favorite places. However, spoiler alert, if you haven't had the chance to play through Moria, so this is... By the way, the Lord of the Rings Online is a really fucking big game. Anyway, Moria. So you come into Moria, you come in through, you go to the Great Delving, the Silvertine Lodes, you got the waterworks down here behind my camera, it's the least interesting place. You got the Flamin' Deeps, the Redhorn Loans, the Foundations of Stone, Nude Melek, Zelem Melek, and Durin's Way, as well as Zurek Ziggle, which is up here, which is where Gandalf smote the Balrog among the mountain, and there's the corpse of the Balrog over here. So yeah, you go through all of this stuff. Important note, which you wouldn't know unless you did the Dwarven Alliance or Allegiance Hall during Mordor. During the Mordor expansion, as people are going in, you find out that the Iron Garrison, because of the fall of Sauron, the orcs get scared and they end up attempting to attack and overrun the dwarves, and they do, and they push the Iron Garrison out of Moria, killing most people. So you essentially, as of right now, modern timeline in Lord of the Rings Online, Moria has been lost. However, you can still just go back there because, you know, it's a video game. But I'm assuming at some point there'll be another retaking of Moria or something. Yep. Alright, let's see if I can get a group for something. Yeah, so there'll probably be some unfinished business. Like the instances, because yeah, the instances were really good. They were incredibly creative. But yeah, we will be going back to Moria at some point. I don't know. I'm assuming that we will be going back to Moria at some point because the although I don't know how much we will actually go. The return to Moria, no, will likely be a possibly done through like some type of level agnostic content. They've mentioned before how they want to have content in the future that is level agnostic, so it doesn't matter what level they are. So for example, the mission system, how it all scales to your level, they want to have a zone that's like level agnostic. So I think that if they redo Moria, they might make a level agnostic Moria that everyone can experience at the same time, and which it might just be done through missions as opposed to an actual like full zone. Also, Archon88, welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a fantastic day. But yeah, you got like Phil Gashan. I love Phil Gashan. Are there any that I don't like? Dark Delving is really annoying. I think it's the only one I don't want. Oh, nice. Well, I'm here. I'm still here. I didn't go anywhere. I am, we're just chatting about some Lord of the Rings and some story and the lore and other stuff. That's what I said. I'm not as much of a traditional book reading kind of guy, so I don't have a lot of the experience when it comes to the basic story of the Lord of the Rings sometimes. And so it is important, that's why I'm very fortunate that there's people out here in chat that will correct me and give me good information about, you know, things that have happened or maybe things that I just don't understand, which is good. 3 Peaks dailies, who weighed much more annoying and tiny amount of coins. I don't have the 3 Peaks dailies. I don't know how to unlock them. Oh no, that's never mind. I'm wrong. I know how. I have to go do the thing with the other guy, but no, I don't do the 3 Peaks dailies. I don't do them. I forgot. I need to go do. Hold on. Maybe I do have it. L. No, the Wells of Langflood. No. No, man, I don't even have them. I don't even have the quest. Yeah, because I have to go. Because. Guess what? The new area, the 3 Peaks, is up here in Gundabad. Where do you have to do the last quest? Where's the quest line that I need to do? Oh, it's here? I have to go here to do my quest line? That's in here? Oh, the new content came out, and I'm being asked to go here, which is not where the new content is. No, I don't care. So yeah, I don't want to do the Rohirric Scholar quest. That guy can suck a lemon, and he's the worst. God, what's his name? Something the Rohirric Scholar. I don't even care. I like the Three Peaks. I just don't want to have to do the Rohirric Scholar quest. All of his quests are really boring. I don't even understand them. They're so uninteresting. I mean, I guess it's supposed to teach you about the Rohan lore, but I find the lore of the men is so uninteresting. It's like, wow, all of these guys didn't trust these other guys, and then they did some bad shit. Whereas like, oh, what did the dwarves do? Oh, they built that insane castle, mountain, underground fortress thing. Oh, okay, cool. That's cool. What do the men do? Well, they complained about something, and they complained about like bloodlines or whatever. It's like, no, I don't care about this.
Marching from the gates of Osgiliath, foes pour into the Pelennor.
Also, this raid is sick. The Throne of Dreadterror is a sick raid.
Vile sorcery looms over the field as the most powerful allies of the Dread Terror are summoned forth. Gothmog spoke true of the fate he shares with Galadir in victory.
Alright, let's go. Yeah. It's funny that this raid is actually can be mildly challenging, even with the crazy gear.
Hashier's Wood.
Oh my god, Mist. Welcome back to the stream team. Appreciate the support for the capital 3 number of years. Dude, that's crazy. That's friggin' hashtag years, man. Oh, dude, thank you so much. I appreciate that. That's like so incredibly kind of you. Thank you. Welcome back to the stream team. I hope you're feeling good this morning. Hope you got a cup of coffee. Also, here's how you do this, by the way. You let these guys take a hit first, and then you take a boss. And I'm gonna lose aggro. That's okay. I'm using pretty much all of my DPS gear. I'm just hoping to get this done ahead of time. You stream with your ISP is garbage, so probably end up getting. Oh yeah, I feel you on that one, man. That sucks. Oh yeah, this raid was like this was a big deal, and it still is, by the way. The Mumak fight is insanely easy. You literally just shoot the Mumaks and it's over. With the current gear set, with the current gear level. Yeah, so you don't have to worry about that, which is nice. I'm at 5 stacks of hemorrhage. Kill this guy. Get him. Okay, good. Boy's dead. It's mostly the second boss, this guy, literally just dies. It's this boss, the corruption boss, where doing the challenge mode is actually still genuinely challenging, because all the attacks are percentage health attacks, so you can't just like cheat them out. If you could just cheat your way through it, then it would be fine. But because it's all percentage health, you can't. You have to actually deal with all of the damage. Sorry, I have like assigned coins and I don't want to fuck this up. Oh yeah, but now it's insanely easy. Anybody can do Mumax. You can go with like 4 people and just stomp it out. I'm not doing that right now. Bolt of Athelian cloth, wax, candle, wood. Okay, 1, 2, 3. 2, 3. 1, 2, and 3. 1, 2. Oops. Anyone? The class item? Yeah, depends on your class. Depends on what your class is. So if you're playing as a warden or a burglar, it's useful. Alright, cool. That's it. But yeah, if you're playing as a warden or a burglar, it's good. I think for everyone else, it doesn't matter. Because if you're playing as a warden or a burglar, as a warden, you get an attack or an essence that gives it 5% increased melee damage on the target, which is really, really, really good. And the burglar one has something that's like increased crit chance or something, or reduced crit defense. Something like that. So burglars and wardens, you want to have one. Which is not too bad. Yeah, it's a crazy dungeon. And the storyline is also pretty good too. It's basically, it's like essentially nearing the end of the battle, and you kind of deliver the final blow that knocks everybody away. Stare. Jackaloosh. I'm gonna open this up. Yeah, so there's still some relevant items, but it's a cool storyline. Plus, some of the animations and some of the monsters are great, and I do enjoy the final battle, even though the final battle is mostly like it essentially takes place within your mind. Because it allows you to have a way more interesting battle. That's one of the things I do like about this game, is because so much of the Lord of the Rings and the story behind it is about like a lot of battles of wills and the willpower of men versus the willpower of whatever. It makes perfect sense for them to just say, oh, well, what's happening in this aspect of the story or something? Oh, well, that's, it's really a battle of willpower. Which, oh, in Three Peaks? Like the Three Peaks raid, you think it like it's just over? Like it was designed to be like a shorter raid. I do agree it would be nicer if they like if they added it in as like or if there was some extra aspect to it. Oh, throne. Okay, yeah. I'm like not even helping. I'm just straight up typing in chat. Another person. Perfect. Need one more person to join the party. One of the benefits of having all my offensive stats as a captain. Oh, there we go. One of having all my offensive stats as a captain is I just like when I play the tank set is I pull so much aggro from healing, it's hilarious. Yeah, like I said, I enjoyed the ending of Throne, but I can see where you're coming from. Yeah, because they bring back Marthiel and Mordredith, and although to be fair, Mordredith, because he escapes. I will say the thing that gets me is the ending of Minas Morgul. It's not like anticlimactic because it has a climax, but it was one of those things where I remember playing through it. You get to the top, you climb up, and then it's just like two major villains sort of just kind of die. Yep. Yep, 100%. Yeah, you just chill. You just hang out with everybody, with some of the rangers on the battlefield. Alright, let's kill these guys.
We have never met our match, you pitiful wormling.
There's a guardian here, right?
Come forward and face us.
Oh my god, this guardian's an overpower. Oh, cool. That's so cool. Holy shit. That's the best. That's actually really exciting. Oh, hell yeah. I've always wondered how much damage you could actually do. Like, if somebody is like a pro Red Guardian, like they're like, you know, MLG 420, you know, 360 no-scope Guardian, how much damage could they possibly do? Is this guy like straight up geared though? Oh no, he's not like really geared. Oh no, he's like, oh no. Oh no. He's like ungeared. But I'm just curious, you know. Because I'm not going to play it, so I don't know. Yeah, I know that the bleeds haven't scaled well. I'm still just curious. Got this guy and this guy. We'll all go over here onto this set of archers. Sweet. But yeah, I know that Guardians are like not very good in terms of damage. I'm just curious as to like how not good, you know what I mean? Yeah, well that's the cool thing about Guardians when they go into overpower, that I didn't like versus Champions. So Champions, when they use two-handers, they attack like hella slow. Like their animations are much slower. But Guardians, they don't with two-handers, and same with Captains. Captains have much higher attack speeds with two-handers, just as a base. I don't know why, but Champions feel like they're literally made of molasses. But every other two-handed character is just like whoosh, 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 and they just swing a weapon around. It's kind of the greatest, actually. Kick. Sorry, buddy. Did you try to cast a spell? Not on my watch. Yeah. hopefully Guardians will get the love that they deserve. That's what you want. You want Guardians to like if they do an update to Guardian, I would love to see it as like a full comprehensive update to Guardian. Make the red work, make the blue tank good, and do something with the yellow tree and make it all good. So then you have like this awesome holistic Guardian view. So everybody that plays Guardian gets to have a good time. No, not the lore master. Oh god. He's frozen. Also, what is happening to my FPS here? Ah, yield effect system. Yeah, but the problem is Beornings get that same AoE knockdown. He's talking about the brutal charge and then attack to get the knockdown. Although nobody plays Beornings either, so, you know, what are you going to do? Alright, let's put all my tank gear away. Tank gear, go. Tank gear, go burr. Where else is it? It's here. There's more tank gear in here. Is this tank gear? That's tank gear. Oh, look, he tried to do it. He tried to get the knockdown. There we go. Hey, I play my bear as a tank because the healing is too hard. The shapeshifting to get all your heal spells off is impossible. I can shapeshift for like combat abilities, but knowing what heal to cast and what phase is impossible for me. So I don't really do the healing on my bear. I only tank. Tank and focus on DCs of the fighter. Pretty much getting interested in building your own, but I still don't know much. So yeah, fighters. If you go as like a fighter tank, yeah, you got lots of DCs, 100%. Your DCs are sick on a fighter tank. Just take the tactics things, and you can use stunning. If you're playing as a fighter tank, you get stunning shield, which scales off of your constitution, so it's really high. And then you also use dire charge, which scales off of whatever. You have to give up deific warding, so which basically is lose 30 physical magical resistance rating, but then gain the best stun in the game. And also scales off con. So you don't need to worry about strength, and you just take DCs. Also, Syntax Horror, welcome to the stream. Hope you have a good day. Morning, afternoon, you're in Europe. I know this. See? I pay attention. You got the Got the information up in the noggin. I gotta refill my coffee though. So after this, I'm gonna do that. What are you doing, imbeciles? Kill them! Also, sometimes the voice gets dissociated, so he's gonna start talking during the fight.
What are you doing, you imbeciles?
Yep.
Kill them!
I do love how they just chuck them. You know what's sad? This is with all the bonuses. This is 1,000 light damage every 3 seconds. Noble Mark is a very sad ability. Look at Guardian pull aggro off of me. He probably taunted. He's literally pressing the taunt keys. He taunted again. That explains it. Like, how did this guy do this? I can't believe he's done this. Oh, I got an Elder Slade supply pack. Hell yeah, man. Sick. Thanks. Because I need more of these. Alright. Leave. Goodbye, group. Alright, I need to refill my coffee. Just give me one moment, please. I'll be back in a second. It's coffee time. If you haven't refilled your coffee, make sure you do that. Get yourself a cup of coffee. Or like... Now I have coffee. The milk thing was like closed. Look like Baalin's tomb. I mean, kind of. It is dark in here. That makes sense. Okay, do I need any of this stuff? Do I have any other heavy armor characters I'm leveling? Kind of, but no, not really. Okay, I'm gonna kill this. Goodbye. Bye. And goodbye. Alright, perfect. Alright, so I'm gonna take a break from this character for now. Dump more tank gear in here. Dump my DPS gear in here. Dump my healing gear in here. God, I love the fact that all the gear is shared in Lord of the Rings Online. It makes gearing out your characters so much easier and more convenient. It just straight up is like the best thing. I feel like it happens a lot where, you know, playing a game like Dungeons & Dragons Online or other things, or like just regular MMOs where all your stuff is bound to character. And it's so much easier when it's not all bound, because it means you can just trade gear between your different characters that use similar stats and gear set. And now I'm just going to wait. Also the login and logout process takes like a million years in this game. Oh man, and we'll get through this. But yeah, there was new content, or not new content, new stuff that came out for the Lord of the Rings, which was kind of cool with the PvMP changes. I'd like to take a look at that at some point. I don't know exactly when, maybe today, but possibly not. Have any of you guys had the opportunity to play the PV or player versus monster player stuff? And do you have any opinions about it? I've only spoken to one other person. I've spoken to like one other person who's been toying around with some of the player versus monster player changes, and they've told me that they've enjoyed them quite a bit. Now, granted, this person is a monster player, and they've told me that they really they like the changes a lot, and they think that they're a lot of fun. So I think that there's obviously you know, some was it there's some details there that you know you need to discuss before you talk about whether the changes are good or bad. But you know, I think that the fact that the monster players are a lot stronger than they were before is a good thing, because it means it's a more even footing. Although it's kind of crazy to make the monster players stronger, they literally like doubled the health of every single player and also gave them more stats across the board. So, and then I personally don't know who the best is, like what the best or which side is doing better. Although from talking to some or from reading some things, it seems like the creeps are doing pretty good right now. Or at least that's where a lot of people are playing. That's the problem with PvP, is that people will always try to play whatever thing is best, regardless of like, you know, what the other consequences are. Some people, not everybody will, but like a good chunk of the community, probably like 60% or more, will just play whatever is the most powerful thing at any given moment. And so if one class or race or side is winning, they'll just pick that. There's something you gotta keep in mind. Unholy 2 Rapier of Feeding. Ooh. I like feeding weapons. It's just temporary hit points, especially while leveling, and it drains levels, which has a cool sound effect and animation. Right. I'm just logging in characters to quickly pick up my turn in that I get to do for the Embers. Oh, the Ember turn in. I'm gonna put this over here. Good. And I'm just gonna keep collecting up all of these wonderful tokens.
Will you
Embers.
help bear my
In
burden?
exchange for sigils of Imlad Ithil.
Faith alone will not stop the enemy.
I don't care whether it's embers or what is it, or moats. I think they said they were going to be changing this one to moats for the turn-in. I don't care what they turn it into moats. I only use it for the all of the scrolls anyway. That's how you get scrolls, man. Easiest way to do it. I just wish the logout process in this game was as fast as it is in Path of Exile, where it's just like, boom, you're out, you're in. That's where it's at. Also, I will say, something I've been enjoying a lot, because right now there's literally no snow. It is sunny outside, and there isn't a drop of snow on the ground, which is really bizarre for me, who lives in Canada, because it's supposed to be snowy like all of the time.
Let us not tarry.
So I haven't been able to appreciate this, but I have been able to appreciate it online, because there's been an endless source of videos of people posting of like their pets that like just run and jump straight into the snow because they get excited because there's snow outside. But then in other places, like in different parts of the US and even parts of Western Canada, they've been getting like large snowfalls. So watching people and their pets go outside and then jump into like 4 feet deep of snow or like 3 feet deep of snow and then realize that they can't get out. And they're like, oh God, I thought this was going to be cool, but it's not cool. It's very cold, but it's not cool. Missing out on VIP?
Hey Strim, Brian here. Fix your hair, I thought you got a haircut recently.
This is my hair. How dare you? This is obviously the style. This is what's in right now. Kids are doing this hairstyle all the time. This is the I wanted to have my cameras off during this Zoom meeting style. That's just what I'm doing. It's the style that I went for. Yeah, I thought this meeting was cameras off style. Yeah, VIP is the best. It's really weird because in DDO, VIP is amazing because it gives you access to all the content. Like, I don't own any of the quest packs. I'm VIP. And then in LotRO, the VIP is really weird because the VIP benefits that you get are amazing. The, what is it? You get like the, oh, there we go. We're here. You get like the town services and other stuff, and it's amazing. But then you don't really need to buy all of the quest packs in this game, and it's mostly expansion driven, which is really weird. Hey, Stream Brian here. I appreciate it. It's, you know, it's gonna change if I change the voice away from Brian. Oh yeah, it's true. I do own, now that you say that, I do actually own every single quest pack. Never access the camera ever? Oh well, there you go. Yeah, I don't do that. I don't turn on, or I usually turn on my camera during meetings when I would do meetings. I don't know, it's more personal. I don't see anybody. It's nice to see people. Unless it's some like big corporate thing where it doesn't matter and, you know, cog in the machine and all that, then yeah, sure. Then I won't have my camera on, but I don't know. I never hated it.
Hey,
Copper coins? Hell yeah. Give me those embers,
Wunderbar
buddy.
shall be ours at last.
Yeah, what is it I need? Okay, so I need to get... I don't need these runes. These are garbage. I need... relics. No. Supply pack barter. Yeah, these boxes, you need to be kindred. So I just need to make the supply packs and then I can get these titles. Okay. That's fine. I have to get dressed or cleaned up. Yeah, I feel you on that one. I mean, yeah. Sometimes you just want to, you know, pop out of bed with your cup of coffee, because that's how I sleep, with my hand around my mug of coffee. And just, you know, slide into work. Can't always do that, though, of course. Yeah, it's true. I didn't even think about the fact that, yeah, I do own all the quest packs. And I did that with LotRO as well, so I own all the quest packs. I guess here as well. It was mentioned by Severlin. He talked about how they, you know, some people asked multiple times, like, are they going to do that again? And they talked about how basically they liked the fact that there were a lot of people that had access to the free content, which is good. They just aren't sure exactly how often they want to do that in the future, because they like giving away the content for free because it drives players to play the game, but they also, you know, need to be cautious about how many things they give away for free, because there are people that need to eat that get paid. So yeah. Thanks, Wodan. I appreciate that. I hope you also had a goo Christmas. Yeah, my Christmas was pretty goo overall. I mean, I didn't really do a whole lot. It was pretty quiet here. And I've been getting out of, or I've been trying to break the habit of getting out of bed in the afternoon. So I'm very tired right now, even though I've just been like pounding back coffee all morning, because I'm just ready to go to bed again and stay there all day and not get up again. But I gotta break that habit. I don't even like stay up that late. I just don't get up until later in the day. I feel like a lot of times it's too easy to fall into a bad habit without actually like having any tangible benefit. Like in theory, if my sleep schedule slid later, then because I'm, you know, I guess a creative in some capacity, or like I manage my own time, I could just be like, well, I'm just going to stream later in the evening then, call it a day. So we just stream until like 3 in the morning or something like that. Because that's not how it works. I still get tired at the same time, and then I just wake up later, which is not good. Not good. But yeah, I do think I didn't think about my hair really this morning. It's kind of weird how far away it stays from my head. I don't know how it gets so far away. It's all the way over here. Some of it's all the way over here. Absolute madness. All right. Let me come over here, talk to this guy. Hello, Mr. Quartermaster. Yes, give me your sigils.
Not Terry.
Perfect.
Now then.
Beautiful. Oh, I gotta go get the town services. That's the only thing I don't like about town services is going to get them. It takes like an extra minute or so to go get all your town services. It's kind of annoying. If there was a way to have it instantly populate in your backpack, I think that this game definitely needs like a VIP. Like there should be like a like in the store a VIP menu that has all of these things that you can only access if you're a VIP, or some part of the game client that's like the VIP menu or like a store-based menu for all this stuff. Like, I feel like that's where what would go into collections is, like, all of your cosmetics and things. So, like, all the stuff you get from, like, past expansions or whatever. Oh, why did I click this open? This is such a bad idea. Look at everything load. God.
Hey Strim, Brian here. I see you have a spear but nobody is getting speared. Please fix, please spear.
You know what, Brian?
Will you
I
give me a
think I
moment
can
of
help you
your
with
time,
this one.
friend?
I can definitely spear people with the spear.
How can I be of
That's
service?
something that I'm an expert at, and I'm very happy that you brought that to my attention. Because you're right. It's important to make sure you keep your priorities straight and keep your spear straight through the chest of your enemies. Let's spear some stuff. That's a great idea.
Greetings, friend.
That's a great idea. You have to go to town to pick up stuff, though. You always have to go to town. Which is like one of the best parts about, for me, like playing any type of video game, like or like fantasy game, is always sometimes just going to town, selling, reorganizing inventory, and what have you. Especially when playing like a new adventure game with friends, where it'll be like, okay, let's go town, let's town everybody, let's go town, buy some stuff, sell some stuff, you know, have a good time. But I will spear some people. Actually, I won't spear some people. I don't have a spear. I have a sword. That's a javelin. I will javelin some people, but I will not really spear anybody because actually I don't have a spear. What are you gonna do? Why does DDO not have spears? It technically does. There's the Spear of the Mournlands and Sireth's Spear of the Sky. So technically there are two spears. You lose. Hell yeah, dude. There's something about, like, I feel like video game multitasking is, like, it's not too hard of a process. Like I said, I think about video game multitasking a lot like driving. You know how you're in the car with somebody, and, you know, you're just chatting away because that's what you do when you're in the car with somebody, or you're going to get McDonald's or whatever, or you're heading over to, like, your local Canadian Tire to pick up some yard equipment or whatever. Anyway, so then you're out there, and you're in the car and you're just chatting. You can just chat away. The person who's driving, you know, they're paying attention to the road, but they're, you know, you're just having a conversation, casual, like, you know, chit-chatting about what's going on in the days. And I find that those situations, you know, you don't really need to have too much focus, except when all of a sudden you need to have focus. Like, oh, there's a weird traffic situation in front of you, or like a car accident, or you know, there's something going on, at which point the person who's like actually doing the driving will just like kind of stop talking and be like, as they're looking around, and then you pick up on that and you go, oh yeah, let me help you by paying attention with you at the same time. I feel like video games are kind of the same thing. It's very easy, just kind of like absent-mindedly chit chat. It becomes like second nature, I guess. I just maybe have to think of during the Delve League shenanigans. Wait, how did this guy dodge everything? And also, why didn't any of my skills go off? What is happening? Anyway, it's like during the Delve League shenanigans that happened a couple weeks ago, where I was literally there grinding just XP hour after hour after hour after hour after hour. And we're just chatting the whole time, but if like I make a mistake, I'm instantly dead. Yeah, I don't know. There's just something about it. You just kind of do it in the background. You just relegate like your background processes on it. You know, like the brain system that does like the heart beating and the breathing and the regulation of the blood pumping and you know, regulate your all these like, you know, dormant systems in the back of your mind. You just put that onto video games. Like, hey brain, I know you're doing a good job of like managing my temperature by making me sweat little little amounts, or moving my blood more to the surface so I release more heat. But think you could use that system to level me up right now in Path of Exile, because that'd be just super. I will say I do like the Warden Javelin animation. You like see some guys and you're just like, hey, guess what, buddy? Javelin. But yeah, the question as to why there are no spears in Dungeons and Dragons Online is an easy question to answer. It's that they're not in the game now, and adding new weapon types is like really expensive because you have to add in a whole new system to make it work. You have to like expand the weapon system, and then you also have to add in whole new animations, and then also the animations have to be different for every race, because if you did not know, every race has new animations. So like elves animate differently than halflings, who animate differently than humans, who animate differently than Warforged, even if it's minor. And especially the newer races are even bigger examples of that, where like, you know, wood elves and Aasimar and stuff have different animations. So half-orcs and purple dragon knights, all these guys have different animations and styles. So if you decide to add a new weapon type, you have to also make all the animations for all these different classes, versus if you make one race, you just have to make one set of animations for that race. It's a very different thing. Oh, that's it. Yeah, we just need that cyberpunk world. Give me like extra programs I can download that can take care of all that stuff in the background. I mean, that's not entirely inaccurate. It's probably pretty accurate. So like, it's like if you ask why anything, like especially when it comes to DDO and LotRO, like how come game does not have feature? It's because it costs money. I got disarmed twice in a row. What a bunch of baloney. It's not like there's like a secret conspiracy or like the designers don't like that type of service or whatever. It's that it literally costs money. You have to get somebody to sit there and make this thing for like a year. It's expensive. And like, you know.
Hey Strim, Brian here. I like money.
Me too, Brian. Me too. Brian, I think we got a lot in common, you know? We both, you know, like injecting ourselves in different types of conversations. We both like hard, fast stacks. I'm telling you, we got a lot in common. Oh, so that's so funny. Yeah, I agree with you. The Brian here thing is a really good idea. But yeah, no, I think that when it comes to a lot of the, also thanks for the bits, when it comes to a lot of the different types of content, it's like you have to ask yourself, is it okay to devote literally a year's, like a year of someone's life, or even more than that, to building up animation or something, and can you afford to put that whole salary? And it's probably more than one person, because these things are expensive. Then or was that another game? Wasn't there a code in DDO that SG didn't have access to? A code? I don't know what you mean by that. It's not a code. There's like there's a dungeon in the game that that has to exist. It has to be in the game, because if the dungeon doesn't exist, the game doesn't work. Yeah. Yeah, there's a door that goes nowhere that you can't get access to, but if that door that goes nowhere isn't in the game, then the game doesn't work at all. And it's a mystery as to why. Oh, the magics of programming. I'm sure there are some of you in the crowd who are like, you know, familiar with any type of coding or software engineering, who are like, oh yeah, you know, I've got one of those. Wait, a line of code that if I remove it, it breaks everything? Yeah. That I don't know why? Yeah. Everybody's got one of those. Yep, absolutely. Well, and it's one of those things because it's an inherited product too, right? It's like, you know, it's like somebody it's the classic, you know, you bring your car to a mechanic and you say, mechanic, my car is having a problem. And then they're like, okay, what's wrong with it? And you tell them what's wrong with the car, but then they can't just like look at it and tell you what's wrong because there's so many things that could be causing this exact problem that you're talking about. And it's like, I don't know, man. Maybe it's this part. Maybe it's this thing over here.
On the stairs of Bagud Meckham, the Gate of Winds, that a decisive battle.
Yeah, just show me the tricks. Yeah, exactly.
Is to be fought.
I don't want to know. I don't need to know how the omelet's made.
Those loyal to Gorga the Ruthless,
I just want to eat the omelet.
Frostheart, the Gabilaka, hope
Leads to the
deal
center
a
of the DDO
devastating
universe.
blow to both of these forces.
Yeah, the DDO's, the Dungeons and Dragons cinematic universe. Coffee. Ah, tasty. But yeah, you're 100% right. That is a good question though about some of the different code base, like you said, like how it's like, oh, it's like just a magic trick. That's why I said I'm not super familiar with how a lot of different things. I'm sorry. I'm still yawning even though I'm literally pounding back coffee. This is why I need to get up earlier. Because I'm trying very hard to just like be awake. But it's not even that. It's like somebody just does something in a way that you didn't think that they were going to do it, and then you kind of, or it's actually a great example is like a house, like construction, right? So when you buy a house, you get into the house, and the walls are all covered with drywall or whatever, or plaster, but probably drywall, depending on how old your house is. You have no idea what's behind this wall. You have no idea. It could be anything. You could find a bunch of studs, you could find garbage, you could find that your walls have no insulation, you could find out that they use like a different method of actually securing everything. Like, you have no idea what is physically going on behind this wall until you tear it down. You know, it's like when you buy a house and then you're like, okay, cool, I have my house now, everything is good. And you find out, oh, never mind, there's actually a major crack in the foundation. I had no idea because it was under the surface because there was like somebody drilled into it or something. And you have this insane problem that you can't really fix because you thought it was cool. And you're like, oh yeah, this will be no problem. We got to install a new outlet? No worries. We'll just like, you know, cut a line and, you know, on the electrical and move it over here, and it's all going to be good. We'll set up a new breaker and what have you. And you open up the wall and you're like, oh, it's all off of one thing. And you're like, huh. And now you have no idea how to solve this problem. And it's also now expensive because you just ripped it open. So you thought this was going to be like, you know, a $2,000 project, and it's turning into like a $40,000, we gotta rewire the house so the whole thing is coming down. Right, and so I think that it's kind of the same thing with anything. You're always gonna run into that same problem. So like, unless you know, it's pretty much impossible to know exactly how these things happen. Or as they say, how the sausage is made. You can always guess, which is why it's impressive whenever, like, you know, people will taste some type of food and then they'll be able to recreate it, or, you know, they'll listen to music and they can like write it down and pick out the individual components. You gotta find somebody who can do that, who can like look at like a piece of code and just, or like look at a program and be like, I know how this works, and then build it. Also, just generally, people get better at things over time, and so that's where you have situations where like people that are learning coding today are probably learning faster, more efficient ways to do all of the coding than the people in the past.
Come forward.
You face us. I'm literally supposed to be taking out of buzz, but I'm just not. Oh, what's the difference between LotRO and WoW? They're very similar. 100. You are absolutely correct, Stinger. I mentioned this before. LotRO and World of Warcraft are extremely similar in terms of just general gameplay. They're the classic MMO gameplay. Every character has a health bar. Every character has a mana bar. You have a bar full of skills that you press in combat. You have DPS rotations, tanks, healers, DPS, etc. It's very common, between this game, Final Fantasy XIV, World of Warcraft, Star Wars: The Old Republic, Rift, like a whole bunch of these games all kind of just lean on the exact same formula for the core design. However, it starts to differentiate itself in different ways. So, for example, the individual classes, the class design in Lord of the Rings is very different than World of Warcraft. I was just about to make the joke that classes are designed in World of Warcraft and not in Lord of the Rings, because there's a bunch of classes that are kind of left in the lurch, like Guardian, where they're just not as good as some of the other classes, which is a really funny joke. You guys should laugh. But also, in World of Warcraft, the game is very, very, very binary, which is there are tanks, healers, and DPS, and the only thing that you want to play are the absolute best, whatever class does the best healing, and whatever class does the best DPS, whatever class does the best tanking. But in Lord of the Rings Online, there's a fourth role, which is the support role, in which you have people who are doing strictly debuffing or buffing in certain scenarios, and the support role ends up necessitating people to have really wishy-washy playstyles, where, something isn't necessarily the best or isn't necessarily the worst in any given scenario. And so as a result of this, you often find yourself in scenarios where it's like, okay, we have a guy who's playing, you might bring a person to the party who doesn't do the most damage because they have a weird supportive ability that might be handy in a certain area.
Hey Scrim, Brian here. Ha 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 ha.
Ha ha ha, Brian. Ha ha. So that's one of the big reasons, is like the initial class design. Also stuff like Warden that I'm playing. This is a class that is all combo based. So there's nothing like this in WoW, not even close. I have these three abilities, Fist, Shield, and Spear, and then by using my Fist, Shield, and Spear abilities, I combine them together to actually get my spells. So it's literally like I'm playing Street Fighter, but I'm playing it inside this video game. Oh, why am I not doing my... Whoops, I didn't do this properly. Yes, that was a turn of phrase. Yes, and you need support classes. You can't just like ignore the support role and be like, oh, support doesn't matter. Like, no, support matters in this video game. So that's essentially the one of the core differences. And then on top of that, this game has a very different art style, so visual style. The physical movement of the character is also very different. This is a momentum-based game. So you carry your momentum with you when you do stuff. So what I mean by that is very basic. If I tap a button, my character slowly starts and then starts to move and then stops. So it's like I'm not moving at a perfect distance every time, because it's got a little bit of slipperiness and a little bit of imprecision versus World of Warcraft, which has no imprecision. It is perfectly precise every single time you decide to do any action, because that game is designed without a momentum system. So they're just slightly different, because this is based off the DDO engine, which of course comes with momentum. And then also you can change your direction while you're jumping, which is great. So you can control your midair velocity, which you cannot do in World of Warcraft. How often do you need to be midair? You don't. I find it very appealing, because I mentioned this before. I like being able to control more about my character. And so the fact that you have more options for control in the physical gameplay versus World of Warcraft is something that makes it very appealing to me. And then, of course, the storyline. The storyline is Lord of the Rings versus World of Warcraft versus Warcraft. The Warcraft storyline is written by complete fucking idiots that don't know anything and literally couldn't write a story to entertain 6-year-olds. And the Lord of the Rings storyline is written by people that are extremely passionate about the Lord of the Rings universe, and pour their heart and soul into it. And it's appreciated by lots of people who are big into the Tolkien lore and stuff. So, I don't know. You decide. I'm crazy biased as well. And yeah, absolutely. It's crazy. Debuffs make a huge difference. Where like a hunter will do 170k DPS, 170,000 damage per second on a target dummy, and then you get them into a raid group with a captain and a lore master and this and a that and a this and a that, and eventually once all the debuffs come up, they're hitting 500,000 DPS. And they're like, yes, I'm hitting for millions of damage every shot. So yeah, so that would be some of the differences.
Dare you put me down? You.
But you're absolutely right. They are very similar. 100%. That's why I kind of talk about that. If you like World of Warcraft, you will easily find stuff that you will like about Lord of the Rings Online because the games are similar, but they do have a very different style overall. Yeah, this sword through the planet storyline. Oh, that's true. Alright, that's great. Thanks. Leave group. Yeah, like I said, I don't really like World of Warcraft. I'm incredibly biased. I just don't like that video game. What's this? Is that tank shoulders? I don't want tank shoulders. Get out of my inventory, tank shoulders. Nobody wants you. What's this? Oh, Glimmering Ethel Runics. That's sick. Anyway, back to what I was doing. So yeah, so in terms of overall scale, similar games. You can probably, between a lot of these games that I mentioned, like World of Warcraft or Lord of the Rings Online or like Final Fantasy XIV, you'll find one of them that, you know, jives with you, whether it's like just the visual art style or the game itself. Like you'll find something that kind of works for you, I think.
The terrible of the fell beasts of Mordor, whose countless children favored mounts.
Oh god, I don't know why my game is loading so hard. Another important note about the Lord of the Rings Online is that the game is kind of pretty unoptimized, so depending on your hardware, you may have very differing experiences. Like for me, I get lag spikes all over the place. Like I can stream like Cyberpunk, and for the most part, I don't really get any frame drops except for when driving the goddamn car, which plagues everyone. No matter what type of hardware you run, but Lord of the Rings Online, especially in like a raiding and group environment, the effect system that they've talked about it before, but the effect system is not designed to handle as many effects that the game throws at it, and so it just kind of gets overloaded and slows down quite a bit. It's an older product, and you can see like the scars. I was gonna say scars. That's the wrong thing. You can see like the fact that it's older and some of the things that happens in it. Oh, that guy died. Yeah, so it's kind of neat. Another cool thing is it's free. So if you're like, oh man, this game does seem kind of interesting, and I've tried out other things, you can always, just like DDO, you just slap it in your Super Nintendo, give it a whirl, and see how you like it. Galaxy in the Cyberpunk cars. That's funny. Yeah, I don't know what it is. There's for some reason, when you try to drive any of the cars in that game, it's just an absolute train wreck. It's like frame drops to like 1. I can straight up get like 1 FPS if I try to drive any of the cars, which I find very funny. Shut up, dragon.
Toss the egg into the cabin below.
But I don't know why. I don't know why it's like that. It just kind of is. Go. Perfect. That guy wants to buy 4 Ithelharn shards for 400 gold?
The eggs have begun to hatch. Quickly, toss the egg into the cabin below.
Oh shit, is that how expensive those are right now? I think I have lots of those. I'm gonna see if this guy still wants them. I'll totally send it COD right now. 400 gold for some Ithelharn shards? Absolutely. Alright, cool. I'm mailing this guy. E-O-R-R. There we go. I'm trying to like, nope. Bam, send 400 gold. COD, perfect. Sent.
Toss the egg into the cavern below!
Sweet. Hell yeah, dude. I'll sell shards for 100 gold apiece. I get so many shards during the week because I just run a million characters through all of these weeklies. Each weekly gives you an Ithelharn shard. Oh, yeah. Did I make a character? Yeah, I have a level 124... No, 128 Warden, I think? Or is it 129? I think I got 129 over the weekend. I have 129 Warden and, on Arkenstone. I've already done the egg quest. Nice. And then I have another box that I don't know what I want to use it on. Slash, if I will use it. Maybe wait for the brawler to come out. Do I have a champion? On Arkenstone? No. I have a champion. I do have a champion on Crick Hollow, yeah. A level 130 champion. I don't have a champion on Arkenstone, no. I only have one character on Arkenstone. I don't play on it. I just know some people that play on it, so I boosted a Warden just to have something that I could play with. So I helped some people run some dungeons and stuff over the weekend. I'm very, very slowly leveling that character. Like, very slowly is the optimal term. Perfect. Now, this guy sent me mail. Cash from delivery, 400 gold. Oh, yeah. Yeah, Champion's great. It's very, very satisfying to play.
Quest
Hell yeah.
completed.
What? What?
Quest completed. Quest completed. Quest completed.
What? So here I am.
Quest completed.
Hold on, I need to do like the freeze frame thing. Where it's like
Quest.
You might be
completed.
wondering how I got in this situation. So here I am, just being me, and what's up with my chin? Why is my chin so big?
completed.
Oh no, I'm like, I don't have that type of chin. I'm not the Crimson Chin over here. And then all of a sudden,
Quest
1
complete.
zillion billion subs have been gifted by Marple Snap, which is crazy. Wow.
Quest completed.
That is so incredibly kind. I am blown away. Like literally, I'm flabbergasted. I literally don't
Quest
even know what to say. That is
completed.
so kind of you. That's 100 subs, dude. Holy crap. Well, since I can't think of what to say right now,
Quest completed.
because I'm standing here in absolute shock and disbelief. Welcome to the stream team. Renegade Zoe, Vroom Fondell, Archon 86, Easy Peasy, Supernova Tyrant,
Quest
City
completed.
Gav, Witchaden, Dark Lord Nate, James R. White, Avrizineth, My Given Opinion, Kluge, Skullman
Quest
6, War Machine. God damn it. My brain is like melting right here.
Quest
War Machine,
completed.
Deathstorm 666, Prunko, Darko Pale, Scathatch 73, Iconic, Kaffimon,
Quest
Paxilman, Bake 3737, Moz CatDog, Giant VR, Zik R6S, Dancer of Ishtar, J-Ben 007, Easy A 96, Captain Zalt, Uchiha Balcoin, Mercutio
Quest
Salazar.
completed.
Oh man, that reminds me of Ramon Salazar, which is not the same person. You guys are different people. Kochix, Astro,
Quest
box-shaped object, Abby Normal, Morris Twitch. I'm not even halfway done. Luca Crispino, Lord of Duke, Elaystar,
Quest
Zadranus, Flute, Gastronaut, Dement, Rezai, Keanu Reeves Believes, which is such a good name. Oh my god, I didn't even know that. Dally, Rageous Quittus, DDO Central, Dinaru, Frozen Mech, Hedrak, Beezer, Ryan M79, JFBN, Puppets, Yanis, Monkey Raw, D1060 Santos, Not Wise Me, Aratania, Weston XD 420 Blaze Swag 6969, Soup P4, I'm Prepared, K Scooter, Torque, Wendell Foley, Runnin', Klexi, Satchmo, Die 14, Kelsar, Quiet Aptitude, Elastis, 1732, Professional Human, Solo Soldier, E-Hawker, Lightning E, Maddie Gaming, Delrin, 78, Penguin Wizard, Rat Kong, Cosmic Fun, Hamesy, Sintara, Willburster, Valga, Comrade Furious, Mirbots, Zayat MB, Morbid Wash, Pador, Fun Chief 12, DeBomb 23, GoTrex, Bunch of Numbers, Silver Sand, The Fowler Robert, Young Doggy, Trilogy 29, Asura Keys, and Zydro. Holy crap, man. That's crazy. That is so... Marple Snap, that's ridiculous. Thank you so much for the support. I hope that all is good with you and your family, and that this stream is at least mildly entertaining or has helped you out a little bit. I am actually 100%, 1,000,000% stunned. I don't know what to say. I can't make entertaining content right now because I'm just so surprised. Just like, look at me. I'm a surprised guy, and my blood it's not thinking. My brain can't get the processing. That's literally crazy. I don't even know what to say. So thank you.
Quest completed.
And I hope everyone that has now been granted access to the stream team, you guys have all your cool emotes and stuff. I hope that you take a look and you know, if you're make sure you thank Marple Snap and have a good time here as a part of the stream team. You know, we hang out. My God, that's crazy. Literally, I'm like flabbergasted. Oh. Video games. Let's chat about video games and stuff. Oh, jeez. It's kind of crazy. I think about this a lot. Where I'll watch, sometimes people will watch like a live stream or something, and you know, because they're giant or massive, and so when people will subscribe, I'll watch, like, just, you know, you tune into like one of these large live streamers, and somebody will subscribe to the channel and they like don't even say anything because it just like plays a message on screen, or like they like, you know, they won't be like, oh, welcome to the club, or like, you know, appreciate the subscribe or whatever. Some people will just say nothing, or some people will just gift out like 20 subs or like 25 subs, and they'll just be like, oh yeah, thanks for the subs, and then back to business as usual. And I'm like, how do you do that? My mind is breaking. Literally, I'm like, I don't understand. I am astounded and appreciative. So thank you. I hope you're having a great day. Hope you're all excited to be here so we can talk about something. I don't know. Video games, the Lord of the Rings, the Dungeons and the Rings, and all. Okay, anyway.
Quest completed.
I'm gonna take a moment here to have a cup of coffee and just kind of look at me. I'm still got my goofy faces on. I will say they are pretty entertaining. I can see where they come, when you guys come from, when you're talking about how like it's funny to see them on camera. Ooh, ice cream.
Quest completed.
Nonchalantly, thanks for the 4 years.
Quest completed.
Oh yeah.
Quest completed.
Well, it wasn't really. I don't know if it's nonchalant. It was very. I mean, definitely feels direct. But yeah, I am like.
Quest completed.
You know what I mean? I'm all over. I'm all over, man. Oh man. But yeah, it's been, like I said, it's a fun ride, and I think that's something that gets me all the time, is thinking about how often it will happen where you don't realize the impact that you have on like somebody when something happens, like you just don't see it, you don't participate in it, and I think that happens to a lot of people, myself included, where you just don't realize what's going on.
Quest completed.
Yeah, exactly. Oh yeah, and 100%. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. Like where somebody's like, "Oh yeah, thanks for like 6 years, man. Thanks for the sub for like 8 years."
Quest.
It's like
completed.
Bro, somebody's been watching for so long. That's crazy. whenever somebody sends me a message, especially if it's in game, I'm just like, and they're like, "Oh, I've watched all your videos for like years. That's so great." I'm like, "That's awesome! You watch my videos? I make my videos so people watch them. That's great! Like that's so exciting."
Completed.
That's why I did feel genuinely bad when I got to go to the Dungeons and Dragons and Lord of the Rings online meetup in 2018, and I couldn't meet everybody because I'm like, I talked to all these people and I didn't have the chance to meet every single person. Like, that's crazy.
Quest.
You know what I'm gonna eat for lunch? Yeah, you know what I'm gonna eat for lunch? Probably something very economic, because that's usually what I eat. Also, I eat the same things almost every single
Quest completed.
day. I'm definitely not eating lobster. Premium ramen? No. I actually don't buy ramen. Because
Quest
I don't know.
completed.
I just don't like it that much. It's just one of those foods that I you know, it's famous for being eaten
Quest
by
completed.
that sort of thing. But yeah, warm broth instead of cold. That's right. We're not cooking it with cold water today. We're putting it in the hot water. We're gonna pay for the premium
Quest
water.
completed.
And by pay for, I mean siphon it out of like the hot water tank or something. Just take some of the runoff from the hot cycle of the washing machine that the neighbors are using.
Quest
There you go.
completed.
Heat that ramen. We're living large today. Or wait for my
Quest
neighbors to come
completed.
home, and then after they park their car, go outside and just sneak a little bowl of water right on top of the engine just to get some of that residual heat. Oh yeah.
Quest completed.
They don't even know, and I get myself a tasty, warm bowl of ramen.
Quest completed.
Like how to write a sad story in just a few words.
Quest
Okay.
Will you
completed.
hear my plight?
I'll hear your plight, buddy. Actually, I don't want to be here, and I don't need this.
Quest completed.
It's still going. It's still going. That blows my mind. But yes, 100. But 100%. You're right. When it's like, what do you do when,
Quest
you
completed.
know, or not that, but like the reaction of, like I said, of some people when they're like, "Oh man, it's been like a few years. Thanks." I don't know. I'm always astounded and blown away.
Quest completed.
I don't even know how to do anything for like that consistently of that time. Even when I think about like the longest time I've ever been subscribed to something has been like Dungeons and Dragons Online, which is like a service that gives me like a very entertaining video game thing. I couldn't imagine that happening with like. It's not I couldn't imagine it happening with like a live streamer, but it's
Quest
I don't know.
completed.
words are hard. So I'm really happy for the people that like stick with it, and stick with me,
completed.
and want to watch the content and want to have a grand old time.
Greetings.
And also
friend.
understanding of the people that don't want to and are just like, no, you know,
Quest completed.
but that's just not what they're in for. I didn't sign up for that. How do I get to Anak Curfew? Wait, can I not go to Anak Curfew
Quest
from here?
completed.
Excuse me? Oh, I need to go to Scarhold
Quest
to do the
completed.
stupid Durin and the Legacy of the Dwarves, so I might as well go. I know. I am
Quest
astounded.
completed.
I'm astounded, and I really appreciate it. So I know you're listening, but
Quest
again, thank you so much.
completed.
That's so kind. That's so crazy.
Quest completed.
I like that one with the little milady. Ooh, and now we get to eat some popcorn. Man, these little animations are fun. How they just like just pop in.
Quest
Hey,
completed.
where are my guys? Wherever we go. Here we go. Like waiting for people to load.
Well met. You have returned, my friend.
Here we go. This is the question that I need to do.
Quest completed.
But yeah, so
Quest completed.
yeah, that's where I'm at right now. That's where my brain is. That's where my day is going. So I hope everybody out there is doing good, because I'm doing great today. Doing fantastic.
Quest completed.
And is becoming a VIP worth it? So Dark Lord Nate, that's a great question. The problem with that question is it's like there's a yes and a no
Quest
answer.
completed.
So one of the benefits of being VIP is that you get access to the VIP town services. And the VIP town services are like the best thing I've ever seen in a video game. It's a single item in your inventory,
completed.
this thing, that allows you to access the shop, access the vault, open your shared storage, access all of your legendary weapon crafting, and access the auction house, all from your backpack. No more needing to go to town to do all of these things. That's unimportant. You don't have to do that. I have to go to Erebor now? Bro, I don't want to go to
Quest
Erebor.
completed.
Greetings.
Apparently I've never been to Anak Kurfu. That's weird. Really thought I had been to Anak Kurfu.
Quest completed.
I guess we're going to Erebor. Anyway. So it gives you access to the town services, which is kind of great. On top of that, it gives you access to all the content that would be available to VIPs. So, for example, that would be like all the different quest packs around the area, skirmish battles and skirmish camps, those sorts of things. However, the game is really, really heavily divided between expansion content and VIP like quest pack content. For example, all of the content between level all the content from level 50 to 95 is expansion content.
Completed.
So if you're VIP, you still can't play all of the content from level 50 to 95. And then all of the content beyond that, from 95 to 105,
Quest
is
completed.
VIP quest pack content. Then the content after that, all the way up to from 105 to 115,
Quest
is expansion.
completed.
Then 115 to 120 is content pack, which comes with VIP, and then 120 to 130 is expansion. So it's really weird.
Quest
The benefit,
completed.
however, is great. As long as you are a VIP, any characters that you have, there's basically on all your characters, there's like your trait
Quest
points and stuff that you have to unlock. So these are these little trait things on the side that you need to unlock for your character. As long as you are VIP at any time, they all become unlocked on the character that you
Quest
play. So
completed.
even as a single thing, I would highly recommend, once you've decided you're going to play a character, just or you've decided on a couple characters you want to play, be VIP,
Quest
log in on all those
completed.
characters, and it unlocks all of the trait slots and everything on all of your characters. And then you can drop the VIP after 1 month, which is also not a bad thing.
Quest completed.
Yes, I agree. I do wish that there was an easier way to get it. I mentioned before that I think that they should have like a VIP menu that you can then pull all of the cool VIP stuff out
Quest
of.
completed.
That would be ideal to me, if that was like an option, where they could just like peel it all out. So instead of having to go to like a guy in town.
Quest completed.
Oh, because I was drinking water. The computer didn't know where I was. Oh, it gave me a better mustache too. Nice, and a
Quest
hat to cover up my hair.
completed.
But yeah, 100%.
Quest
I
completed.
Wait, what's this? Critical response skills have a chance to lower your target's critical defense. 5% critical
Quest
defense, but it's only
completed.
one stack and minus 5% critical defense? I don't know. There's also mitigations, which is not bad. I've also considered Dust in the Eyes. I've also considered Startling Twist. A lot of different considerations here for
Quest
our Wall Street bets.
completed.
But yeah, I totally agree that it is sometimes very, very annoying that you have to go to town to pick up
Quest
all your town services every
received.
single time. It makes sense because it's called town services, but I think they did it that way, or I think that the way that they did it because they didn't have any other options, if I had to guess. Like that's kind of my assumption, is that they did it like that because they didn't really have any other options. If they had another option, they would have done it a different way.
Welcome back, my adventuring friend.
Perfect. And he gave me an essence box. Cool. And a 500,000 XP. Alright. Find Nabgun Mazu, the home of Stali Hewer, southwest of the entrance of the dwelling halls in Erebor. Perfect. Thanks. Also, I made a couple adjustments to the Blue Burglar build. What kind of adjustments did we make to the Blue Burglar build? So I respec this tree because I took out the stuff that isn't very good. Stuff that isn't very good. Boom, you got your even the odds. Even the odds not very good. Boom, you got your exposed throat. I think exposed throat could reasonably work inside of like if you're doing some type of group content, but honestly, because it doesn't hit nearly as hard as this ability right here, Flashing Blades, it's really hard to justify trying to use it over Flashing Blades because it has a chance to cause a stun, but it's only a 20% chance. You don't want to use, and then even the odds, not good. Also, Double Down, not very good. The days that gets procced is sometimes okay, but most of the time it's not useful enough. So instead, I just trimmed out all the fat out of this tree, and then I spent more points in other places, specifically picking up some more life out of the Mischief Maker tree, and then getting all of the damage. So now I need to figure out exactly where the rest of your points go. I'm tempted to just put the rest of the points into Cruel Odds for this character, which is 16% extra damage from all of my Gamble applying skills, which is nice. Important note, that does not increase the damage of the damaging Gamble, so that's not how that works. Additionally, this would also instead allow me to pick up other things, such as access to Trip. One of the problems with Trip is that it can only activate while stealth, so if you wanted to use it in combat with this type of character, you have to use Hiding in Plain Sight every time to get the stealth. However, there's improved Hiding in Plain Sight, which you unfortunately can't get access to with this type of character, so what are you going to do? The services in the store, so all they have to do is piggyback on them on that. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, imagine if Subscriber Town Services was in the store, and if you bought it, what if that was the thing? You could, while you're a VIP, you can buy it for 0 points, and if you're not VIP, you can't buy it, and it was just in the store, and that's how you redeemed it. Instead of having to talk to Wenda Cranesville, it was just a thing in the store that was available to VIPs only. So what's on sale this week? I didn't even check. Milestone skills. R.A. Norian. 50% off all Valors. Crafting carry-alls. I don't need any of this. Rally Horns, Milestone skills. Returning Traveler, Expedient Traveler, and Hurried Traveler. Reduce the cooldown of all Return To skills, Map and Return Home skills, and Milestone skills. You get 5 minutes on all your travel skills. I don't know if I need that. A lot of people buy them for the convenience of getting places, but I don't find it's too inconvenient to get around the world. As long as you know where to go. Also, I love this mosaic.
That mosaic stood in the hall under the mountain with many others.
Examine the statue of Durin. Oh yeah, right there.
Long
Statue
ago,
of Durin,
before the mountains were shaped as they are now.
who awoke during the first age of
awoke
Middle
in
Earth.
Caverns beneath a mighty peak. I can see you are an astute patron of the arts.
Yeah, exactly. So that's why, like, again, it's one of those things where, like, if you ever wonder why we don't have something, it's just because it's expensive and they want to do it. Oh yeah, the other thing is I picked up Stun Dust. Right here. You don't need Stun Dust for this character build to work. I just wanted to pick up Stun Dust because it's nice to have a 5-second stun that you can throw it whenever you want. It just saves the day in a bunch of scenarios. It's not the best ability in the game, but it means that I don't have to take Startling Twist, which would require, like, a trick and then a Startling Twist, but instead you just go, like, whoosh, and Stun Dust them and problem solved. I don't know if that's the best way to do this, but for landscape, it's definitely very good. Problem with trying to think about what the best thing is to do for raid with this type of burglar is it's like, pick another burglar. That's like the unfortunate answer. It's like, oh, what's the best way to do this? Oh yeah, pick another one. Yeah. Yep. And then I'm going to have to figure out my yellow line. Yeah, I'm doing this quest chain right here because this quest chain unlocks a trait point. So that's why I'm currently doing the Durin and the dwarves into the mountain or whatever. Durin and the Legacy of the Dwarves. I actually really like the quest chain with the dwarves. There's a little bit of walking around. This is made a lot easier if you have a goat, which I don't think I have. Hold on, do I have a goat? No, I don't have a goat. But it's made a lot easier if you have one. If you don't have a goat, you can easily get one by just buying, usually you can get them on the auction house, all of the reputation items for the Iron Garrison, or the reputation items for the Thorin's Hall. And then if you buy those, you should be pretty good. Where is it? Reputation, auction house. So, like, you can buy all the Arid Lewin reputation items, like these Dour Hand crests and stuff, and then turn all these in for, like, 1,000,000 gold, I guess, what people are selling these for. This is 700 times 100 is 70,000 rep, which is not enough to get Kindred. And then, oh, wow, you can actually sort it by Dour Hand crests, Athams. You get the purple lamp fragments and stuff. Buy all these, or you can also just buy the rep boosters. People sell rep boosters for gold? That's such a good idea. And then get yourself a goat.
Spoke to you of Mutzog in the Grey Mole Rebellion? I judge that
Yeah, absolutely. Just let somebody else farm out Sarner. And you can buy them also for marks if you happen to have a lot of marks kicking around. Alright, now I gotta go test the readiness of these 3 dwarves. Now, I am but a lowly level 129 burglar. Can I really test out the readiness of these dwarves? And the answer is yes, I'm gonna give them one hell of a fight. These guys are getting fought. That's what's about to happen. And then once I actually get my level, a bunch of things are going to change, because I can get a whole bunch of stuff. So one, all of this gear, Cuirass of the Wingate, Agile Bracers of the Threshold, pants, Burglar shoes from the raid. Yeah, all these items are going to be going in, increasing the power of my character by a reasonable amount. And then on top of that, I've got some more Glimmering of the Runings, I got some rings, some more physical mastery, and then I have a bunch of essences and other things that I can use that I can only use once I'm level 130. So we'll have to get there. Amazing in-game fashion sense? Absolutely. My character has great fashion sense. How could you not tell? Don't you understand how good my fashion sense is? Also, I don't know why my throat is all scratchy. Give me one moment here. I'm gonna just cough it out. There we go. A little bit more refined. Anyway, so now I have to defeat Wreathwald, Red Ember. Gotcha. Hydrate, thank you. Still gonna do that. No, this guy's doing the quest. Oh wait, I can get credit. Yes! Oh wait, I didn't get credit. Damn it. I thought I would, because Provoke has like a crazy range, but I can't. No. Come back, laggy. Oh! I didn't realize that, some of my gambles are just straight up tearing up right now. I didn't realize that because it didn't count as a kill, my all-in buff expired, causing me to have reduced melee damage, evade chance, and minus to finesse rating. Also, I don't know why, but I love the fact that this gives a buff of 21,000 or 2100 finesse, 2113, and a minus of 64,680. You can tell that there's a bug right there. You can see it. The bug is visible. It's before it's in front of your face. Yeah. My worry about this character is I won't have enough finesse. My understanding is that you don't have to gear any finesse at all. Like, you don't have to put in any items for some of these melees, and you'll have enough finesse, or more than enough finesse. Because I only need to have like 250k, but I'm worried that I won't have enough. Also, I don't have a trinket, which is hilarious. And then bust. Minus 64,000 finesse. Ugh. My character has no finesse. Can't do anything. Alright, I'm gonna join a different dungeon. Because, I'm trying to get the Storves done. And the Storvagun, because you get these cool bracers, and the bracers are pretty good. I think the last day is Friday. I'm double checking. I think a bunch of my characters have 4 Storves done. So if I do Storvagun every single day, not Friday, January 5th, so I should be able to get Storvagun done and get 3 bracelets. And I want to get some of the, either the healing or the tank bracelets. I haven't decided what I want to do. I might just grab the tank bracelets, because that way, there's however many classes that can tank in this game. You got Wardens, you got Captains, you got Guardians, you got Bjornings, Champions, technically. But it's a good idea since I have like 4 of those characters that cap. The only one I don't have a cap is the Champion. Oh, Champion and Guardian, actually. I have the other 3. Okay, question for you guys. Something I'm curious about video games. When you play video games, like an online MMO or anything like that, do you try to use a consistent character name across all your games, or do you just kind of like make up a character name when you go? And if you do just make up a character name, if you do just make up a character name when you play, is it based on the world, or do you just make a character name that's like whatever? If that makes sense. Do one usually? And the character you feel. Yeah, because, like, I know some people that when they play the game, and they'll like, play video games, like, they'll just make a character, they'll be like, oh, I'm playing a sword guy, so I'm going to call myself Stabby McStab or something. Or they'll, like, make up a character name that fits. Or some people, when they play Lord of the Rings Online, they make their characters with Lord of the Rings character names, where they're like, you know, like this guy, Fallowin. That's straight up a Lord of the Rings character. Keep in mind those bracers are character bound. They're character bound, so you can't get 2? Oh no. Oh, rip. The dream. It's dead. That's okay. I don't even know how many I need. Rip. That's fine. It's just stats. Everyone's overcapped on all the stats anyway. It's pretty nice. Have a good walk. This guy's like, he wants to race change. For the natural will? Bro, you don't do it for the will. You do it for this walking animation. This is why you play a stout axe, by the way. It's this one. This guy's got to go. He's like on a mission. Everyone else, they're like sauntering about. But this guy, he's like, he's trucking along. This is why you play stout axe dwarf, by the way. Oh, I see. Okay, gotcha. Yeah, this is why you got to do it. You gotta. He's booking it. You know what I mean? Might use a naming scheme. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Oh, to unlock the Minas Morgul dailies, you have to complete this deed. Mordor. Inland Morgul, complete. You unlock the dailies when the quests are done. Quests of Minas Morgul. No, quests of Mordor Siege. No. Quests. You have to complete all the quest deeds. Scouting. I just don't know where the meta deed is. There it is. When you complete quests of Inland Morgul and Mordor Besieged, this deed, which is completing all these other deeds, then you unlock the dailies. But you have to complete this deed first. You can't go bare-chested. Unfortunately, you cannot go bare-chested. You are correct. I should DNF somebody. Who is going to die? Captain is going to die. Randomize the name until you find something. Oh yeah, I forgot. A lot of games do have like randomization options. That's true. Don't die, my captain. Hey, this giant comes over here and he just gives me the old stamp right on the face. So rude, man. So rude. You know what? Come back here. Come back here. Get out of here. It's done. Next best decision. Oh yeah, like I said, they have one of the best running animations. Like somebody was like they wanted to do it for the will stats. And you have to understand, at the end of an expansion cycle, so we're at the end of an expansion cycle where we need a level cap to actually make it so the gear matters again. Because right now the gearing doesn't matter. Everybody gets all the stats. Like everybody's at cap stats. So you don't need to care about actually like picking up gear or anything like that. Like once you get to the point where you're running the current content, so that's like what's that raid? Amdan Damul or whatever. Once you are actually running Amdan Damul, you're at the point where you have enough equipment that it kind of matters a little bit, where it's like, hey, you know, we should be focusing on. Oh, am I gonna let this hunter die? No, I'm not. Hunter is not gonna die. Come back here, Hunter. I don't know why this hunter's taking so much damage though. But once we're at current content of Amdan Damul, it's like maybe this. Oh, I don't know where the minstrel is. Oh, the minstrel went into the snow. Oh, okay. I was like, why is the wind? Oh, the hunter's in the snowstorm. That's why the hunter's also dying. Oh. He's getting wrecked because he's in a snowstorm. Get out of the snowstorm. Hunter's straight up eating 40% of his morale every couple seconds, and so is the Guardian. No, stop it. Get out of the snowstorm, guys. It's bad. It's cold there. But like the stats really don't matter at that point. It's not that they don't matter. Like you can't, like you get more morale. You can super min-maxing it. But if you're playing as a DPS, you can max out all your damage stats and also have enough morale to stay alive. If you're playing as a as a healer, you can max out your healing stats and get a good pool of morale. If you're playing as a tank, you can max out all your defensive stats. So, like, in my personal opinion, again, not that you don't need to put any points in these stats or you don't have to like think about your own gear, but that we're at the point where you can become beyond gear, where you can either use unoptimized build sets or your race really doesn't matter. It's more down to player skill and individual human coordination as to whether you're going to be successful in a raid. So, if I don't get the bracelets, I don't really care too much. It's not the big thing in the world. Woo! Based in the world. Oh yeah, that makes sense. I just use Strim whatever because I have a brand and I gotta upkeep that. Except in Path of Exile and also DDO Hardcore League, where I just make goofy characters because it's meant to be temporary. When I'm playing something that's very temporary, I just make up a character name that I think sounds funny. Don't die. Hot. Ooh, no, Hunter died though. I feel bad, but like you gotta stay out of the snowstorms. You have less good attack animation, but hey, that's LotRO. Well, it's true though. Unfortunately, some of the different character classes do have like worse animations. Also, I DNF'd the Hunter because I realized what was happening. But it's very true actually. Wait, collect vile coins from Storvagun? I'm only on one. Uh-oh, that's bad. I thought I fielded this before. Did I just not pick up the quest every time I did it? That's hilarious. Well, I guess I'm not getting this one on this character. Thanks for the invite. See you later, everybody. I gotta go. I can't do this anymore. See ya. But it's actually the same thing. Man, I didn't realize this. Wardens of the race of man actually animate faster, and you can get off more skills. So my damage is like 15% behind the damage of a man warden because I'm playing as an elf. And I could race change to play as a man warden, but yeah, it's because there's an issue with the animation. So my character just like animates differently. And I didn't realize this because I'm watching all these DPS videos. I'm like, why can't I do that fast? Like my skill, like I literally just don't go as fast as all these other videos, and it's because other people are playing as a man warden, and I'm not playing the race of man. Like, oh, what a bunch of baloney. Okay, good. What are you gonna do? Oops. I'm not race changing. I like my character. It's fine the way it is. It's good. Like I said, I have no goals of completing all of the hardest content in this entire game. Bodan. That's also true. Yeah, you can use that as a great example. Playing like characters, especially like existing characters in like pen and paper games. I like the idea of like trying to make it work in the world that it's in. Having characters that really fit in with the theming of like the actual world. So you're playing the Lord of the Rings, pick a Lord of the Rings style name, like an elven name or a dwarven name for your character. Problem is stuff like I don't know if I want to play a dwarf named Bully, because it's fine. That's a dwarven name, but also then I don't want people to be like, oh, hey, what's up, Bully? I'm like, being a dwarf. I like having my own name for my characters. Don't stand in the fire applies to all things, yeah. But it's not fire, it's an avalanche. I thought it was totally different. The problem with... So, I love that mentality of if the DPS stands in the fire, you stop healing them. The problem is, depending... If I'm playing in, like, a coordinated group, maybe you can think about that. But I find that a lot of times, if you're playing with an uncoordinated group, so everybody is a different person, you don't know anybody, it's like, it's a pickup group. You don't know who is actually in your party. One, I want to help people improve and get better at the game. And two, even if the person who is standing in the fire dies, then we might not have enough damage or might not have enough stats to actually get through the content. So I gotta be careful about that. Tomstrim, it's just the greatest name ever. There is a Tomstrim, by the way, on my server. My guild leader created a war, or renamed one of his characters to Tomstrim so he could have it, which is great. I also like the fact that now, apparently on Hardcore League, when Hardcore League comes up, which will be happening at some point next year, other people that aren't me make a mad dash to get the name Strimtom, which is very funny. Like, sounds good. Like, I stream, so it's super easy to check if it is or isn't me. It's like, oh, I see a guy named Strimtom, but Strimtom is live playing something else. It's like, what? Prized Hauberk? You got it. Give me your Hauberk, buddy. Return to Scarhold with the Longbeard Force. Yes, accept. Now we get to discuss some things with the Longbeards. And there they are. All of them. Can I break this down? Oh, hell yeah, I can break this down. Hey, what's up, glowing?
Why have you brought all these Longbeards here?
I mean, I do like the fact that also, I'm hoping to find out that the story is that all of the dwarves will form, not so much, like, because they have the Gabilica, the United Dwarven Front, but I'm hoping that the dwarves also, they don't all assimilate into one group, but they have, like, a lasting alliance, where imagine if, in the future, we have a dwarven city in Gundabad, and then in the city, each section is, like, decorated differently based on the different dwarven groups, so they all work in one place, but they aren't necessarily the same thing. So you have, like, all the dwarven architecture, but some of them is, like, you know, you've got, like, clearly the Jalruka influence, and you've got the other things, and you see that over time. I think that'd be kind of neat. Except for them damn dour hands. Shortbeards? No. No respect for the Shortbeards. Go down to him, Strimtom Selleck. Good old Strimtom Selleck. Also, important note, when I made this character, I also started growing this mustache. So, coincidence? I don't know. Sight of the Anvil drives all to madness? I don't know. I will say, this is an impressive sheet of ice. Also, I wish Durin had, like, a more exciting cloak, but I do like that he has the mountains on his cloak of Erebor.
Can it be?
Yeah, right there.
You have outdone yourself, my friend.
Thanks.
When I sent you to my father for reinforcements, I never expected such a...
I gotta say, his face doesn't look too bad. Look at that face.
Behold the might of the Longbeards.
This is higher detail than I thought.
Before me.
Way better detail than his hands. Holy moly. Oh my god, look at his hands, dude. Holy cow. Those things are monstrous. Those are like orc hands.
It has been replaced with something.
I didn't realize the size of his hands.
Where once there was fear, now there is
Oh my god.
hope for glory.
Wow. Indian version of Miami Vice.
I heard a voice beyond the
But not
ice.
today. Yeah, the voice is Freemill Frostheart.
It whispered to me of dwarves long dead.
Yeah, that was Freemill Frostheart.
It whispered to me of the great deeds they accomplished.
Yeah, apparently drawing hands is impossible. Drawing hands is a very difficult thing to do. Because, like, it's your physical hand, so wouldn't you know how to draw it? Like, tell the hand to draw the hand? Apparently it doesn't work.
Who said that? Who speaks so to me? Bring him before me.
The Mythalar? No, it is not the Mythalar.
The Fargatol has long been the doom
Big
of
hands
my
means
people.
bigger toes. Yeah, exactly.
Do not let it become yours as well, Longbeard.
Aye, Jeruka. It is not my turn to seek the Citadel. See you this force? See you this mighty Longbeard army?
See you this army?
I have my eyes set upon a greater prize.
I will say this, I do like this scene.
Hearken to me. I seek no mythical city. The Fargathol is a dream of the Jeruka. Let them have it. The city I desire is more real, and it belongs to us. I speak of the mountain home. I speak of Gundabad.
Gundabad. The dwarves are like,
On
yeah.
this red axe, I swear to reclaim Gundabad.
Yeah. And you know who does most of the reclaiming?
We will drive every
This
last
friggin' guy.
orc from the sacred mountain.
You got all these orcs, or these dwarves, and they're doing stuff. Who kills most of them? This guy. This man. Where's my claim in Gundabad, you know?
Victory!
The list of expansions? Well, Dark Lord Nate, you're at a great time, because right now,
Gundabad!
on the store, all the expansions are 50% off. So, you can buy the quad pack, which is the first 4 expansions all in one for like 20 bucks, which gets you from level 50 to 85. Then Helm's Deep is 85 to 95, that's 50% off. And then Mordor is 50% off. And it's all in the store right now. Until January 5th, I think. At which point they're dissolving the old store, putting it in the new store, and all the stuff's not going to be on sale anymore. Okay, and are you ready? Are you ready? Ooh, 130.
At last, I know my purpose.
Boom!
My father
That's
and
level cap,
reinforcements
baby.
have brought their own weapons.
That's what we call a level cap. Oh yeah. Alright, that's exciting. Now I can actually put it on my gear, so I'm gonna do that. Yay, this character's gonna have good stats now. Urgler. Urgler. All these items out here. Oh yeah, get these items out here. Okay, so let's go. God, look how terrible my guy looks. Can? What can? Also, important note, you don't need to buy any of the earlier expansions. If you buy Minas Morgul and you get the level boost, you boost to level 120 and you skip all of the old expansion content, so you don't need to buy it at all. So that's also kind of interesting. Let me get this. Let me get this. This. Oh yeah, my character's about to get a lot of stats with no S, because why would you use essences? Oh, perfect. Beautiful. Oh yeah, I gotta put that there. Okay, so I have basically 0 physical mastery, which is awesome. And I have a little bit of finesse. But I gained a lot of health from all the vitality increases just from across all these items. And I gained a bunch of crit, so I crit a lot more. Yeah. Although I gotta say, I don't hate the, Actually, I don't hate this outfit. Hold on. Human outfit? Hold on. This one? Honestly, that's not bad. This is bad. Also, I really like the purple shoes. I didn't realize that these shoes were purple. The deceptive hides. Yeah, they're dyed purple. That's kind of cool. These shoes look pretty good. Honestly, you get them out from the expansion on every character? No. You have to do the deed to unlock it, and it only unlocks on the character that you do it on. The 1 pack and bare minimum. Yeah, I agree. Yeah, there should be a big pack for that. 100%. Okay, so now I need an offhand for the damages. Okay. So can I deconstruct any of this? Yeah, I can deconstruct that, and this is all just garbage. So hero's jacket. Yeah. Yeah, getting essences. This is going to be the time-consuming aspect of this character. Gotta get all the essences. I believe I can... I should be able to craft a whole bunch of them, because I don't really care about the cost. So crafting essences should be a non-problem. Okay, great. So I got the quest from Durin. That's perfect. Let's go to here. I can actually see some of the stuff. But yeah. If you unlock the mount from an expansion... Well, okay, hold on. That's not true. The mounts that you get from purchasing the expansion... Sorry. I misspoke. If you buy an expansion that comes with the mount, so you buy like the Mordor edition that comes with the mount, or the Minas Morgul edition that comes with the mount, or the War on Three Peaks edition that comes with the mount, then all of your characters get the mount. Yes. It's if you buy the editions that don't come... If you... Sorry, there's two different mounts from the expansions. There's those mounts, and then there's the deed mounts, which, like this one, the steed of the hero of Minas Ithil, that one you also get... that, like, this one is only single character because you have to unlock it. Yes, if you create a new character. So all of my characters, as an example, this character is a bunch of mounts, even though I didn't do anything, because the Steed of the Alliance of the Third Age, Ash Plains, Dead City, Great Alliance, Eastamit, Horse of the Gap, Steed of the Eldar, these are all mounts from purchases. And they're, like, for purchases of, like, expansions. Except, I think the Steed of the Eldar is for being VIP. And the Elder Slade Boar, and the Boar of Three Peaks, again, same thing. Okay, now I need to go into my shared storage. I need to get my pristine relics of Minas Ithil. I need to use 100. Oh, that's done. Yay! Now I got my sigils for embers.
Glad tidings, friend.
Perfect.
Faith alone will not stop the enemy.
And I got 45 LotRO points. Hell yeah! Thank you, reputation. Complete that deed. Okay, so now I can talk to this guy and buy the gear from the quartermaster. Do I need to get a weapon from this guy? I need medium adventurer's weaponry, 3,500. It's not that expensive. That's not too bad. I'll buy the adventurer weaponry, and then I want a dagger. There's fate and crit, so agility, vitality, fate, and crit. Or there's evade and resist. Oh, I guess instead of this, I could also use another weapon. So I could use like a sword or something. Sword is finesse and crit, so I get finesse, but I lose out on fate. Physical mastery and finesse. There's also the club, finesse and crit. I don't know, man. Like, I want to use the dagger, but also I feel like 44,000 finesse is better than 4,000 fate. Because I'm always going to have fate on my gear. So I feel like 44,000 finesse is better than... Because 4,000 fate is also 4,000 finesse, which is not very much. And then it gives a little bit of crit and some tactical mitigation. But yeah, there's no way. It's better to have the finesse than the fate. So I think I'm just going to use, instead of this dagger, which is kind of cool, I think it's just straight up better to use like the sword. Because it gives me 44,000 finesse, so then I don't have to worry about getting finesse in any of my gear. So I don't need to have like the relics of finesse or anything like that. Which seems better. So yeah, so probably going to go with this sword then. I just need to make sure I put a dagger in the offhand. Right. And so we go select. And come on. 430. Rats, 428. Alright, that's fine. That in the offhand. I do need to get a cosmetic dagger to go over top of this. Let's get this dagger to go right there. There we go. I'm dual wielding daggers now. Because it would make no sense to have swords. That'd be just kind of weird to be out of place. Anyway, so there we go. So that's actually a huge increase in my character stats. A bunch more vitality. Like if I just make an easy comparison to this dagger, that's, 2,000 more agility, 2,200 more vitality, more crit, and then instead of, I lost some fate and I gained a bunch of finesse, so then I can actually hit the monsters now, which is good. And my character is already getting close to the crit cap. Hooey. Are the boar mounts cool on a dwarf? I don't love the boar mounts. Just being honest, I don't love the boar mounts. So that's my personal opinion on that. I just occurred to me I have to open up these loot boxes. And I might get a weapon here, which will make me upsetty spaghetti, maybe. Oh, and I just got 1,000 embers! Oh, and I got a horse! Oh! I got a jackpot! Dude, I got 1,000 embers and I got a horse! And I got this ring that blows. But it's better? No, it's like somehow worse than my rings that have sockets in our lower item level. Oh! Hell yeah. I can show you what the boar mount looks like. There's the boar of 3 peaks. This is the most expensive one. I don't know how it looks on a dwarf, but it's a boar. They fixed the animation, so it looks a lot better now. Woo! This is a jackpot. Alright. Next key. By the way, you spawn, when you create a character, your character comes with 4 keys built in. So that's why I have this. Oh, and this is tier 5 essence? Tier 5 essence. Nice. And I got some item XP and some embers. Alright. Next box. Oh, you can use the boar mount in Moria? Oh, I didn't know that. That's sick. Another essence and another dwarf make cloak. Cool. Oh, this is the hooded one versus the regular one. Oh, this is like Durin's cloak. That's kind of cool, actually. You know, that's not a bad cloak. And the last box I got is a straight up pretty good bracelet. It's got finesse, it's got crit. I'm gonna be so overcap on crit. Oh, and Tome of the Cask-Laden Donkey. I got a donkey pet. All right. Hell yeah. So this is just straight up an improvement over both of my items. I'm going to have a lot of finesse. So it looks like, yeah, I'm definitely not going to need to add finesse onto this character. That's for damn sure. So wait, what stats do I need then? That are like key to making this character work? Probably physical mastery, just maxing out on physical mastery as much as I can. Because I'm like very low on that. Because I feel like all of these essences are probably just going to turn into mostly physical mastery. We're putting into this character. That's where I'm going to be running low. Also, how many figments of splendor do I have? Where are my figments? Figments. 7,200 figments. Because there's this Filbert Fig who sells stuff with the figments of splendor. So there's the clothing, and there's this these dwarf make outfits. Jacket, which like is honestly not too bad. With the cloak, you gotta get the cloak in there too. Honestly, not too bad. And I think, can you dye these? I don't know what happens if you change the coloring on it. Oh, it's not too bad. These dye pretty well. Ooh, look at that red. Ooh. That's like not bad. Oh, but it looks, I think you need a dark color to contrast with like the mountain on here. If you're to build up like an item set like this, so use something like a, oh, that's horrible. Horrible, horrible. Also, you can even do like a combination of colors. I'm not good at the combination dyeing, like making things look like using multiple different colors to get like different accents, like different colors of green or something. This character is not like a green. You get like, yeah, you gotta get like that, the dark purple. Actually, I think that's what you do. You use like purple for most of the pieces, and then you accent it with the dark purple as well. And you have like the purple, but then you have the dark purple. I don't know. I'm thinking about getting maybe a full dwarven outfit. Because I don't know what else to spend these figments on. There's also the Steed of the Unearthed Kingdom and the War Steed. How does the War Steed look? I have it on this character. I might as well use it. Sweet. So now I need to get off this. How do I get off this thing? How do I get off? Here it is. You gotta go mountain combat? Aha. Appearance. Beautiful. So this is the Unearthed Kingdom. Unearthed Kingdom. I mean, it's alright. I don't love it. It's okay. There's better horses out there, you know? They have like a better tail. That's a better tail, I think. Yeah, this tail's a better tail. It's better. Alright. Sounds good. There. Now I have like a nice looking horse. Alright, anyway, now I'm done with all of that messing about. Also, I don't really like hooded cloaks in this game, although does the hooded cloak look good on this type of character? It's not bad. I think one of the issues I have with the hooded cloak here is that it's got this, like, yellow on it. It's really, really yellow. So even if you were to, like, change the color, it doesn't change this yellow bit. That's the only reason I don't like the hooded cloak. Whereas I find the not hooded cloak, it's just like they got that gold outline, but I think just the yellow overall, I'm not a huge fan of. So we'll see. Okay, so next step is I got to finish off what I was doing here, which is just buying the rest of my things from my legendary barter items.
There is much
I need
to be done.
11 crystals for this. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. And then we just put it in the backup plan. There we go. Yes, my pretty, level up. And someday, I'll actually be able to bring this burglar into raids. If it's like, hey, we need a burglar today? No problem. Strimtom's got you covered. How long is it going to take? I don't know. Do I know how to play? Not a one. But am I level 130? Yep, and that's most of the way there. Now we just dump the rest of the crystals in. There we go. Beautiful. This is very dumb, but I have trust users website. I don't see a sign up in the LotRO market, so how does it work? Oh, so yes. So basically, the LotRO market, the old LotRO market, and the way this is, and that's not dumb. That's your concerns are correct, which is why they're changing the LotRO market. The old LotRO market, you would basically, you make the purchase, and then you get sent a code, and then you apply that code in game. So you would go into the LotRO store, and you go redeem code, and you enter in the code after you've made the purchase on the website, and it adds it to your account. You don't log in and make the purchase. That's why they've changed their infrastructure recently, in which the new website that you can go to, which only has the latest content, which is the War of Three Peaks, you actually log in, and then you apply it directly to your account, as opposed to the old website where you purchase a code. Both websites have problems. The old website, as you said, you're not actually adding it to your account, you're just purchasing a code. And one of the problems with that is that it has that feeling of being unsecure because, you know, you're not actually logging in with your credentials to make sure everything is like on the up and up. It is, and everything is fine, but it's you don't see that, right? That's not what's on the surface. That's one problem. Another problem that exists on that website, or like with the new website, is while the new website, it's all connected, so you immediately you get, you know, you log in and you apply the code to your account, so it happens right away. One of the main problems with that is that you can't buy codes anymore. So if somebody else, you wanted to give somebody an expansion, you can't. So there's problems with each system, unfortunately. There's no like easy solution there. So yeah, but you are definitely right to be cautious about that. But yeah, so there's no sign-in for the LotRO market. You simply buy the code and then you input it into your game. And they have a new system that they're going to be fleshing out earlier in the year that'll make it so it's all like linked to your account and what have you. So you have to like log in on your account. Alright, actually, I just realized I need to use the washroom and I gotta refill my water jug, so I'm gonna be back in a minute. So please give me a moment and enjoy the wonderful face of Mr. Strimtom Selleck. And if you're curious about what kind of character build I'm using for this character, I'm just gonna post it right here so you can see that. I can't get my face on because this menu is too big. Oh, no. You can't even off-center it, that sucks. Yeah, I'll be right back. I gotta hit the washroom and refill this jug in a few hours, and the coffee goes through ya. I have water now. I can, like, be energized. Yeah. Also, important note, I went to the store and I bought some products. One of the products that I bought, this handy dandy vitamin D. That's what I'm talking about. That's good. Vitamin D. I need to get me some of this. Oh, introduction Elder Slade. What? Completed? Accept? Oh. I guess I have to go talk to somebody to put that in. There we go. I will say I do like the fact that I am leveling up the stuff that isn't blue first, as opposed to the stuff that's blue. Just like leveling up everything else, as opposed to the actual spec that I chose when I created this character. I find very entertaining. And now the question is, what do you do when you get to level cap? And I don't know. You do content. I want to start running on this character the Stairs of Battle, so I can actually collect up all of the gear for all the different item slots. Which means I have to go do that. Also, I might have to learn how to play Yellow Burglar so I can Yellow Burglar some stuff. I don't know how to do that. It can't be that hard. I'm assuming it can't be that hard. You know, you gotta trick some stuff, double, disable, trickster, and all that jazz. You know, it seems pretty straightforward. So I'm not too worried about it, but it is something that obviously takes some practice. Like with anything else, it's important to make sure you take some time to practice and read up. I find that most of the characters that I play, you know, I just need to like jump in and get a round on to kind of remember, you know, kind of like a warm-up, play it for like a minute. So usually if it's like, oh, what am I bringing to raid today? I'm bringing this type of character? Cool, then I will go practice. But...
Hey Strim, Brian here. That's a great mustache, not yours. Strime Tom Selix.
Thanks, Brian. I appreciate that. It doesn't surprise me that you would also side with the robot, because you are a robot, so that makes sense to me. So no hard feelings, buddy, and I appreciate your support for my character and his great mustache. Because Strim Tom Selleck does have a good stash. That's just a true fact. He's got a good stash. Straight up. 100%. Okay, now I need to bring up the runic. And I don't want the binding. I want of force, of physical mastery, because this rune is going to go then here. Also, thanks for the bits. Appreciate that. But yeah, he does have a good mustache. That's the thing about Strim Tom Selleck. He's just, you know, he's fashionable. He looks good, you know. Shit, I wasn't supposed to do that. I was supposed to use this rune. Oh no, this is the one that's good. The physical mastery, the tactical mastery, the critical, the finesse. Oh, all the stats that I want, all in one item. I was supposed to use that. And here I was supposed to use the 3 peaks rune of striking on my prank shank. Oh god. Oh, sorry, day. 3.1 million XP into the prank shank. Bam! Not even close. I'm trying to level up the prank shank as much as possible so I can actually get some stuff going. Take some time. Crap. This is why I have 2 of these runes of force. Oh, I'm so stupid. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Everybody does stupid things. And I am a member of everybody, so it's fine. It's fine. This is gonna go in the... Fine. Gem of 3 peaks, guess what? You get to go into... What, this sword? God, that's annoying. Oh, no. Anyway, that's really funny. Yeah, runics. Glimmering. It'll something. Relics on a third ager? Yeah. Third agers and first agers don't matter. There's literally zero difference. The only difference between a third age and a first age weapon is that a first age weapon starts with like 2 more crystals put into it, but as somebody who has a shitload of resources, I don't care at all about whether it starts as a third ager or a first ager. Plus, also, I like the third ager visuals better. Actually, first of all, in terms of the visual quality of this little image here, it's second age, then third age, then first age. I find first ages that yellow is really glaring. I don't like looking at this. It also obscures what you're actually looking at. But the third ager, like, look at this burglar's toolkit. I like the sleek design. I don't like this one because it looks like, there's like a wire that's sticking out of it, or it's got like a handle on the top. And I'm not carrying a handle. I'm talking like something that's gonna fit on the pouch. And so the first age kit just doesn't look very good visually. So that's why I use that visual. But statistically, they're identical. So that's why I do that. Yeah, I'm going to get some physical essence rating things, I think. Some physical mastery essences. And I believe in my shared storage, I actually have some more physical mastery essences. Yeah, so let's do some slotting here. So my shoes, I'm 100% keeping these shoes because these are set shoes. So we're just going to keep these here. This chest piece is pretty good, so we're going to slot these in the chest piece. More stats there. And this is threshold 436. Probably not going to be better than the threshold 436 for a while, so we'll slot these in here. Cool. And this ring is not as good as my other rings, so I'm just going to decon this right now. There we go. So now we got some extra physical mastery. We got some extra crit. We do extra damage, and that's pretty good. Not too bad. But yeah, so a lot of people get confused by that. That there's a lot of misconceptions about whether you need a first age weapon or not. The age of your weapon only determines its non-imbued value, which is if you are a level 100 or say level 99 character or lower. But if you're a level 100 character or higher, it doesn't matter what the age of your weapon is. They are at that point they all become effectively identical. So try not to get stressed about that if you can. Okay, so now I have to go to Enek Kerfu. How do I get to Enek Kerfu? Freetown? Yeah, that sounds right. I also need to make some crafted relics for this character. I need a bunch of crafted relics. I need 4. How do I get crafted relics? I need resources. I need a lot of resources. I'd like to make my crafted relics using... the status symbol? I guess. Is it a status symbol? Yo, if it's a status symbol and you want some free status symbols, hit me up. I have like 1,000,000 symbols of the Elder King. You can get all your first agers you want for free. I will have no reason to use them. Pretty lame status symbol, if you ask me. There was a time where it was like really valuable to have. I just don't think that time is now. I don't know why I have this Darude stone in my inventory. But yeah, I need to get my... I think I'm going to use Scholar materials to do all of the Elder Slade crafting, which means I need to get my Warden to make the Elder Slade supply packs. To get the titles and the relics. Or the crafted relics. Which means I need to get my acquaintance on my Warden. Also, I like the fact that my Burglar has 298k life. With, like, a bunch of hero stuff still equipped. It's funny. And my stats, like, all over the place. Oh, God. Oh, God. I'm just trying to walk over here. Please, game, load faster.
What do you need?
Enek Kerfu, that's what I need. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, so if you're worried about what age your weapon came from, don't worry about it. That's an unimportant piece of information. Now, is there technically a statistical difference? Yes. Two-handed weapons, as well as class items, do have additional stats on top of that. As an example, my first age bag here gives minus 9% trick power cost and minus 1% melee skill power cost that wouldn't show up on my first age bags. However,
power cost is irrelevant because everyone has infinity power, because if you have even one fate item equipped, you can't run out of power in combat.
The mountains
So, yeah.
not
It is not as important or impactful as you might otherwise think. Oh, actually, no, I want to use my Worsteed for this. I think that's one of the main issues, is just those things don't matter. Now, in the future, you know, if they say they're doing a legendary item revamp, I would kind of love to see the age of the weapon kind of go by the wayside. Oh, wow, I didn't realize how much I like this lamp. Okay, I very much like the lamp. Okay, I like the lamp a lot. But yeah, I would hope that goes by the wayside, and they stop using that as like a visual indicator of your character's, like, or like, you know, that's not relevant to the strength. I would much rather it be like a weapon of the first age, second, or third age just either does something different, or maybe just it determines the visual style.
Quest received.
Because it made sense when you were like recreating your weapons every expansion cycle, but we don't do that anymore. We just keep them. But I'd like it if they didn't do that anymore. Also, Revagine SB, welcome to the stream team. Stream. I'm certain I've seen you sub before, but or not sub, follow before, but I don't know. These things happen. Sometimes Twitch unfollows people. Oh, the Elder Slade. Armish. All this stuff. All this mail I don't want to get. Delete. 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 I do hope that you travel to Oatbarton and see what's happening there. Thanks. I'll definitely go to Oatbarton. Heightbold? No problem. Rohan? You got it. Langflood? You got it. Durin? Okay, I'm actually doing that. I did this one. Oh, man. In their absence. No. To Heightbold. To the Entwad. This actually starts you in the Rohan storyline, which is very convenient. Oh yeah, right, that's true. I'm a blue burglar. Burglar. Yeah, I need to get into a stair group. I'm gonna see if I can go unlock the stairs of battle and then get into a group. And then I can show you guys the expert ability of a burglar. Probably not. And then I also, as I said, need to get some of the other craftable items. Ooh, the crafting. I feel like one of the things that they've done with this game, if they added so many different types of dailies all around the world, that you could probably spend pretty much all day playing like 1 or 2 characters every day and not run out of stuff to do. Depends on how efficient you are, of course. But I feel like that there's some people out there that have like literally 1 or 2 characters and they just like, you never run out of things to do. Like I said, there will be a time in the far distant future, because I get probably 100 scrolls a week, where eventually, I've arrived. I get about 100 scrolls a week, where eventually I will not need to, goodbye. Or eventually I won't need to level up my items anymore, and all of these items will all say 652 of 652, and it'll all be cool. But we're not there yet. I'm pretty far from that. Pretty damn far. And so it's a bit of a process. I don't know what subtle stab damage multiplier on this. I just did. That's not the smartest idea. Okay, cool. So that's dungeons unlocked, so now I can join. I can join groups, or even start my own group if I wanted. My stats on this character honestly aren't even that bad. It's mostly just getting like a helmet, shoulders, and a cloak. Well, this says evade finesse. It's kind of interesting that there's some hybridized items where some items will be like all offense and some items actually have some like weird defensive stuff on them. I do find that kind of interesting. The hybridized items are definitely something that I've always liked, is items that give you some amount of hybrid defense. And I think that's one of the issues possibly with some of the itemization in this game, is that because every item is so focused, it's either defense or offense. You can't expect any offensive characters to have any defense, and you can't expect any defensive characters to have any offense, because you'd have to, like, you as a player aren't told to take those stats, so then you just don't end up having any of them. Like, a great example is like evade or resistance or something like that. Like, those stats aren't useless, but the game never says, hey, you should really consider using these stats. So then you don't, and then you don't have the stats. Like, whoa, what do you do? Why can't I destroy this letter? It's like impervious to damage. Here we go. Go. Destroy! All to the north. I can't destroy it. I have to go talk to Grimbjorn at Grimbjorn's house. I have no option. It is impervious to damage. And then one of the nice things you can do with this character is, because I'm missing one of the key components, is the item XP. That's where the missions can come in handy, because the missions give you like a reasonable amount of item XP every single time you do them. So I can walk up here. No. I didn't want to talk to that guy. I can walk up here and do some of the missions, and then by doing the missions, it'll actually fill out all the item XP that I need for all these different things, because they're going to be like, kill a bunch of guys, get some XP, call it a day. You also notice I don't max out the incoming healing rating. There's literally no point. The cost and expense of this is like such a waste of time. Never, ever, ever do that. Missions for the cause. Oh, yeah. I'm just going to do all the missions here to practice up. Drop tons of health off the new pieces. Yep. All the purples are very weirdly itemized. Oh, I just slay these things now. All right. Yeah, now my burglar's like invincible. Oh, I just put on some gear and it's like, hello, I can now dodge everything. My evasion chance is like infinity, and I don't take any damage from monsters. Oh. This is great. Although I do still love the fact that I'm healing with my bob and weave for 437 every 2 seconds. Oh, jeez, that's not very good. Those are not very good stats. Yeah, so it's just kill these guys to get all the weapons that you need. The only downside to Burglar that I can see is that they have good AoE. It's just not like godly AoE, you know? Or like the AoE is like pretty good, but it's not as good as like a champion or something, or a warden. Gotcha. That's it. Sweet. Hell yeah, Burglar. This thing does a lot of damage. I'm not even playing in like the good damage one. You should pick up the reward. And like I said, these grant a reasonable amount of item XP, which is good as well. And it in. That's meowing over there. Oh, and I can't do missions, so I gotta wait. Have to be less good at something? Well, yeah. Or else I just like overcome and do everything. I guess I'm playing DPS, but they don't know. I'm blue. They have no idea. These guys have no idea. They're like, oh, cool, it's a burglar. Is he gonna like debuff the monsters? Is he gonna like do a bunch of damage, like get him with the stabs? No idea. I'm gonna do none of those things. Bunch of damage? Ah, what a joke.
You are welcome among us, friend.
Oh, thanks. I do feel welcome. Storvagun. Oh, I joined the wrong group. Oh shit. I straight up joined the wrong group. I thought I was doing stairs. Alright. I thought I was doing stairs. Apparently I'm doing Storvagun right now. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm just gonna keep up my big debuff. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. No consequences of my actions. All good. It's all good. It's all fine. Okay. Yep. Yep. Oh, that's so funny. Oh, that's so good. This also isn't super hard, but I think I'm the big DPS in the group. Maybe, because we have 2 Lore Masters, a Runekeeper, a Minstrel, a Bear Tank. I don't know how I wasn't paying attention. Because I think I saw one person, like, there's a person collecting for stairs, and there's a person collecting for Storvagun, and I think I just kind of did this. So, yeah, that's funny. That's very funny. It's okay. Yeah, we have a bear right here. He's got 737k health. What are you talking about? This bear? 737k? Yeah, tank the heck out of this. Also, I'm a burglar. I'll just tank it. Oh, this is funny. Okay. Anyway. Well, I guess I have to learn my DPS rotation right now. 40 million? No problem. Okay, so I just have to keep in mind what my gambles are at. And I accidentally overwrote a tier 5 gamble with a lower tier 1. Okay, now I'm going to go over here and start killing this Trey Tortoise warrior. Because if I get a kill, my all-in cooldown resets. So I'm just going to kill this guy real quick. Real quick, he's going to die. Yeah, I do a lot of damage. Oh, no. My all-in, I only have 10 more seconds to kill this thing. There we go, perfect. That resets. Now go back on Storvagun. Hit him with a debuff and gamble. Hit him with another gamble. Bam, look at this guy. He's all debuffed. He hits like a kitten now. See? That's what it's all about. It's all about just making sure you have the appropriate gambles and the appropriate targets. And boom, now I get a tier 6. How much does my tier 6 do, by the way? 27,000 damage per second versus this, which is like 18,000 on a big crit. Not too bad, honestly. Another nice thing about playing with any type of bear is that bears are going to hold all the aggro all the time. I'm going to kill the snow beast real quick. Get out of here, snow beast. Also, another important thing is I need to make sure I'm managing and... oh, there's a tier 6 debuffing gamble. Now he's all slow. Could you imagine if I actually put, like, disable on this guy? Nah, it's fine. Is keeping up your burglar's or gambler's advantage, because that is a huge bleed, and you want to make sure you're managing all the time. And there's also the animation canceling with the burglar and all sorts of stuff. And it's like... you know. And now we just gonna bump ourselves back to full health with a the good old attack. Oh, I forgot that he also constantly tears off his own debuffs because he resets his action bar. Oh yeah, I gotta make sure I'm behind the boss too because I have positional. Oh, burglars, stand behind the bosses. You know how I say all the time, like, stand behind the boss? Yeah, I gotta, like, listen to my own words. Come on, Storvagun, stop making yourself immune. Very annoying. I'm spending so much time staring at my action bar because I do not know how to play this character. I feel like I'm not even doing anything. I'm spamming AoE as much as I can to like just get some damage out, and then just trying to keep myself alive. And overwriting my own gambles. Fortunately, I get lucky and I overwrite my own gambles with things that are very potent. I'm gonna get Storv again over here. Debuff. Take that, Storv. Animation cancel. This stun does this guy. I don't know if I have a way to apply area of effect gambles is the problem on this character. So when there's like a lot of ads in these types of fights, I can't like chop down things instantaneously. Uh-oh. I don't want my gambler's advantage tax to fall off. No! Oh, look at the size of that gambler's advantage. 24,000 damage per second? Or every 2 seconds? It's actually a lot. That's a lot of damage. Free.
Quest received.
Yeah, so we should be good here. And also, fortunately, I'm actually interrupting stuff, which means I'm like forgetting to use my animation cancel all the time, but I don't need to care about not using my animation cancel because I am not trying to cancel my animations, but actually attack the monsters, and it seems to be working just fine. Okay, cool. So that did not go as planned, but because I did the wrong dungeon, which is hilarious. But it's okay. Slash up, thanks. Now I'm gonna leave. In shame. Oh, the shame! I joined the wrong dungeon. I did the wrong thing. And I did 66,000 DPS. There we go. Perfect. Yeah, 20 million damage. How much damage did I do to Storvigan? Just to Storvigan. Just the boss. I did 13 million of his 40 million. So, like, I did like 14 million. So, honestly, that's not too bad. I did like 14 million. Oh, yeah, I wasn't riddling anything. I should have been riddling all the giants on the outside. Wasn't doing that. I'm just trying to AoE stuff. But, like, 14 million on Storvigan. I did my job. You know, I showed up. I showed up to the party. I was just hitting him. What was the highest amount of damage? Flashing Blades, a melee attack, subtle stab, damaging gamble 6, double-edged strike, gambler's advantage, gambler's strike, damaging gamble, provoke, hedge your bet. Oh, hedge your bet actually hits pretty hard. Yeah, Flashing Blades is like the majority of my damage. To be fair though, I was also disproportionately using Flashing Blades with aim. So if you use aim and then use Flashing Blades, it causes all of the hits to crit, which is pretty nice. It's basically just like extra damage. How to min-max your damage. Anyway, I'm going to keep doing this. Angry Watering Can, I play on Crick Hollow, because Crick Hollow is a cool place with cool people. Yeah. That's it. That's all I got. An Assault of Frost. I think there's supposed to be stuff that spawns. Oh, there is stuff that spawns. But yeah, I play on Crick Hollow because I just do. I don't have like a particular reason, but yeah, that's the server that we play on here. It's a fun place. There's a lot of good people on Crick Hollow. So if you're looking for a server with some down to earth, fun people to play with, great place to go. One actually the reasons why I say that, not just because I'm advertising for my own server, but also because Crick Hollow has all sorts of different festivals and events that go on. Lots of music festivals and things. If you are a member of the Lord of the Rings Online Discord channel, you can actually check it out. People will post their events all the time of like the different concerts that take place in Breetown and other stuff. So it's pretty neat actually. Again, it's the exact opposite of why I play video games, and I have no interest in ever attending any of these concerts, but I do think that it's awesome that people will come together and make their own like player-driven events. I think that's great. Just occurred to me, I can use my stun dust to get behind monsters. There was a time when I was better at this game and I would play Burglar and do that. Or I would use Startling Twist when it used to be an all Burglar ability and then rip it off. Yeah, Evernight. Okay, how do I do this? So I get both these guys stunned. I interrupt this guy. I stun Dust, then go behind and get the extra hit. Boom, boom. There we go. That's how you do that. Okay, so Stun Dust is the trick. So you use Stun Dust to get behind the monsters. Is this a minute cooldown? Rats. I can riddle behind this guy and then get him with the backle tackle. Maybe that's not how you're supposed to say that. I'm going to say back attack, but I'm sorry. Anyway. Yeah. Oh, the devastating crit. How much does that do from stealth? 23k every 2 seconds. So it's not as good damage as Gambler's Advantage. It's not as good damage as a 6-tier damage in Gamble. I think it's just hard to manage the higher tier gambles. I feel like it's something that you would really need to practice, and then you get damage that is just straight up worse than if you're playing as a regular from stealth attack burglar. Although I feel like from landscape it's not as bad because you're less reliant on the positional damage. Because instead of being reliant on positional damage to get all your extra hits, you literally just smash all in and kill everybody in like one hit. This is a very different thing. Oh, I see him. He's over here. But yeah, that's one of the things that I really appreciate about the Lord of the Rings Online is that there's so many people out there that just that are super kind when they play this game. They're just like, they just want to share their experiences. You ask somebody to teach you something or to show you something. People show up out of the woodwork to help you with stuff. Great. Great game, great population. Highly recommend. Gotta level up faster. Alright, Horan, let's go. So I guess I can basically just do these every single day. And then also, I guess I can do the weeklies as well. Which just occurred to me. Like the, oh! I can do the weeklies out of, Minas Morgul now. I can just attack these guys from stealth so I get all the extra damage. Yeah, that was way more effective. Instead of using this bleed, I used double-edged strike, and because it was both damage from stealth, because I get extra damage from stealth, and then also increased damage from behind, the positional damage, it allowed me to just instantly delete those two guys, which is pretty sick. This thing, because there's the Sundergrot driver, I can't really do that. That's not true, actually. Yeah, I can. Here we go. That guy's down. Then I just hit the all-in. And this guy's never going to be able to call for reinforcements because he's going to die beforehand. Like, I could interrupt him, but I just let him scream. Another thing that's important, once you have the actual interrupt bar, so you can see how long they're casting for, I usually will wait till it's close to the end before I actually interrupt a monster, just because of how much extra time you get to save on fighting them. Because if the monster's not doing anything, they're just trying to interrupt you, or they're trying to cast a spell, you can just let them cast, and then while they're sitting there trying to cast, you don't have to worry about it or do anything important. You can just sit here and stab him in the back. Same thing, like this guy, he's trying to cast, so I'm just going to hit him while his back is exposed. And then if he actually gets close to finishing, I can interrupt him when he gets close to the end of the bar. You can just, like, wait a little bit. It's also good to do in, like, raids or dungeons where monsters are casting spells to wait to the end. The problem with waiting to the end is if you miss it, then the monster gets their spell off. And if it's a dungeon or a raid and a monster gets their spell off, sometimes that can be like catastrophically fatal for your entire group. So, obviously measure yourself and what you're doing. Be mindful. But bam. Got him. I'm actually curious. I don't know how much item XP you need to max out all these things. This character was designed with all of its items like started, so 120 to 130 was not enough time to actually max out all of my legendary items. It makes me wonder how much time you really need. And again, I'm just going to stand behind this guy and stab him in the back, because he's not going to do anything about it, which is hilarious. Yeah, Burglar, really fun. The mixing up of stealth and then just general, like, oops, I have been caught, time to kill everybody type of style of combat's very good. I think it's one of the reasons why a lot of just heavily stealth-based games I'm not a huge fan of, because I find that a lot of the times stealth gameplay in which you wouldn't be able to defend yourself if you get caught, I feel like is really punishing. It's basically like, oh, did I get caught? Cool, I restart the quest, or I restart the mission, or I restart whatever it is I'm doing. Which is why one of the things I actually liked about the stealth gameplay in Cyberpunk was that in a lot of times, whether you were stealth or not was mostly for the story. Like, there would be, like, an optional thing. It would be, like, optional, you know, do this without getting caught. Or optional, you know, do this thing while staying fully in stealth. As opposed to, like, the way that you had to do it. So if you did get caught or something, all you missed out on was, like, maybe an extra line of dialogue, as opposed to you had to restart the quest or redo a thing. Like, it was always a valid option to just go shoot everybody. Which is good. Because that's one of my favorite things to do in those style of video games. Is to go shoot everybody. You know what? This guy should die. Come on, buddy. Get that guy out of here. Gotcha. Mission reward. There you go. And then you get a whole bunch of, you get all the item XP, which is why I'm doing this for the most part. I need to level up the item XP on this character, or level up my legendary items so I can actually use it appropriately. Alright. Then there's so many more missions. And you also, there's like a weekly, or like another set of missions, although it looks like this does not give item XP, unfortunately. It just gives you extra motes. And then with all the motes, you can trade them in. You can buy the gear from the Quartermaster to get gear that is appropriate for your level. Or alternatively, if you're me, buy Scrolls of Empowerment with them. That's pretty much all I'm going to be doing, is buying Scrolls of Empowerment. Just parking this character and Scrolls of Empowerment and Scrolls of Empowerment and Scrolls of Empowerment. I think I'm going to go do the, all of the quests in Estolad Land. So I'm going to see if I can get a group first for Stairs. Stairs, T1, 106, need any peace intel. Because with tier 1, I don't think you need any, even though usually my characters are like a little over geared and I just drag in whoever. Even still though, for tier 1, I don't think you need any particular group or people. And I already got people joining in. Oh man, I got 4 X's already. Wow, that's fast. It's really funny because there's so many people, myself included, that just don't want to open up a group. Like, I just don't want to do it. I just don't want to open up a group. Because I'm lazy. And so sometimes it's nice just to have other people join you. You just like... Or like you just join someone else, you see someone pop open a group and you're like, oh yeah, I can do that. And so you jump in. It's a problem in like pretty much every game. Nobody really wants to lead the group because then they feel like a level of responsibility for forming and putting it together or messaging people and doing all this other work. Whereas if you don't do that, you can instead stare at like, you know, Facebook on your other monitor or like go on your phone. Which is, you know. Definitely what I do, 100%. Great Alliance. This in, give me my item XP, video game. Perfect. And I got my task completed. Another universal crafting item. Alright.
Let us hope you bring glad tidings, friend.
Everywhere. Yeah, exactly. Group leader. Yeah, as long as you open groups, people will join you. If you decide to like, hey, I'm gonna run the raid, I'm gonna run the thing, people will just join in because they don't even care. They're like, I don't want to have to deal with like sorting this out myself.
It is on the stairs of Bagud Mecca,
It's a
the gate of winds,
factor of humanity you can always count on to be
the
successful.
war of
Lethargy.
Three Peaks is to be fought. There,
People be lazy, man.
those loyal to Gorgon
Myself
the
included.
Ruthless and Hramil Frostheart, the Gabilaka, hope to deal a devastating blow to both of these forces in a single stroke.
I'm assuming somebody in here is going to do some healing. We just start clearing. There we go. Get some healing going on this. Oh man, look at the damage. Holy guacamole. If I actually had good damage from stealth, that'd be sick. Oh man, and the tier 6 gamble. Healing return. Give me that health back, buddy. I like how we're gonna probably clear this with just the 4 of us, because we do a ton of damage. We're just smashing through all these monsters like it's nothing. So yeah, I don't know. I'm enjoying the burglar so far. This is the type of character that really appeals to me, where it's got a lot of good micro optimizations of how you actually are doing a lot of your attacks and in what order. You notice I'm actually pretty much never starting with my try to control this guy. I'm pretty much never actually starting with my my gambles. I'm actually going with just a lot of the non-gamble stuff most of the time, because it is often gonna just give me that little bit more burst damage, especially using this ability right here. Flashing blades is my bread and butter, dude. Just flashing blades, look at that. Top damage. Back in the day when you used to have to choose whether you wanted to use flashing blades or not, or you wanted to use the exposed throat, and it's oh yeah, you gotta use exposed throat because it gives you all those juicy fellowship conjunctions that can pop all the time. It's nah man, damages. Oh man, I can't get behind these guys. What is this?
Hey stream, Brian here. Go for the jugular.
Go for the jugular? I don't know why, for some reason, I thought you had typed in, go for the jaguar. That you're giving me 100 bits to be okay, take these 100 bits, buy yourself a jaguar. Do we have anybody who's healing? I don't even know if we need anybody to heal for this. I should wait till this guy gets here and call it a day. And we'll go. That can be dangerous? No, they're really friendly. They're really friendly. You just have one and they're very friendly. And they eat a boatload of meat? No. Don't worry about it. These are all problems. You're imagining that there are problems that exist with this plan. Just get the jaguar. Problem solves itself. Boom, now you have one. See how easy it is? Ooh, let's do it.
We have never met our match,
You pitiful wormling. Now this is where I absolutely want to get Hedgerbed out first.
You face us.
And I got a tier 1 gamble. Oh yeah. And that's what I want to get. There we go. I'm gonna debuff this guy. That's the tier 6 gamble, so now he's slowed by a ton. Debuff him from back. Get him with the aim and the extra gamble. Animation cancel. Move onto the gambler's advantage. If these guys hit, they do a ton of damage, or they heal themselves, so that's all they gotta do. Don't stand in front of him. Don't stand in front of him. No, kill the guy. He lives. Nice. Yeah, it's fine. As long as we have... we should be okay for healing. As long as we have runestones. Should be fine. Also, we got DNFs. Ooh, a glittering band. Is this band block and resistance? Oh, what a bad item. Just take the Jaguar to your uncle's ranch and let him eat there. There you go. See, that's now you're thinking about it. Let your uncle take care of your Jaguar for you. That's thinking. You know, now you're really putting the pieces together. And you put the pieces together in your mind. Okay? Let the Jaguar take care of itself by just giving it a free range of food. Just let it go outside. You know, it's like, think about it, right? You're like, okay, how do I feed the Jaguar? Don't. It's an outdoor Jaguar. Jaguar lives at home, and you just let it go outside. You know how people have, like, outdoor cats or something? It's like an outdoor Jaguar. Same basic principle, just a bigger cat. So it roams around the streets at night, doing whatever they do when they roam around the streets at night. Also, I feel bad, because, like, I wish I could pull aggro off of these guys. I just can't. Because I could easily, if it was possible for me to tank this stuff, I would. I just can't hold aggro on anything. But our damage is, like, great, so... Like, unlimited meat. Yeah, exactly. There's just meat everywhere outside. It's just walking around, talking on its iPhone. So Jaguar will be really happy that it gets just to eat delicious, you know, fresh produce or whatever. It's great. Smash this guy, problem solved. Perfect, look at that. Also, if one of our people wanted to heal at all, this would also be fine. We would also be good. Jaguar, lion, or tiger? Yeah, exactly. Well, you can't have tigers anymore. They blew the lid on that one. Oh, tier 6 healing gamble. Now people heal when they hit the monsters. Yeah, so you definitely can't do that one anymore. Sweet. Great job, everybody. How much I get healed from my own tier 6 healing gamble? From Shatarka. I healed myself for 56,000 damage. I mean, yeah. Also, no one got frozen there. We did it so fast. Oh, sweet. Tank pants. Yes, that's exactly what I wanted. Tank pants. Oh. We'll get there. Where's my burglar run boost? I guess I get extra stealth speed. So I can, like, put this bag on stealth and take the bag off, and now I move faster. Just in stealth now. Yeah, I can do some good damage if I combo up behind the monster. 76k. That's what I'm talking about. Stun dust. Get out of here. I love that ding that goes off whenever like little dinner bell when you get the high tier gamble. It's so good. It's very satisfying. Like I said, the visuals and the sounds are one of my favorite parts about playing the gambler. It might not be the best thing, but it is kind of the best thing. You feel like a winner. Like your lottery ticket just came up, and you're like, oh, those are my lotto numbers. All right. Also, I will say specifically about the lottery. So I don't play the lottery because it's just a waste of time. But there are people out there that use like the same like lottery numbers every week, where like they go buy their lottery tickets and they put in the same numbers every week, and I feel like that would be literally insanity. Like, your brain would get overloaded if you try to do that. Because eventually you just get to the point where, like, you know, the second you deviate, there's that nagging thought in the back of your mind that if you deviate from those numbers, what if those numbers come up? And you use those numbers every week. And it turns in, and then, like, weeks turn into months, turn into years of spending the money on this. Just make sure you don't lose all of your numbers. Because if there's the one time that you missed it that week, and then those numbers came up, you'd never forget it. So, I could never do, like, something like that. I would have to do, like, randomly generated. Did I win or not? Yes or no? Someone tell me. Because it doesn't actually change the result. It's not like you're getting a different outcome or a different number. But it's just like, that would be too much for my petite brain to understand.
What are you doing, you imbeciles? Kill them!
Oh wait, I can stealth. And it's your birthday in the streets that you live on? For sure. It's not about the numbers actually being important. Damn it, he knocked me out of stealth before I could get him with my big attack. Come back. I want to get you with my big attack. Ooh, that's a 1%. That's not good. Whoops. Sorry, team. Thought I was going to do better than that. Anyway, let's debuff this guy. Oh, another one. The nice thing is about the gambles, if you get a 1 and then a 1, it up tiers for the next set, which is nice. Or tiers up to the next set, next number. Great jobs. Thanks. And leave. All right. Yeah, just go random, exactly. Yeah, so like the significance of a number is not as important as like the probability of it actually coming up. Ooh, look at that. That's an upgrade. Shoulder guards of the Windgate. Better than the hero shoulder pads by a mile. Plus, they also might look good. Let's see. Oh no, I didn't load yet. These shoulder pads look... Honestly, that's not a bad outfit. I do like the exposed arm. I think it looks pretty good. I don't know, maybe I'm crazy, but it's not too bad. Definitely need some more physical mastery going on here, but we'll see.
Hope you bring glad tidings, friend.
Now I can do these more weeklies or whatever, but I can do them on another character. Whoa! How crazy is that? Harrowing a Morgul. I think I unlocked all these dungeons. I mean, I might as well. I'm trying to level up all this character's legendary items. Then I can eventually play an actual burglar. And then after that, it's move on to the next character, and then move on to the next character, move on to the next character, and oh god. Harrowing. Yeah, building up your character, getting up all your different abilities. I don't know. I think I do like the fact that the game does give you the option to kind of build your character's skill set as you build your character's item set. Like the fact that there are usually a lot of steps during expansion to teach you, or like that you have to go through to like get your characters ready for like full-on play, I think is actually not such a bad thing. And the reason why I say that is because you need time to actually learn what your character does, how they function, what your abilities are, and so, you know, obviously it takes extra time when you have to grind through stuff. I don't know. I don't feel that bad about it most of the time. $11 characters at max? Nice. There's not even that many classes. Which your character classes did you repeat? I always try to also figure out what is like what I find most engaging about characters, and for me, I find most of the time it's melee. I find Lore Master is hard to play because I just don't like spellcasters. DDO spellcasting is a little bit different. DDO spellcasting I usually play in melee anyway. Should animation cancel that? Did it not? Oh right, precise essence. Give me extra crit chance. Oh. And who knows, maybe there's other groups that pop up, might jump into something else. But yeah, this burglar's just been really fun to play so far, and it's melee, but like I said, it's got some extra components to it, which is kind of cool. And you've got so many different options in combat how you want to interact with stuff. I actually kind of love hiding in plain sight, because you can just be like, nope, I'm gonna drop out of this situation and do something else right now. 3 cabins, 2 hunters, 4 hunters. Holy guacamole, 4 hunters. That's so many hunters. I mean, when you gotta hunt, you know, provide for the family. You gotta pick up all that delicious orc meat or whatever it is that hunters bring home. Because for the most part, I feel like that's what we hunt most of the time is orcs and trolls and all these other crazy monsters, as opposed to, you know, animals. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. Yep, I will have to level up my hunter at some point, and it should be a good time. I'm hoping to, I'm planning on doing my hunter last, because you need to have, if to appropriately play a hunter, you need to have 2 bows, as well as a burn hot swap bow. I'm like, I don't want to do all the work to put all that together, but I will, but I don't want to. But I will, but I don't want to. I also need to get my warden through the War of 3 Peaks, so I can start doing the crafting. One thing I will say that's kind of nice is that there's not a huge requirement for minstrels to have, like, too many different item sets, which is not too bad. I gotta also remember not to end with Hedger Bat. This has a, I think, oh, Hedger Bat is almost my hardest hitting attack. It's like, hits pretty damn hard, which is pretty good. My character would be demonstrably stronger right now if I actually leveled up a lot of these different things. Stuff like Burglar Bleed damage, Harmful Gamble damage, Lucky and Gambler Strike damage, and then even on the bag, same thing. The Hedger Bat damage, more positional, all in melee. I just haven't done that. The plan is to fully max out this burglar and get all this item sets, like all the weapons done, and then move on to the hunter, and then move on to the runekeeper. And hopefully all of this will be done before Brawler comes out, so then I can sit here and be like, look at me guys, I'm cool. I've got all 10 classes at level cap, and they have all the legendaries done. Why? Because I'm a nerd, and I sit inside all day and I play video games, and I don't form personal relationships with human beings. Instead, I max out my characters, and I feel good about myself. Such as that. You know, you gotta do what you gotta do. You gotta max out your characters. That's why when I started playing this, I like got my legendary sorted out first, and then build them up. Exactly. For the nerds! Stay inside, everybody. It's definitely a good time. Hey, if I was ever gonna get all of the character classes up to level cap, and also get them fully geared out with raid gear, and also get them geared out with legendary weapons, this is the time to do them. Is he auto aggro? Oh no, he doesn't. Oh, that's kind of cool. Got him. All in is good. Wait, so that damage was 45k damage because that was bleeds. And the auto attacks was most of my damage because of my attack speed. Actually, that makes sense that auto attacks would be the most of the damage, because this character gets 50% increased attack speed from all in, and that affects your auto attack. Wait, can I do the same thing that I do in all my other characters? Hold on, let's see if we can drag. Hello, everybody. Let's go. Just drop bleeds on everybody as I run down the hall. I don't think I need to heal either. I think I can get through this without healing. Because all in is really strong. I might need to heal. We'll see. Feeling good though. Maybe? That guy needs to heal, that's for damn sure. Healing. I have 12k life left. Good enough for me. Who needs to heal? I was really thinking about touch and go. I was thinking about it. Who's next? You are, Dargish. See ya. Yeah, I'm doing these at 130, by the way. Usually you would do these like under-leveled. The reason why I'm doing these at 130 is specifically because it gives more XP per monster that I kill, and I'm trying to get as much item XP as possible. As I mentioned before, yeah, this takes a long time to level up the damn Prank Shank. 46. We're getting there. Bit by bit, but it takes a lot of XP. Actually, can't you get like an item XP boost? I think I actually might have an item XP booster. That'd be a good idea to use. Boost. Enhanced XP, XP, crafting boost. No, I don't think I have an item XP booster. Maybe, hold on. Let's check the other bag. Open my entire vault. Oh, Berg gear. Look at that, Berg gear. These are 431s that grant less stats than what I have, so these can get deconstructed. You could buy those. And this is a helmet that grants more physical mastery, more crit, more vitality, more agility, more armor, and it's got 2 sockets because it's a 433. Wow, why do I have a 433? Sick. That's a good item. That's a good item level. And yeah, I don't have anything else. Thought I did. I have maps. That's about it. Cool. I'm going to hit the washroom real quick because I need to do that, and I will be back in just a moment. But, damn, that's cool. Oh yeah, I should have probably picked up the item XP. I think in the perks, there's an item XP boost you can get. There it is. Burst of marks. Burst of item XP. 25% for 1 hour for 7,500 Destiny points. I don't want to spend that. I have this huge stack, but the only way you get Destiny points is by leveling up characters, and I don't want to just spend them. But I don't use them. At least as far as I know, that's the only place you can get them. Anyway, I'll be back in just a moment. So enjoy an advertisement for a car you don't want to buy. Hey, I returned. Ah, feels good. Oh, to get back into it. Where was I? Oh yeah, Roost. Roost. And also I need to message a friend. Perfect. One of my friends asked if I could help him build a character for some Dungeons and Dragons stuff. I was like, yeah, absolutely, no problem. Oh, and there's a quest I just did. Nice. Look at that. Saving people's lives.
It is said to be home to
Because I find that until you... It's just one of those things that takes a little while to learn how to do. To, like, learn how to play, like, any type of Dungeons and Dragons game. It takes time to also learn, like, all of the rules. And even, like, building a character can be a complicated thing. Now, building your own character is something that I think everybody should take the time to do, because there's so many aspects and pieces to it, and it's a... I'm not going to call it, like, a profound or mystical or whatever experience like that. It's mostly just that it does take a lot of time, because you have to, like, really read the rules and try to figure out how everything works, and if you're unsure about something, you have to do the, you know, the due diligence of, you know, all the necessary Googling, try to figure out what it is that, what are the details and things that you missed. And so, for me personally, I've always enjoyed the process of making a character, but I understand that it can be a difficult thing to do. So I'm going to be helping out a friend tonight, building and designing a character for a game that they're playing in. I have no idea what they want to play. So that's also going to be a bit of a challenge. Because they're the kind of person where they're like, okay, I want to play a Dungeons and Dragons game, and then like, okay, and like, I'm like, what kind of character do you want to play? And like, I want to play a character that is like this other character from book series, video game, TV show, whatever. And it's like, okay, cool. I will help. I don't know if I can give you exactly what you want, but I will do what I can to help. Wait, is this guy stun immune? What? Oh, I think I knew that somewhere deep down, that the Gorthrog was stun immune. Somewhere deep down, I knew that. Turn around, buddy. Oh, and I like that I can stand behind this guy to hit him all the time. Because he's just going to stand there and be like, get away from me, pests.
Quest
Delightful.
received.
Also, Zyot MB, welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Yeah, so as I said, there's some cool experiences in there. Plus, it's also just fun to like talk to other people about like some of their ideas. I think that especially when you play a lot of video games, it's very easy to get away from the fantasy and the magic of what makes a lot of these worlds exciting and fun, and just boil it down to like numbers. You know, when you play a video game and you look at it and you go, okay, cool, I have these 2 swords. Especially in like Lord of the Rings Online is an easy example of this. During the leveling process, you have like cool purple sword, like the blade of whatever, and it's got this awesome name, and you know, or like the dagger of the jester or whatever it is, and it has this awesome name, and the flavor text is really good, and you're really excited about it, and then you find, you know, Sword of Resolve, which is just some yellow item, which has no flavor text, but it does more damage, so you're like, goodbye dagger, hello, Sword of Resolve, and you know, some of the magic just sort of disappears. Got him. Felby Slayer.
The eggs have begun to hatch.
Quickly, toss the egg into the caverns below. You got it. Little cat lob. Yeah, but then you put the cool dagger in your cosmetic slot. That's true. But yeah, I feel like it's very easy to like let those things get away from you sometimes, and that's why I like taking the time to like play, you know, sometimes like a regular pen and paper game or a game where it doesn't matter as much. It's like when I was playing through Cyberpunk. I didn't use most of the time what was statistically better. I only used what made my character look the coolest, because that's what mattered the most to me. Because I'm like, hey, I wanna look cool. I'm in like the cyber future. I wanna look like a badass. Like I wanna be a cool mercenary that everybody knows about. Yeah, you gotta look cool. You gotta have the cool shades. You gotta have the good jacket. You gotta have the pants. It's gotta, you know, or the, whatever. I don't know. I found most of the pants in that game are actually exceedingly ugly, and I hate all of them. but you gotta have like the blue high tops. You know, you gotta make your guy look cool. This matters. Well, what do you want? Oh, the cat's funny. She just walked up to the door and then like meowed at me and then walked away. I don't know what she wants. I'm not a catologist. A studier of felines. Dab. Yeah, I don't know. There's something about playing like playing a character that is so uniquely your own. It's one of the reasons why if you've never played like a Dungeons and Dragons style game or any type of pen and paper tabletop adventure series, and you get to make your own character, especially if you're going to be role playing, even if it's with your friends, I highly recommend, in fact, especially if it's with your friends, make a character that's legitimately you in real life. Just pick your stats, make you. Make your own character that is you. And the reason why I say this is because you want people to be able to easily recognize you, or like not easily recognize you, but like you want your character to have like a good character and personality. But it's difficult to do that because most people aren't used to playing people that aren't themselves. Sure, if you're like an actor and you can step outside of yourself, you might know how to do that. But most people, the general average public who might be playing one of these games, has never done that before and has never needed to do that. Which doesn't mean don't do things because you're not familiar with it. Absolutely not. I in fact, quite the opposite. You should definitely try to explore one of these ideas in these circumstances and maybe be like, oh wow, maybe I have this latent talent that I never knew was there, never knew was possible. And that's good, and you want to do that. However, again, even more importantly, it's really hard. It's really hard to play a character that isn't you. It's really hard not to break character. And also, then you're trying to remember rules and abilities and all sorts of other stuff. And then also trying to act in character all the time. Like if you, let's just say you decide to play like this big thug, like dumb guy who's like, "Buh, like me don't do good detective work, but me good smash." So when you like smash problems, or like you smash monsters and that's how you solve problems, that's a great idea, except until the moment where people are actually in your group solving out, like maybe you have a mystery to solve, or you're trying to figure out who is responsible for something that happened, or you're trying to put pieces together like a puzzle in a dungeon, and you as a human being can solve the answer, but your character doesn't know the answer. Your character can't just share that information. Your character's dumb. So what do you do?
The deep barrow. He and his followers seek to complete some dark ritual of necromancy.
So then you just say really out of character, oh yeah, I know the answer to this problem. Obviously we have to do this. And then it's like, oh, well, that doesn't really fit into your character. And how do you solve that? Just play yourself for the first time playing D&D. If you make your character off of you and your personality, then anything that your character would do is literally what you would do. And it's problem solved. Identify as Warforged? Yeah, absolutely. The old robot. And then a lot of people do actually the roleplay in Lord of the Rings Online. There are some roleplay servers. I never played on one. I'm not exactly sure how you roleplay in an MMO. Like I don't know how that works. Because I know there are people that do it. Oh, devastate for that's good. That's good devastate damage. Oh yeah, didn't I say I was gonna see, because burglars have all this free crit chance, how worth it is to get extra crit multi? It probably is worth it. Go like way over on crit. It depends on how much health you need. What? I must face target. What is happening? Do the thing. Maybe, do I need to build 2 gear sets for this character? A yellow gear set and a non-yellow gear set? That reminds me, I need to ask JB about burglar stuff. I have questions about the stat distribution. The thing about the burglar that I find really weird is they have a whole bunch of abilities that scale really hard off of crit. Like you have aim, which guarantees a crit. You always crit from stealth. And as a red burglar, since you always crit from stealth, you can get aim every 15 seconds. You can get feint attack every 15 seconds. So 2 times for 15 seconds you guarantee your crit, and your crit chance is 32.5% automatically because of all of your abilities, and you get an extra 20% crit after using Provoke, which you can use every 8 seconds. So you're critting all of the time. So it makes me wonder how valuable is the critical multiplier stat from increasing, or the critical magnitude stat from increasing that stuff. So yeah, I don't know. He told me other bros already making more fortunes to ignore them. That's literally what my brother did. He was like, wait, I can be a robot? Okay, I'm good. I'm done. I'm sold. He did not lead a lot of convincing for that one. My brother almost always plays like some type of monster character whenever he gets the opportunity. So he likes to play like, you know, monsters and what have you. Ritual has been completed. Oh yeah, well guess what? This guy's getting destroyed. Wait, what else is here? Come on, dude. Don't do this. Yeah, I need to do the math on the crit multi and try to figure that out. Definitely a goal of mine. Yeah, I love the Warforged. I'm kind of curious if, because the thing about the Lord of the Rings is if they add new races in this game, it pretty much just has to be sub-races because they can't actually add in new races. I was actually kind of excited about the possibility of getting another type of skin changer if they really just wanted to be like, oh yeah, Felgor is going to add in more skin changers because the Ungola, or members of the Ungolidain are going to defect and join Gondor or something. And I'm like, oh yeah, hell yeah, that'd be a sick storyline. That didn't happen. He died. He got eaten by Shelob. Because he was manipulated. But it would have been cool if that had happened. All about grinding those allies, which is the most complicated thing ever. Modeling molecules is easier than that crap. Honestly, it's not too bad. So what do I enjoy about the endgame in Lord of the Rings Online? Playing with people that I like. That's key. That's going to be what the most important thing is about any MMO endgame. If you aren't playing with friends or people that you enjoy, it's going to become boring and stale real fast. Another thing that I like is just general mastery of content. Like, it feels good to get better at something and to improve your skill set, and then eventually, you know, not so much to be able to show that off, but to join a dungeon and to be like, oh wow, look how fast I can kill these monsters. Look how much stronger my character is now than it was before. It's the sense of, like, it's a sense of progression against something that isn't progressing against you, if that makes sense. So what I mean by that is when you level up, you're always going to feel relatively the same amount of strength. It's not like you get that much stronger as you increase in this game. Like, you get stronger, but so do the monsters. You get higher stats, but so do the monsters. You get higher whatever, but so do the monsters. When you get level cap, the monsters don't get stronger because they're already at the level cap, and so are you. But as you get better gear, as you get more proficient with your own skill set and your tools, you know, it's cool to be able to just go like, all right, how good at this game am I? How well am I able to smash out these monsters? Also, I'm lagging like crazy. So to me, that is a fun aspect of it. But granted, that's like the grind that you experience in Lord of the Rings Online is the grind in pretty much every MMO. Every MMO has some type of like endless grind at the end of it, whether it's grinding out your artifact power in World of Warcraft or whatever they call the artifact this expansion, or grinding out your special weapon in Final Fantasy, or grinding out past lives in Dungeons & Dragons Online, or grinding out not Paragon points, the champion points in the Elder Scrolls. No matter which MMO you decide to pick up and play, there's always going to be some type of endgame grind. So realistically, as I said, for me, it's playing with people that I like, having friends that I can just log in and chat with and be like, yo, what's up? And we do quests and dungeons and content, and then also trying to progress through the harder versions of content. As a solo player, I can see that the endgame can possibly be kind of boring, but I'm not a solo player, so I'm really far removed from that like mindset and that train of thought. But if I was a solo player, I'd be all over being able to answer that question more appropriately. Yeah, I think it's essentially, you know, you play it to get whatever it is you want to get out of it. And for me, I just generally enjoy playing the video game. I find the mechanics are really fun, and with some of the different abilities. I love the interrupts and how often I get to interrupt monsters. I like that I have access to different stuns and I can manipulate things. One of the things I also like about this game is Dungeons & Dragons Online I find entertaining because it has a lot of different types of monsters, and they're very specific about how you have to interact with them. Oh, constructs? Well, they're immune to stunning, and they can't be sneak attacked, and this construct's resistant to this thing, and you can't use this, and blah, 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 blah. And you have to figure out what each monster is you're supposed to, well, like, what abilities to use against each monsters, what the weaknesses are of each monster, and know that and plan around that, and get ready for that as you go through the game. In Lord of the Rings Online, why does stun dust work on an undead?
Received.
Dude, I don't know why stun dust works on an undead. I'm throwing dust in the face of a zombie. But it works. Guy gets stunned to hell. And it's the best. It's very satisfying. Also, Anonymous AI, or Anonymous Al, welcome to the stream. Hope you're having a fantastic day. Thanks for stopping by. And following. Now, I will say that 3D modeling, or modeling of molecules, I don't know the challenge of it. I do have a molecular modeling kit from when I did, when I was in biochemistry, to learn all about stereochemistry, among other things. Give it stereochemistry. Which is one of those, like, stereochemistry is one of my favorite. It is more complicated than you think it is types of things. Where, like, due to the complexity of, like, molecules and things in real life, is that you can look at a chemical formula of like what the actual formula is, and you can take 3 different chemicals that all have the same chemical formula, but they're different because of where the actual chemicals go. So maybe you have like one chemical, you know, you have a string of chemicals, and then either does one of the pieces go on this side of the chemical or on this side of the chemical, that changes it. And then you have stereochemistry, which is in 3-dimensional space, you have 2 chemicals that are all laid out the same. However, they bend in different ways, and due to the bending, causes a different chemical to shape. And you don't get, and you have, so you can always get deeper. And, hold on, like, what is it? What is it? I think it's... What was it? Like, for example, there's a, like, spearmint is, like, a chemical that is tasty. It's like a mint chemical. And that's what it was. You have like one version of spearmint smells like spearmint, and the other way where it's like just flipped a little bit, where the chemicals are all, like all the molecules are in the same place, they're just bent in a little bit different ways, and you get something that smells like rye bread. And they're also very, very different chemicals. One of them is like exceedingly dangerous, and the other one is spearmint. Which is very funny. So there's a whole bunch of weird stuff like that in real world, and anyway, that's my fun science fact of the day, I guess. See what people need to do in order to get the best in slot gear, and then you use to buy a tortoise stone and don't even bother going further up. I mean, it's no different than it was in Moria. Actually, I would make the argument that it was way worse in Moria. Because in Moria back in the day, unless you had friends that you knew who you could trust to get you through content, you were running Grand Stair every day to get those tokens to buy the gear from the vendor, and none of the other dungeons. Because Phil Gashan, that was hard. Did you run Dark Delvings back in the day? I don't know about that. Maybe you did run Dark Delvings back in the day, but most people didn't. Most people, instead of running Dark Delvings, ran Grand Stair daily, and then didn't play for another day, and then wait for Grand Stair daily just to get their tokens, and then they get the 4-piece set, and then never get the Watcher piece. Yeah, it was a pain in the ass to heal. I like that dungeon, it's cool, but man, that dungeon is hard, man. Whereas now, you can pretty much do all of the content, because all of the expansion dungeons give you similar styles of gear, and they're way more accessible. Like, Remerchant and Amdan Demul are much more accessible raids than Watcher and okay, what's that other one? Way more accessible than Watcher and Darnarbagud. Except for Turtle. Turtle was easily accessible. Anybody could do Turtle. But yeah, that's kind of the thing. The main issue is that like the endgame content that's in Moria and a lot of the older instances, it wasn't hard, but it just had the gear was less centralized, so it was harder to get the appropriate items and the appropriate stats to make your character good. And so what you would have is you'd have a lot of people that have no idea how to build their characters or design their characters, going into dungeons and getting absolutely destroyed. So you'd think you'd have a healer, and then your healer would like almost instantly run out of mana during a quest, and you're like, oh cool, it's like the trash. I'm running at the boss, and this guy's out of mana because they don't know what they're doing, and there was like a whole bunch of issues. They did, however, there was an opportunity to replay them again when the legendary server went through there, and I did enjoy it. But yeah, you could like solo the 6-mans, which was also a problem. And I don't think they scaled up the difficulty either yet of those. So yeah, but yeah, I feel you. When it comes to endgame, the thing is, as I said, if it's all about spending your time to gear out and get the items. So if that is something that you find disinteresting, is the amount of time it takes to get the items, then that's something that's going to be like universal towards all of the endgame things, stuff. Yeah. Yeah, Watcher was tough. Now, admittedly, when I played a lot during that time, I played with a wonderful and fun group of people who weren't the best at the video game, but they did enjoy playing together, and they were awesome to talk to and great to spend time with, but again, just maybe not the pinnacle, the cream of the crop of the video game. And so what happened is, raids like the Watcher wouldn't even... Like, you think about the difficult parts of the Watcher. One of the difficult parts is when you're in the center and the Watcher pops up, because you have to manage the tentacles, you have to make sure people aren't getting knocked back in the tentacle in the back, and you have to taunt the Watcher in a different direction. You have to be ready for the Watcher does his like rage attack where he does like a 360 AoE, and you have to manage corruptions, and you have to kill him fast enough, because if you don't, he kills everybody. So you have all these layers to work on when you're doing the Watcher. Where my guild was getting, at the start, you walk in, and then the Watcher does a scream directly in front, and you have to step to the side, and we almost always lost 2 to 3 people to that scream every time. And it's like, everybody has a different scale for how they get through stuff. Oh yeah, that goes doing a stair tier 2. Do I dare do a stair? Yes. Yes, I do. I'm going to see if I can join this guy's group. I can just debuff and play yellow. I think. I don't know how, but I can probably do it. Oh, they need a tank and a healer? Oh, rats. I just left. But I don't want to be a tank and a healer. Because I want to see if I can get... Oh, actually, I have the full set. So I actually don't need any gear from there anymore. That was fast. I just realized I don't need the gear. I just need the essences. Oh, and essences are good. Anyway, let's go back in the dungeon. You dare to stare? Yeah, and then Darnarbagud was an even less accessible raid. So the endgame content is more accessible now than it's ever been, which is great. Because it means more people can participate in the endgame content and give it a shot and see how they like it and how they feel about it. Which, as I said, to me is a good thing. I think that it's good that we have more ways for people to interact with the content than in the past. But it does have that gear grind. But that gear grind is, as I said, never going to go away, no matter what. As long as you're playing an online MMO, MMOs are designed with gear grind. I got into an argument once with somebody here while I was streaming, where somebody was like, no, not all MMOs have to have grind. I'm like, yes, they do. That's literally the entire architecture of the game. If you don't want grind, you have to play a different genre of game. That's this genre. All MMOs have grind, because how do you keep people playing the same content? There's not enough human beings that work for these companies to make content that will last, 300 hours without repeating. So you need to have some form of grind to make it interesting for people to continue to have something to work towards. Oh, so there's no grinding in RuneScape? Like, you don't have to farm for items or anything. There's no like resources that get consumed or anything like that. I didn't play RuneScape that much, so I honestly don't know. You think you threw your hands in the air like you just don't care, but I do care. I care very deeply. But yeah, I never did play RuneScape really. I don't have like a point of reference. Wait, so you do grind or you don't grind? I'm confused. You do grind skills, but you don't grind gear. So it's like, I mean, it's basically the same thing. As long as there's a grind. Like, I'm not saying like, oh, a grind has to be a skill grind or a grind has to be a gear grind. I'm just saying that MMOs have grinds. Okay, so it also continues, it gets a little bit more complicated when you talk about individual game systems, because all of these games are meant to be repetitive and continued. So an example of a similar style of grind is like Elder Scrolls Online. Elder Scrolls Online has some repeatable quests, but for the most part, it's entirely unique the entire way through the game. All the characters, everything is fully voice acted, all the quests and areas you go to. However, pretty much every single quest is kind of the same. Go into a camp and kill some monsters, or rescue somebody, or you have to fight a boss, or whatever. It kind of uses the same formula of like 5 or 6 different quest designs whenever you're doing one of the adventures in that game. So, technically, you don't really repeat any adventures. However, you definitely do repeat a lot of content because they kind of recycle a lot of it to make sure that, you know, it's, you know, specific to the area, and there's a different voice actor, or sometimes the same voice actor, playing a different character, but it's a way to make it so that way they're building more content out of something that is sort of recycled. It's not entirely a grind, but it is kind of repetitive content. Yeah, exactly. I think, like I said, it is basically impossible to create a game product that the developers can manufacture content at the rate at which the content is consumed. Like, there's just no way around that problem, because it takes longer to make content than it does to play it, right? Like, if it takes 300 hours to play through all of the content in a video game, it didn't take 300 hours for people to make it. It took like 40,000 or like 100,000 or something collective hours to make a product. So every game is going to have that problem. A game that you buy in one time, so something like, you know, if you bought like The Witcher and it has like 300 hours worth of content in it, it took them like a zillion years to make, but then the content's over. And you have to play a new game once you're finished that. It's not gonna change or become different over time. Online MMO games have to make it so that there's reasons for you not only to log in, but also to return logging in. One of the reasons why content, you know, is not free in a lot of these games whenever there's a new update that comes out, is because the updates convince you to come back, because you hear about a new piece of content, you go, ooh, I'd like to play that new piece of content, that sounds pretty good. And so what they want to do is also try to bridge that gap. They want to say, we want you to play when there's new content, but we want to find a way to keep you playing while there's no new content. So that's usually done by, in the traditional MMO sense, having some type of endgame grind that is, like, fun. Like, the association of, like, grind and not being fun, I think some people think that all grind is bad, but, like, a lot of it is entertaining. I like running dungeons with my friends, or even with people that I don't know, to trying to beat content. I don't mind trying to, like, get through dungeons quicker to get the equipment, because to me it's like it's its own internal game. Also, there's something about just doing stuff because it ends up being relaxing It's like the same reason some people just like knit or sew or do cross stitches or something like that. Because you just something to do while you watch TV. It's just good. Any info about that? No, we didn't get any info, unfortunately. So Verlin talked about it during the Q&A session that he did about a month ago. And one of the things he talked about is basically they have a bunch of ideas, but they haven't committed to anything hard yet. So it's something they want to do. They're trying to figure out the best implementation. And once they know what the best implementation is and they start going through with it and they know that they can complete it, then they will let us know. Why do you have an air brackets or like a quote around social? MMOs are social. That's one of the reasons why a lot of people play them. It's because people make friends in MMOs. People can be super friendly. It's one of the upsides and downsides of Dungeons & Dragons Online and Lord of the Rings Online having built-in mic support, and especially Dungeons & Dragons Online having it automatically turned on, is that sometimes you join a party and you get a bunch of chatty Cathys who are just like chatting the whole day. And you're like, no, I don't want to get to know you today. Maybe another day, but I have a headache and I don't want to do this now. Whereas here in Lord of the Rings, it's an optional feature that you have to enable, you have to turn on, which is great, because sometimes when you're screwing up a dungeon or something, or some people are understanding the boss mechanics, I can just scream at people and say, move out of the fire, don't stand there, get out of the volcano, don't be inside of whatever, you know? All right, later, angry watering can. See you around. Oh, okay, cool. I was like, are you saying that the social options are not something people do play these games for? Because I know so many people that like literally make all of their friends in like online games, where like they don't really hang out with people in IRL, or they have like a couple friends in real life, but they have most of their friends online because these video games bring so many people together. And I know people that do they meet people playing the video game, and then they friggin' fall in love and they get married, and then they're like, oh man, and they move across the planet to like be in the same place, only to realize that they actually despise each other in real life, and then it all turns into a sham. Just kidding. Pretty much everybody I know who's met and then moved in with their significant other online has kept it together, which is kind of crazy. I don't know how you do that. No stop dots. You gotta stop dots. EPS slowly. And when I say slow, I mean fucking slow. It's a great video. Classic video if you haven't seen that video. Highly recommend it. Oh, Radrog's doing a good job. He's kicking ass down here, man. Oh, this guy follows me? That's annoying. But yeah, like I said, the social aspect is another big thing about MMOs. A lot of people just enjoy being able to talk to each other and play with each other. That's no more, or that's very relevant for a game like The Lord of the Rings Online, which is this game, where people on Crick Hollow are constantly talking to each other and spending time together. In fact, they're spending so much time together and talking to each other that they're not even playing the friggin' video game. So you look at the people list and you're like, wait a second, there's like 1,500 people online. Can I get anybody to do this dungeon? No, because they're all sitting in Breetown, chatting and having a few beers. It's like, oh, guys, play the video game. And they're like, nah, man, we're busy. We're living the video game. People just having fun? Disgusting. Could you imagine just sitting around playing your video game, having fun, instead of just mindlessly grinding numbers to get bigger numbers to then impress no one? Come on. Blows my mind. How do these people sleep at night? How do you go to sleep without having the biggest number? Oh, man. Uh-oh. Oh. Yo, lag. You know, I'm sure there are some people out there that actually kind of think like that. They're like, you play the game for fun? I play most games for fun, but it is funny that it is very easy to optimize the fun out of video games, just in general. They get so into like optimizing something, optimizing your time, or all sorts of other stuff that you just kind of like don't actually remember to, you know, play with your friends because you just want to play. Like, I was talking to my cousin the other day, and he was telling me, he's like, yeah, I just play some League of Legends. And I was like, oh yeah, that's a game. And I'm like, I don't really play League of Legends. And then it occurred to me, I'm like, wait a minute. I don't want to play League of Legends. But if he was like, hey, did you want to play a game? I'd totally be down, because it's fun to play with the people that you like to play video games with. It's why we do these things. That's why we hang out. There's like the social experience, and there's also like the single player experience. Come on. Animation canceled. Sundesk. I see Radrog. I don't know where Fyron is. Oh, I got interrupted. There we go. It's okay. I don't know where these guys are. I know they were here before. Oh. Done. I think I can stun this guy so I can kick him out of his shadow grasp. Yeah, I can just interrupt him out of that, which is sweet. Can you do that on the higher tiers? Can you do that above normal? I think you can just stun that guy out of his shadow grasp. I've always just run away from it, but I feel like you can, although I'm not certain. So why don't burglars have AoE corruption removal? They have to wait a billion seconds for this to cool down.
Interlopers to Kashan Kutot, the halls of black.
I'm already here, so I'm just gonna finish off.
Here
Get my
I have
bonus
painstakingly
set up.
collected dark knowledge from every
And then you get the weeklies.
corner
And I don't know how much
of
item
Middle
XP the weekly gives, but it's right here.
My
Legendary
work
item
is
experience
never
reward.
finished. The collection
That's why I'm
will
doing it.
never
Gotta get that
be
item XP.
complete.
Also the sigils of
No,
Imladith,
the
also the
work
embers
will
of enchantment, so I can
continue
buy more
as
scrolls, so I
long
can build up
as
my weapons and get more
evil
things.
in this world. Even with the unfortunate
Like I said, with this
loss
game,
of
I think you
Dark
can earn a
Lord,
total of
you
probably
cannot hope to claim that
almost like
victory.
50 scrolls a day if you'd have like a bunch of characters just running through dailies and weeklies all over the place.
Like to address yourselves, why have you
Is that even enough? Not even enough. How many do you need?
do you seek?
Legendary
Or
weapon,
have you
like,
misguided
100?
fools come to destroy
More than 100.
my life's work?
Imagine you start at like 36.
Oh, no, that will
Up
not
to
do it.
83, so that's like 50
Either
scrolls each.
way,
It doesn't start
as
at
I
36. It
told
starts at
the
like 42, I
Lady of
think.
Blight, nothing for nothing.
48?
Come closer.
This one.
Allow me
Yeah,
to
48 is
see
the
what you
lowest
have
for a tier
seen.
2. So you start at
What
48, going up to
nightmares still
83
haunt your dreams?
years,
What have the
which is
chronicles to
35
say
scrolls per
about
legacy as
you?
like a maximum. But 35 scrolls per legacy, 7 legacies, 7 times 35, which is also a multiple of 7, which is really funny, is 21, 35, 245 scrolls per weapon
I see a name
as a
in your
maximum,
mind, a name for your
or per
fears.
legendary item.
Allow me to
So that a
find
character,
the
if you want to do
chronicle
all
of
6
these
item slots or
events.
something,
Here
is,
it
let's just round to
is.
250,
You
is like
faced a great spider haunting the forest.
1,500
Fangorn, a fearsome
1,500
man-eater.
slots.
Interesting.
1,500 scrolls for a character. Oh god, I don't even want to think about these numbers anymore. That is just like, not so much upsetting, just definitely that's a big number, more than I was expecting. Yeah. Actually saying stuff out loud is just not a good idea. Keep your thoughts inside your head, kids. Okay, and then my all-in is about to expire. Oh, apparently because I killed ads? actually go away. So I gotta leave this Gambler's Advantage. Oh, this is a tier 3? I thought it would be higher. And this thing starts anti-exploding, which is sick. Happened to Harold or Bill? Yeah, Harold is for my captain. Captains have heralds. I am a burglar, so I don't have allies. These are just like NPCs for the story. They're like it's like an escort quest, except they escort you.
Now, the great spider in Torech Ungol is a far more worthy foe than this. Was I wrong? Let us try again. Da Nabugut, the nameless ones. This one was lost, separated from his mother, and found his way to the 16th hole.
That's not the right text. What? This is Gerthul from Kardum. What? No, he said something totally different. That's not right. Also, why did I use my all-in? I have to fight a bunch of Gerthul clones. If Billy needs to work to feed his family. Well, first of all, I don't pay him. I don't pay Harold. That's just a fact. He works for free from the goodness of his desire to get good work done. So that's just true. It's an arrangement that him and I have. It works out very profitable. Or it's very profitable for me. And there's the bust. Like 0% damage for an hour. Independently wealthy, he just likes killing orcs. Oh, I see. It's just satisfaction. I gotcha. I can get behind that. Hey, if somebody wants to join my party, and they're like, and I've set up an application, I'm like, okay, well, why would you like to join Grim Tom's party? And they're like, oh, I just like killing orcs. It's like, oh, okay, dope. Yeah, we can work with this. I can definitely work with this. Also, I'm stunned for like a minute. This is so much easier when you have a full group of people smashing at all these guys. Also when you have appropriate stats. Oh no! Another minute-long stun. I think I could have fixed that too. I'm gonna go over here because I want to get some dots on these guys. Oh, that's Rolling Fear that I have to kick. That's the 10-second stun, is Rolling Fear. Alright. Does it do extra damage because I'm with these guys? No, it doesn't look like it. Is it Memory of Victory? Oh, man. I've lost control of my character. I can't do anything. And my buff, which is going to turn into a debuff very shortly, is going to do a number on me. Oh, well, at least I can apply some good-ass bleeds. And then there's the bust. At least I'm stunned like the entire time when I fight this guy, so at least I don't have to worry about like having that big of a loss of damage because I'm not doing anything. It could be worse, I guess. Stop stunning me! I'm gonna fight you to my last breath. Apparently not. I'm not going to fight him until my last breath. My last breath is right now, as I watch this guy slowly die. How much does this gamble do? Oh, I didn't even see. Yeah, that one is very annoying to fight when you're by yourself, because he just keeps spawning and more crap.
Urtul was nothing compared to the false king Mordirith, as he was known then.
Okay, now he's talking about Girthul again. That's good.
I see. This is the name.
Girthul.
The sorcerer.
Girthul was a fun fight. It was basically a watch your step sort of fight, where you had to make sure you weren't standing in fire and you weren't getting kicked into skeletons. There are these bone piles throughout the room, which are laid out here, and if you touch them, it summons a bunch of ads. And all you had to do was just stay out of the bone piles. Also, you had to kick this. That Scorched Earth attack. That was it. That was the fight. Don't touch the bone piles. Kick them. That was it. I will show you the true meaning of terror, says Girthul. Who's getting wrecked. Also, I've got 3 tier 6 gambles on him. Okay, what does this do? Cash out? How much damage does cash out do if I just try to cash this out? It's so bad. That's so bad. I got rid of all my gambles for that horrible cash out. Oh, that ability is not good. You definitely don't ever use cash out. This is the worst. Okay, so how much did this heal the burglar for? Strimtom Selleck. Payout. This healed me for 72,000. Over 6 seconds. And the damage, it should be called, oh, cash out. 44,000? 44,000. Yeah, that was not good. That was a bad deal. Oh, this ability sucks. And I have this traded, or no, I have the legacy for this. It can't crit, and it does like 0 damage. It's so not worth it.
In Wildemore, you faced a terrible monster. His coming was marked by a fierce storm, and jagged ice erupted.
Oh hey, it's a giant
from
ice
the
man.
ground.
Ice monster.
Whole villages were destroyed in his wake.
I've never actually fought Nerzum, so I actually don't know where this monster is.
Of your fight,
Like I know where it is. It's in Wildemore. I just never did it. Today it snows? Yeah, why would you wash your car in a place where it snows? Unless you have a garage. If you got a garage, then it's fine. But if you ain't got no garage, I have no idea why anybody like takes their car to the car wash. Oh, he follows me? Even if I turn him the other direction? That's weird. Don't start a snowstorm, buddy. Oh. Horn. Boop. Done. Screw you, buddy. That's also how you defeat him. You just pick up the horn and blow it, so then the snowstorm doesn't happen. You gotta take the salt off? Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah. The salt for sure. That is definitely something that you have to do. Alright, I forgot. I have to make sure that Chill and Sweep isn't facing my vulnerable allies, which I did not do. I think Nerzum might have the highest health of all the monsters in this entire dungeon. Also, it keeps that, and look at that induction, though. Holy moly. I forgot how good it is to actually slow down a lot of the animation time of these monsters. Okay, I actually grab this horn. And we get him with this stab, and we get him with the subtle stab. You're trying to weave in as many subtle stabs as possible, because subtle stabs is one of your... You can basically always get this off, and every time you use it, it's a big bump in your damage.
His wretched experiments transformed the noble giant into a weapon of destruction.
Also, you'll notice sometimes my gambles will land, and then you'll hear a ding sound. That's because there is an ability on one of your legendary weapons. You need to have this on your burglar tool. It's here. It's the gamble chance and cash out damage. What this means, this gamble chance, it is percentage chance. So it's cash out damage, which is how much damage your cash out does, which is completely valueless. And then it has gamble chance. This is a 31.2% chance that your gambles will tier up after you apply them. I don't know why it says gamble chance. That's not what it does. It's a tier up chance. And so you might roll a 5 and then it turns into a 6. So 31% of the time you get a higher tier gamble. With the set where you can't roll 1s, it pretty much guarantees that every gamble is a 4, 5, or 6 with those two things combined. But again, you have to have it actually spec for it. Now, that does make it quite convenient since gambles last a long time. I would love to see gamble duration as like a new legacy in the future to make it so that like if there's like multiple monsters, maybe 2 bosses, you can more easily stack gambles on creatures. But I don't think that's going to happen. Although if they were to like redesign the system, that would be great. I would love to see that. Yeah. Drive. No.
Still, you wish to face me?
Alright, we're good.
I have proven I know your entire history.
It makes me wonder, because I haven't played the red yet, and I will. I'm waiting for Mithril coins to go on sale, and then I'm going to buy a shitload of Mithril coins, and then I'm going to buy a bunch of tabs for all my characters, so all of them have 3.
This place. Come then, face your demise. I know of many ways to make you suffer.
Oh, no, there's a misunderstanding happening in guild chat. Oh god, I gotta solve the problem. But I'm fighting this boss. No, it's okay. It's more important to solve the guild chat.
Secrets from all the ages are at my disposal. Rage is a double-edged sword.
Oh, never mind. I understand what's happening. No, I don't need to solve the problem. I was misreading something. I'm an idiot. Perfect. Never mind. Someone like it was talking about window full screen. It just occurred to me that they likely only have one monitor on their computer, which explains everything. Also, I'm lagging like crazy. This is a very difficult boss fight.
I know of many ways.
How much is a Scorching Rage hurt for? It's not that much damage. Oh god, it is that much damage.
Sorceries and secrets from all the ages are at my disposal. I know of many ways to make you suffer.
Holy shit.
Another mortal body wasted.
I gotta make sure I don't stand in that.
Did not think you could defeat me so easily, did you?
Yes, I did think I could defeat you so easily. That is correct, Dol Guzagir.
Will linger until
I am betterer and strongerer than you. I'm also just gonna put this garbage essence that I have here. Yeah, what is this essence? Fate? YOLO. Let's get some fate, get some more crit. Hell yeah.
you may take one volume from the hall. Choose wisely and be
Cool. Oh wait, I'm supposed to talk to Dol Guzagir for a quest? I look forward to seeing the fallout of men gaining this knowledge. Oh, sweet. Oh, wow. I don't know if I did this quest. Did I do this quest? Oh, yeah, you got the book stand. Yeah. Oh, sweet. Yeah. Oh, another solution to your car problem. You're sitting here and you're like, my car is going to get snowed on, and I just washed it, and it's going to leave marks on my car. How do you solve that problem? Live somewhere with no snow, no precipitation. Boom, problem solved. Fix your car. Hey, bam. So there we go. Now we got some more things. What does my character have leveled up? Did I level up, max up my virtues? No, I'm still working on the virtues, apparently. My virtues all 65. Oh, wow, that's way lower than I thought. Can I fix that easily? Good storage. Don't I have like a virtue XP thing? Oh, I must have like already used and consumed on another character. Vert. EI. Nope. Looks like I don't have any. Huh. I thought I did because I boosted this character. Oh well, it's not here anymore. But oh yeah, because I'm earning loyalty and it's just going down through all my different virtues for the extra health. Yeah. So there we go. So after a whole bunch of farming and grinding, I'm now at, where am I? 392. Oh, it's going to be quite a little while before this is done. But, like I said, I got everything set up ahead of time, so a lot of the stats are already here. The burglary bleed damage, subtle stab critical, cunning attack bleed, critical response damage, trick and trick removal, critical chain skills, critical multiplier. That one takes a long time. I don't know if trick and trick removal damage is better than subtle stab. I believe subtle stab damage and subtle stab damage, critical damage and damage multiplier are important. I don't know which one's more important. And then the gambler one is just all over the place. You need bleed damage, you need the critical response damage, cunning attack damage, then you need the harmful gambler strike. And then you also have to have the hedge your bet damage, all in damage. Most of the stuff is still pretty good though. Get it sorted out. Alright, I'm going to take a quick washroom break, because it's important to make sure to get your body appropriately energized and ready to go. Take care of yourself, so I'm going to do that. I'll be back in just a moment. Enjoy a car commercial. Thank you for watching, and I'll be back in just a sec. Or don't have a card, that's a... Alright, I'm back. That's fast and easy. It's fast and fun. It's like Dominion. I don't know why I keep making that joke. Anyway, storage. Now I have a Strim Tom Selleck who's getting there. We just need to actually gear him out and get some of the other items, but that's going to be a work in progress. Bit by bit, he will become powered up and increase in stats and power. However, in the meantime, if I want to increase the stats and power even more and at a quicker pace, I think one of the things I need to do is get a lot of the crafted relics and some of the brand new titles. And how do we go about doing that? I'll show you how we go about it. And the answer is I have to go do the War of Three Peaks on my Warden so I can craft all of the different boxes and stuff. I don't think I need to do the entirety of the War of Three Peaks. I just need to become acquaintance reputation. Pretty much it. Just become acquaintance reputation. Also, my game crashed, so that's good. The old crash to desktop. Big fan of crash to desktop. Which is funny. Oh, well, let's keep going. What are you going to do? Sometimes that's just what this client does. Although I will say, it does happen quite a bit. Although to be fair, game crashes is not the most unexpected thing. A lot of games nowadays like have crashing problems. But an easy one to come to mind is like any new game that comes out is usually like a bunch of crap, and it destroys itself when it touches your computer, or sometimes destroys your own hardware. Where like some games will come out and they'll like literally entirely brick people's consoles. Like what game was that? Was it was like Fallout 76 when that was released? Like people had their entire hard drives and hardware like crash out, or like their hard drives would just melt, which is hilarious. So, not hilarious. There's a horrible thing and it should never happen. And these companies need to be responsible. And the fact that these things happen is an abomination. But from an outsider's perspective and somebody who's very far removed from the problem, it's kind of very funny. But that being said, a lot of these things are, it's kind of to be expected that sometimes games won't work or games aren't optimized, and maybe sometimes you get some type of critical error, which makes me also think about, just the possibility of, Storvigan. I need Storvigan. But that makes me think about the possibility of, how do I get to Anak Kurfu? Oh, can I teleport to Anak Kurfu? That's Limlock. That's Anak Kurfu? I can muster an Anak Kurfu. Oh, sick. Am I an acquaintance? Rep. I'm an acquaintance! For the March on Gundabad! Oh, so I don't even need to do anything. I can just buy the recipe. Oh, that's great. I can just make a bunch of Elder Slate supply packs. I need to make a whole lot of Elder Slate supply packs. How many do I need to make? I don't know. I have Elder Slate of Accuracy, Elder Slate Device of Accuracy. Cool. Yeah, I need to think about that. Because on the Burglar, I want to get 2... For the Burglar, I need to make a total of 6. And they're all going to be the same one, so it doesn't matter. Captain already has all the ones that I need. I have all 5. This character has them. Who else do I need? And then... Oh yeah, and also the new titles. Do I have all the new titles yet? Yep, 42,000 physical mastery and 42,000 physical mastery. So yeah, I have all the new titles. Man, just thinking about the fact that if I make the new title and also the relic for my Burglar, that's 100,000... Or, no, is it? No, it's close. Close to 100,000 new mastery? That's crazy. I think they only made the titles for the new titles is only for weapons, though. How come the dialogue isn't going on? Do you have to click on them? What's going on here? Or is the dialogue going on? Oh, the dialogue is already going on. I just wasn't paying attention. I'm a bad player. Mostly just like replying dogs to the main boss, and then everything else is just gonna die around. Unless somebody said do something different. That's why we have these dots. No, free me. And then I think it's the Captain and Lore Master that are doing the healing. So for the most part, everybody else isn't really doing a whole lot. We're just hitting the monsters. We wait for the recklessness and up timed perfectly. Get the extra damage in here. Wait for Storvigan to like become targetable again. Get the Storvigan. Yeah, if you're looking for a class to kind of, if you really want to like test out your physical ability in video games, I highly recommend checking out Warden. as it is definitely a challenge. Nope. Just ask you to do a whole lot, oftentimes. I think we're all physical damage, so I don't need to worry too much about. I don't think I need to worry too much about keeping up the magical damage debuff monster, because I don't think we do a lot of tactical damage here. It's really weird that damage is determined as being physical or tactical. It has nothing to do with the actual damage type, which I've always found to be very weird. So, like, as an easy example, if a hunter uses fire oil, even though fire damage is tactical damage, hunter fire oil damage is actually physical damage and goes off physical mitigation on monsters, which is very, very weird. I don't think it's supposed to work that way. That's like the way that it does work. I mean, obviously that's the way that it's supposed to work, if that's literally how it works. But I'm just thinking out loud here, I guess. Must hit monster. Must apply dots. Stop being stunned and running away. Jerk. Great job. Trader's loyalty. There we go. So I'm at 6 gold coins. So I've done it 6 times. So this seems not too bad. I'll get an extra essence slot. I get this Bracers of the Bear in Winter. And I think there's pictures of them everywhere, so I can go check it out. So let's leave it. Oh, did I already teleport to the Elder Slade? I did already teleport to the Elder Slade. Very convenient. Yes. Good job, past me. Way smarter than present me. Oh yes, I need to get a new sword. A new sharp sword of the adventurer. For weapon swapping purposes. You're just supposed to weapon swap before you use all your bleeds. I just hate weapon swapping so much. So ugly. It doesn't look good when you play the game. That's my main problem that I have with weapon swapping. Okay, so now I go to crafting recipes acquaintance. And I gotta go to scholar eldership. Oh, I have the supply pack recipe. What? I didn't know this. So now I just need Ithalharn shards. So I just gotta collect up Ithalharn shards from all of my characters. And then I can make a bunch of supply packs. Where's this study? Study's over here. So I can go over here. And go Scholar. Quest. Elder Slade supply packs. I didn't know I had all of these. Alright. Now I need to collect up shards. Give them all to this character, and then craft out a whole bunch of supply packs, and then log into my captain, and then go trade them all in, because the captain's the only one who has like the reputation to be able to trade for some of this stuff. Oh, it's a lot of work. I think my Runekeeper doesn't have any of these things, so I don't think I have any of the new titles or any of the new any of the new things. So I'm gonna have to look into that. The new titles are only for the weapons, I believe. I don't think the new titles apply to your class items. I could be wrong about that. I don't think that they do. I'm going to double check on my Runekeeper, though. Let me check, actually. Where's that information? That information would be here. Elder Slade Gundabad info. Only weapon titles are available from the new zone. Everyone will still be using level 100 titles for class items. Oh, that's what I need to. Yeah, so this character, I don't believe has any of it. So yeah, I've got the old Defender of the Forgotten West, Enduring Will, and Critical Storm. So I can pick these two I can't fix. But I also don't have any like good crafted. I just have the Will relic. So we can actually get some new relics there. I have 14 shards. Oh yeah. I'm just going to use the mail system because that's easier. Strim Tom. Maybe I shouldn't have sold somebody those shards for hundreds of gold. But, whatever, it's fine. I collect enough. Do I do the weeklies? You do the weeklies, you pick up on all those shards, you can trade them with other players, or you can just find them. Oh, what is this? Oh, this ore that I have here that I didn't realize. Chunks of Minas Ithil Skarn. Oh, jeez. Actually, I think Strimtom Selleck even has like a whole bunch of shards that I just pick up from the leveling process. It's pretty easy to get shards while leveling because as long as you're picking up the chests that are all around the world, chests often have a higher chance to contain shards, and they give you a reasonable amount of gold as well. So by just questing, you can earn a good amount of gold. I mean, somebody has to get the gold from somewhere, right? Because I don't know if people are spending the gold. I guess, is there anything to even buy with gold? I think you just trade with other people, and then there's just dragons out there, like literal people who are just sitting on piles and piles and mountains of all of this gold. Alright. Let's see what we got. Got some rhymes that I don't need. 29 shards, perfect. Parchments, wax. I don't need universal solvents right now, but if I did... Ask item carry all. There's 100 more solvents. Oops. Grim Tom. Ooh. Yes, and I have this threshold rune of striking. Wait, did I not put that in my weapon? Oh yeah, I was supposed to look into where I needed that the most. This has a 3 peaks rune of striking for the damage. I just don't know if I want to put that on my warden or my captain. I have to figure that one out. I think it's probably better to put that in the warden because that's usually what I get asked to bring to raid. And that's the other thing too. Sometimes you just end up playing one character more than another because of the requirements of the people that are around you. You never know what's going to come up, so it's always good to keep your ear to the ground and pay attention to that sort of thing. Having fun and playing the video game is important. Also, sometimes you just might have to, you know, play a different character class because it's what's the most meta thing. Or... That's the secret to... If you only have one character, by the way, that's also the secret, because then people can't ask you to play something else. Because it's like, oh, can you bring your X? Like, can you bring your whatever character? Can you bring the Runekeeper or the Warden or the Captain or the Burglar or whatever? It's just like, oh, I'm sorry, I only got Hunter, so I guess I play Hunter today. Did you guys need a hunter? Because that's what I'm playing today. I can't I can't swap to another character class. I have to play the one that the only one that I have. That's okay. That's why you play them all and have a good time. Ah, even more. Rim. Oh god. Rim. Now we go add in more shards, and more scrolls, and more things. Eat. I'm also going to stream, get more of this ore crafted out. What's this? Is this old ore? Ironfold Skarn. No. Go away. I don't want any Ironfold Skarn in here. There we go. And now I can make all the stuff. So I need a title and 3 relics for my Runekeeper. And then I need 3 titles and 6 relics for my Burglar. Oh, the crafting. So 20 shards goes to the Runekeeper. I'm not going to put 20 shards on the Burglar. Let's put... I think I'm going to skip on red for now. I'm just going to sleep on the red because I don't have it even done. I'm going to do the yellow and I'm going to do the blue. Which is 6. The 6 plus 4 is 10, so I need 50 shards. Do I have 50 shards? Make enough packs? I don't know if I have 50 shards. We'll see. I'm trying to have 50 shards. Okay. Now let's go ahead and pick up all this stuff. Ooh. 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 I actually might have 50 shards. I have 53! Wait, what? I can't ban this person? Are you serious? What? There we go. Twitch was not letting me ban that account. Interesting. I was like, huh. And I was like, it was like literally like every time I would click ban, it just wasn't working. I was able to get the ban off, but geez Louise, man. People need to figure out what to do with their time. Okay, there we go. Alright. And now I can make Elder Slate supply packs. I can make 53 because I have 1,000 tattered Minasithal things. I guess I am going to make 50. Yeah, I know. What people want to type into chat. Alright. Just confirming. 1, 2, 3 crafted relics for the Runekeeper, and 1 title for the Runekeeper. 2 titles for the Burglar, and 4 crafted relics for the Burglar. So 4 plus 6 is 10, which means 50. Let's go. Actually, do I need to make a total of 50? I might not need to make 50 entirely. There it is, supply packs. Let's make 37 more. There we go. Ah, bust. I 100% agree. Very unpleasant. That's why I wanted to make sure I was able to ban that as fast as possible. I don't know how you're supposed to like, I don't have any way that's like automated for something like that. Might be able to fix that actually. Okay, so we're good. So now I have all these supply packs. So I can't actually barter for anything like this. I just have to barter on my captain and not make any mistakes. Barter on the captain and not make mistakes. That's always the hard part. Because I have to do all of the bartering on my captain to purchase the items that I want. Because they're the only person who has like all of the required reputation. Because only my captain has actually done Elder Slade, so only the captain is Kindred. Fortunately, all of this stuff is bound to account. So when you do the bartering, both the Elder Slade supply packs are bound to account, and so is the actual items you get from it. So it makes the transfer relatively easy, but it's still something that you have to then go and do it appropriately. Ooh. I'm already here. Let's do the trades. So the 2 places that you have to go to do the trades on this character, or for this type of stuff. 1, you get all of the titles up here in Enek Kerfu. I have to not buy the wrong ones. Oh god, what if I buy the wrong ones? No, that won't happen. I don't know why. I'm always nervous about like making that type of mistake for some reason. Yeah, I just don't want to do it. Alright, so now we go to shield or supply pack barter. Okay. Okay. So it's Orc Slayer, Balerian Orc Slayer, or Balerian Beast Slayer. I'm going to pick Orc Slayer. So how many titles do I want? 1 title, 2 title, 3 title. Right? I want a title for Burglar Dagger 1, Burglar Dagger 2, and Runestone. So I want 3 titles. So 1, 2, 3. And then I have to go to Estelad Lan and buy more titles. Get it in no time. Yeah, but this is still faster. The main issue that I have about getting the rep on every character is that means I have to play them all through, which might happen someday. But given the fact that I skipped Wells of Langflood on every character except my Warden, because Wells of Langflood is a very beautiful and pretty zone that sounds great and has some of the best music. It is so annoying to play through. I have no intention of ever doing that. Hello, Metalsmith Guild leader. I would like to barter.
Good. You're here.
Okay. And now I need to make sure I don't buy the wrong one. So I'm assuming it is better to buy the Will version than the Fate version, because the Will version gives everything I need. So I am a Runekeeper. I need 3 of these for Runestone, Bag. So it's bound to account. So Runestone, Bag. And I am a Burglar, so I need 4 of these. 1, 2, 3, 4. So Dagger, Bag, Dagger, Bag. Okay, we're good. Oh, and Shrimp Tom Selleck sent me some stuff. Oh, metal! Nice. Now we go to Strim Tome. Strim Tome needs 1 title and 3 relics. And Strim Tom Selleck needs 2 titles and 4 relics. Strim Tom Selleck needs more relics than that, but he's not Strim Tom Relic. He's Strim Tom Selleck. He's gonna get him later. You know, it's a later problem. Man. Also, man, I love fast crafting. That's the best. It's one of the best changes they made in a long time. Is the fast crafting, where it's just like with the boosted speed. Like, you can buy the fast crafting scrolls in the store to make it faster, but being VIP, it's just always fast crafting. It's so convenient. To me, I think that's the ultimate thing, is convenience, really. Just getting any quantity of convenience is the best. Anything that makes things slightly faster or slightly easier in pretty much any video game, or anything that I do in real life, I'm almost always willing to pay for. Hell, you even crit sometimes, which is nice. It's also crazy to think that, like, I'm standing here doing this, like, crafting and doing the creating, and I remember thinking to myself sometimes when I would have set up, like, a really long list of something like this, I'd be like, man, this takes so long, which then makes me realize how long it used to take all the time. And then we're going to do the bulk after this. I'm going to use the Skarn with the 40% chance and see if we can't get it to land. 3 crafts at 40% chance to get triple output. It took you... yeah, exactly. 4 days to max out cooking. And now it's just like bing, bang, boom. Alright. And 3 crits. Or no crits. No crits is also fine at 40%. Yep. Wow. Well, that was disheartening. That's not what I wanted. That's not what I wanted to happen. I was hoping that I would get maybe 1 crit and get 75 and get an extra 50 ingots for free. That would have been cool. Instead, I just burnt 75 crit crafting components. Oh yeah. If I had let it individually craft out, I would have gotten a better result. And it's one of the reasons why you don't want to do the bulk. It's almost always better to give yourself higher chances by just like letting it craft out the whole thing. But I wanted bulk. I felt lucky. I never get lucky when I do the bulk. I should have learned by now. Learn my lesson. All right. And now we actually get to start applying some of these items and watch the power grow. So these new crafted relics and titles give you a tremendously large amount of power added onto your character. The crafted relics alone add, what is it, 22,000 physical and tactical mastery? Or sorry, yeah, physical or tactical mastery, and then also 22,000 crit, which is essentially an entire item slot worth. So now each legendary has an extra entire item built into it, which is really crazy. And then the titles as well give like 42,000 extra mastery. So this character is about to gain a lot of mastery. A lot. So hello, thank you. These are all of the will things that I want. Relic Master. Oh no, I don't want Forge.
Now then.
So I go deconstruct, deconstruct, deconstruct. So now, I can slap on into here the new crafted relic, Elder Slade Device of Tactics. So this gives me 22,000 crit, 21,000 mastery, which is better than my little will device. So slap that on there. Then on my blue bag, slap that one in there, same thing. And then on the yellow bag, slap that on there, same thing. And this one, the yellow bag didn't even have anything, so that's just like a straight upgrade. And then on top of that, grab the title. And this title is going to go onto my weapon. And I want to grab... It's critical defense, critical rating. No, it's not that. It's knowledgeable. Tactical offense and outgoing healing. Sounds good. Knowledgeable of the Elder Days. Throw that onto blue and yellow. Boop. And that's 42,000... 22 tactical mastery. So this character, if I actually go into my shared bank, I should still have all the gear here? No, I took it out. Why did I do that? That's fine. It's only crit. In fact, even without my crit earrings, I'm almost capped on crit. Do I have any crit essences at all? Yep, I have 2 crit essences. I can now just straight up drop for something else. Because without my earrings, I'm almost capped on crit. So I need to drop crit somewhere. Yeah, right here. I have too much. So with no crit items, I'm going to be capped on crit. That blows my mind. Overcap, actually. And my healing is at 86% out of 90%. And that's with Hope and Scrolls. So the answer is probably drop the crit on this cloak for vitality, probably, because I don't know how much I need that extra little bit of outgoing healing. Depends on how useful that is. That's crazy. And then also even just the tactical mastery, my damage is so high now. 161% increased damage on my healer. Damn. And I have more crit essences that I'm just not using because they're just a waste of time. Because now we're at the point where so many things give you crit, you don't even need it for anything, which is kind of goofy. That feels sweet. Yeah, it's like a crazy amount of extra just free stats that you're able to pick up now from all these things. Like 100,000 extra tactical mastery is no joke. Plus all of the will. Will for Runekeepers is really potent because it gives tactical mitigation as well as finesse and resistance. So it's just good to have. Like, I don't even have any finesse either, which is cool. Right, so now, put this stuff away. I'm done gawking at all of my goofy items that I have. Yeah, feels good. Getting all the stats, filling out the characters. And then I have to do this again with my Minstrel, I have to do this again with the Hunter. I probably have to do this with the Bjorning because I haven't done that yet, and the Lore Master, and I don't want to think about it. Maybe the answer is just trade. Trade for all of the Ithalharn shards. I didn't expect to just burn through 50 shards. But, you know, sometimes that's the way the cookie crumbles, right? So, man, that's a lot. That's a big number. 50,000 or 50 shards. I could have sold that for 5,000 gold pieces. And then with those 5,000 gold pieces, I would have bought probably nothing. I don't know what to spend on gold on. Like I said, I don't think there's a gold sink in this game where like gold gets deleted. You know, where you spend money and you get something. Alright. Go here. Okay, so let's load this up. Aha. Okay. So I need Skirmisher of the Elder Days. Put this on Pocket Ace. I need another Skirmisher of the Elder Days. I need to put this on the Prank Shank. So now both of these weapons have the extra 42,000 physical mastery on them. That's there, and that's there. And then I'm going to decon all of these additional relics.
Now then.
1, 2, 3, and 4. And then these just got to go in everything. So pocket ace, guess what? You're getting accuracy. And money bag, you're getting accuracy. I do like that there's a little bow symbol on it because it's for accuracy, but there's only one bow class in the game. Cool. So now, this character, look at all that physical mastery. I'm doing so much more damage now. Ooh, yeah. All that agility. Still missing, like, the cloak and the other ring. But, yeah, we're actually gonna get the damage up there. This character's not too bad. Not looking too bad. I think I need a new signal. I think I need to get the one from the Throne of Dread Terror. But I haven't done that yet. So that's, like, down the road somewhere. That's, like, down the road. And apparently I need to get an imbued setting on here, on this weapon. I'm just looking at these weapons, being so excited. I'm like, someday I just need the XP and I'll be able to use them. I don't know. It feels really good to like finally get stuff maxed out. Yeah, you can craft them. You can get a crafted one. I don't know if there's is anyone a tailor online? Oh, online a tailor. I can probably get a crafted pocket if somebody online is a tailor. I don't have a tailor. It's one of the few professions that I don't have maxed. Burglar. I need a burglar symbol. I would love to get the one from what do you call it? Throne. But I have to run Throne, and I don't want to run Throne right now. So oh. Oh, that's kind of cool. I don't know what the symbols are. Is that... Hold on. LotRO tailoring. Are the recipes online? I actually don't know. Recipe index? Minas Ithil? Yeah. Are they all the same? No, they're all different. They all have different stats. Oh, yeah, they all different stats. Yeah, okay. Yeah. I was looking at it online. I think I would want to go... I mean, this character is always going to have a good amount of fate. Minas Ithil Guile signal. That's what I'm looking at. I'm like, which one would be the best? I think it's the Guile signal. The Guile signal is the best because it gives extra crit, and this character doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to me if I go over crit, I don't think, because the extra crit multi. I think the crit multi is too good. Because you don't... That's one thing you don't think about is the magnitude, and I think that the magnitude is such a good stat that you'd want that. Because you don't need the in-combat power regen, because this character has a zillion fate and is not going to get away from that. I'm going to have a lot of fate. So I think that being overcapped on crit is actually perfectly fine. Oh, and I forgot that I have a lot of fate, because this character also has 2 fate essences somewhere. Oh, yeah. I was like... Pocket? No, tailors make these. Yeah. Tailors make the symbols. It's not really a pocket item. It's a range slot. So, it just goes in the slot. You can also technically increase it to increase the fellowship damage from Guile, except nobody uses fellowship maneuvers. Yeah. I don't have a pocket item. This character, unfortunately, because when you boost them, they don't come with a pocket item. So that's fine, I guess. And some people in my guild are wonderful, and they are crafting something for me. They're crafting me a symbol because I don't have a tailor. Because I don't have a tailor. I don't know why. I just don't have one, I guess. Why are those numbers different? The numbers in game are different than the numbers on the website. No, just the... Actually, you know what? Sure. In case I need this swap for a certain situation. And I'm then going to send all of these things to my guild member. So that way they can make this. Hides are attached. I do not have a tailor. Hopefully you can find a good home for these for the crafting of many types of clothing and other goods that involve hides, as I am not a tailor, so specifically what can be made with hide is unclear to me. And send. I don't have no idea why people talk to me. But yeah. I have no need for the Minisithal hides. I don't do any of the crafting with them. Ironfold soil. Oh, foul buzz. Aha! Thanks. Now I have all of these symbols. Which one do I need? Well, I'm going to use the Guile symbol. Guile symbol. Bam. Which gives me a little bit of extra stats, which is nice. This old conviction symbol is going to go away. Now I can put these all on the side here. Plus also, I just like the colors. They're very colorful. So now I have a little bit extra stats, some morale, some finesse, some agility. Man, this is finesse. Look at all that finesse. I don't even have any finesse items equipped, and I'm already at 30%, which is sick. Now I get why burglars get so many stats. Like why I see burglars running around with 500,000 health. It's like, what else are you supposed to put your stats into? You cap it everywhere. And that's why I'm wondering how good it is to go above the cap on crit. Because do I need 500,000 health? Maybe. But what if I have 400,000 health, and instead of that, I gain like an extra 300,000 crit? I don't know. Something to think about. Yeah, I don't have like any essences slotted into here. Okay, sweet. Wonderful. Now I actually need to find my items that I didn't have. And we should... Yeah, trying to figure out how to get all your characters maxed out. It's a fun problem. I will say, I guess it's like, when we talked about it earlier, it was like, oh, what's the fun part of the end game? What is enjoyable? You find it so boring. I mean, to me, the little key aspects of the optimization and, you know, getting every little step of a character where you get a little bit stronger and a little bit stronger and a little bit stronger. And you can see down the road somewhere is that eventual reality where you'll be able to log in your character and your character is going to be like so strong, you know? And that's going to happen like way in the future. And it's not now. It's way down there. But once you get there, it's like, it feels so good. And I feel like that's something that I very much deeply enjoy, is the feeling of just someday you get there and you have all of the power from all the things that you work for. And it's like this collective thing, right? It's like, does it really matter that you got this power in this video game? No. does it matter more that it feels satisfying to have all of that? It's like a thing that you built and you worked on. I don't know. I think that's kind of cool. I just wish the loading screens in this game were shorter. Pretty much my my big gripe with the Lord of the Rings Online. Right. I forgot to log into my alts and buy the Destiny Point XP. That way you get boosted XP the entire time during the leveling process. I like doing that. Oh yeah, and this is my Guardian. Also boosted. Yeah! But, someday. Whoa! Oh, it's all my old items. Yeah, all the old items from back in the day. Guardians Club of the First Age, level 60. Wow, look at that club. Ooh, look at that club. Oh, it's maxed out. It's got some Starlit Crystals put into it. Do I have a belt with Starlit Crystals, I think? My level 70 Starlit Crystal belt. That high shield use rank. Oh, look at that. You know why I made a Hobbit Guardian? I made Hobbit Guardian because I love this. I love having a big weapon. Oh, he doesn't pull out the weapon. But I love having like just a huge-ass sword. Where's my shield? I actually don't know where I put my shield. My shield? No, that's not the shield. Oh no. Shield, where'd you go? Oh, is it here? Here it is. Hero Guardian shield. And instead, you get a hammer when you... I don't know why they gave Guardians hammers. It's the worst. It's the worst weapon. But you get a hammer when you boost your Guardian, which is so goofy. Dumb. Yeah, it's my Hobbit Guardian Iron Train. It's pretty sick. He's a good character. He's fun. Well, Guardian at some point in the future. Because I'm going to be maxing out all of these characters. But one by one by one. And right now it's Burglar time. Burglar's got to get maxed out. Burglar needs to get the XPs and stuff. Then we also got Frosty the Snowman, my minstrel. Oh, baby. Got a big fan of Frosty the Snowman. Oh, I forgot. I should probably buy the winter cosmetics, right? Because there's like, they're at the event. I don't know if there's an actual snow outfit. Now, you might be wondering, but Strim Tom, why do you have a minstrel named Frosty the Snowman? That's not important. Just don't worry about it. Don't think about it. It's not, it doesn't matter. Oh. Frosty the Snowman. Look at him. He's so frosty. And guess what? You know what he needs? Accelerated XP. Look at that. He's got 9 million accelerated XP. Basically every 5 days, I just log into him, buy the boosted XP, log out. And I'm going to do that until they get capped on XP. Then I can level the entire way through. Easily. There's Frosty. And lastly, there's Strim Tom. That is all 10 characters. 7 of them at cap, or no, 6 of them at, 7 of them at cap, and 3 of them not at cap. Although most of them don't have crafts. Crafting is the other part. I should have bought all my characters a craft when there's like earlier in the week there was or I think it was last week, they had crafting professions were like 1,300. I should have logged in all my characters and bought the crafting professions. Boom. Boosted XP. Here we go. Also, Hunter is hilarious. This is like the most powerful, most ridiculous class I've ever seen. Because you just stand around and blow up everything instantly. It's pretty sick. I very much enjoy playing Hunter. And you look at how many skills you actually use. Like, I don't even use any skills. It's just quick shot, swift bow, barbed arrow, upshot, blood arrow, penetrating shot, exsanguinate, heartseeker, and then sometimes merciful shot. So it's just like, it's very, like, the amount of buttons you actually need to press is very small in comparison to most other classes. Like Burglar, you got like the whole bar, but look how much space I have on this bar of just nothing, where there's nothing I can ever put there. That's kind of cool, actually, where you're just focusing on like the raw output. You came here to troll. I don't get it. What does that mean? I'm confused. Anyway, so there we go. So that's all. Damn it! I was supposed to log into my warden to get the friggin' items. God, I'm so stupid. Why do people let me play this game? That was the whole point, is I was doing all that swapping so I could log into my warden just to get the items that I needed. Son of a gun. It's Tuesday. Also, can you guys believe that the new year is only coming up soon? Look at that. It's going to be 2021 soon. Everything's going to be exactly the same. But, you know, it's going to be another year from now. It's pretty cool, actually. I have not really thought about the New Year plan, or New Year's this year, because, you know, this year doesn't really feel... I don't know. There's just some part of me that's like, I don't want to celebrate the New Year right now. No, I don't want to, like, bring in the New Year. I'm more very okay in the position of, like, just status quo. Because, like, I'm a firm believer that we should just do over 2020. That somebody should go on the calendar and say, no, 2020 didn't happen. We go back a year. Everybody goes back a year. Everyone's a year younger. Just get rid of it. Everything. Get rid of it. 2020 would be even worse than 2020? I don't think so. 2021 is going to be better, I think. Glimmering Ethel Runics. Beautiful. Send that to the burglar. And we're also going to send all of my wonderful items to the burglar. Oh, in the thing. Oh, look at all these item XP runes. I don't know which one of these is supposed to combine. Here we go. Send this to the burglar, this to the burglar. All this item XP! I found a friggin' treasure trove of it! 255,000 runes? Oh! Look at this! I didn't know I had all of this. Just chillin', man. I don't know if this is enough, but this is a lot. Oh, wow. Look at all this item XP. Sick. In you go. That's saving me space, and I'm gonna get some more stats for my burglar. Hell yeah. That's very exciting. I'm very excited now. Yep, it depends on, obviously, your circumstances and what's happened to you this year. It's been a complicated year for many, but I think that overall 2021 is going to be, it's going to be not so much like a good year for a lot of people, but it's going to be an improvement. You know, like in theory, by the end of the year, there should be like a closer step and a return towards some level of normalcy. Like the ideal goal is that at some point in 2021, because either people have finally learned how to be responsible with their time and around others, and also people have learned how to, you know, do things like people have figured out how to do the social distancing, people have figured out how to do the wearing masks, people are starting to get the vaccine, and everything starts to not entirely return to normal, but then you don't have to have a situation where all of a sudden, like, the world is doing all these big lockdowns or anything else like that. Where like, oh my god, it's the summertime. You say to somebody, hey, do you want to like go to a cottage? And they're like, yeah, that sounds cool. And then you can just like actually do that and not worry about what's going to happen. Like the consequences are going to disappear. Not entirely disappear, but you can be responsible about it. You and others. That's like the dream. Plugins? Yeah, there's plugins in Lord of the Rings Online. Tons of plugins. Besides, there already are plugins that exist for Dungeons & Dragons Online. There are people making them already. Oh, look at all these runes. Oh, baby. Alright, so now I'm going to see if we can get this to work. I'm going to go rune by rune and see if we can max out the Prank Shank. 16 plain heritage runes. 32,000. Alright. Ooh, I think I'm going to get it done. I'm feeling good about this now. Delicate heritage runes. 5.2 million XP into the Prank Shank. Ooh, it's almost there. It's almost there. Go, my Prank Shank. Become powerful. Okay, I don't need to put any more into these. That's pretty much done. So now I can just level up this. And put this into Trickster for Kids. 7 million XP. That's maxed out. These are getting maxed out. Beautiful, beautiful. That. I can actually play Yellow Burglar now if I want. And I believe this crit is done. This is done. I just gotta put a new crit in Essence here in the Pocket Ace. We're gonna Essence of Brutality. Right click. Escape. Relic Combination. Deconstruct. Sealed Glimmering Ithel setting of whatever. Pocket Ace. Get this. Wait, do I have a setting of the 3 peaks? Oh, that's a bad item. That is a bad item. That in there. Feels satisfying. There we go. Prank Shank. It's done. I did it. So if I really wanted to try playing yellow, I can do that now. Because I have all the damage, and I got all the defense, not defensive, but all the bonuses here. Positional damage, clever retort damage, and healing. Tricks duration, dust in the eyes, mischance, addle debuff. You know, honestly, there's not a lot of things that you need specifically on a yellow bag, but just in case, there's the clever retort damage as well, in case I actually end up using that skill. I have no idea if it's good or not. And then to go with the dagger, there's trick and trick removal damage, which should also, in theory, stack with the other stuff. So now all I need to do is get a good yellow tree. Which is trait configuration 2. Which, what do we call this? Need a good name. This is the debuffing tree. It's yellow. It's about being a trickster. It's about being a prankster. So I'm going to call this What's with Andy, after the classic Canadian TV show about that prankster and his hijinks. Okay, so what do you do with yellow? Because the bleed is good, and so is flashing blades. Do you not use flashing blades on your yellow? I don't know. I'm going to compare this to some other yellows out there. Give me a second. No. See some yellow burglar. Trait line. Ah, there's multiple yellow burglar trait lines. Oh, right, because if you need to do conjunctions, you have to use trip. Right. That makes sense. And so if you're tripping, then you don't get Gambler's Advantage. Because you're tripping. That makes sense. What's this? Days Grace Period. This is Resistance Penetration. That's definitely not important. Trick and Removal Skill Damage. Trick Removal Cooldown. Apparently you don't need as much Trick Removal Cooldown. That's interesting. You definitely don't want to take Counter Defense because that's a bad trick. Trick Duration, that's essential. I'm trying to read. Opportunist. Subtle Stab, it deals additional damage against tricked foes. Apparently is not a priority. And then everything else. Oh, and apparently not Self-Adulation, Clever Retort, Trick Removal, Healing. I don't know how much this actually does. This is a great question. These are all, like, things I need to figure out. Trick Removal, Healing. That would be Mischievous Glee, which heals 10% of effective morale. Wait a minute. Hold on. This says... Oh, just Clever Retort, Trick Removal, Healing. So this would be 5%. So this is only for Clever Retort, which doesn't always do a heal. So I'm going to have to go test this out and see what some of the math turns into. So, monsters, where are you? Which also reminds me, I need to have... oh no, I need to put my bags down. This is the sneak bag. I'm gonna put this bag here and take my bag, put it like right over here. That way if I want to stealth, I put on the stealth bag and then I can do that first. Because I forgot you also have less stealth speed while you're a yellow burglar. Like back to classic. So I trick him, and I clever retort heal. How much was that for? 13,000! $15,000? Oh no! Oh, that's so bad! Clever retort! Wait a minute. No. Wait. What? Oh, I don't think I have the bag on. Do I have the bag on? No, I have the money bag. That explains it. Because I don't have my yellow items. Okay, hold on. This is the bag that I'm supposed to have. Yes, I need to have this on and okay, hold on. Okay. I'm like melting my brain right now. I need to make sure I put my items appropriately. So this is the sword backup plan that pairs with this set of tools. I have the prank shank, which pairs with the Tricks Are for Kids bag. And then I have this, which pairs with this. Okay, so let's try this again. 21,000 healing. That's at 21,000? That's with everything? Oh no! Why is that number so low? That's with self-adulation for the extra 25%, and that's with the bag on. That's 102% extra healing. Oh no! Oh. Oh god. What have I done? Hey, Smexy Beer Daddy. Oh god. Oh no. Okay, let's try this again. Does this always heal? Oh, based on the trick. Oh! So when disable is removed, it always does a healing effect. So what happens when I remove enrage? When I remove enrage, I get a dot. Oh, 2,000! No! No, this skill is useless! This skill is useless! Oh, I've been... Oh, God, no. Oh, I thought this would be cool. I thought you could use this all the time. Clever retort. Oh, my heart. I thought this skill would have been cool. Because I removed the trick and heal for 16k? Oh my god. Oh my god. Oh no. F in the chat. This skill is useless. Oh god. I even have... Look at that. Clever retort damage and healing. It's right there. Oh. I don't even need to replace it with anything. It's just so bad, but it stays there. Oh. Okay. This is good. This is why we test. This is why we put stuff together. Okay. So this skill is totally useless. So we don't take this. That's important. Which means we also probably don't take Perplexing Position, because I believe the startling trick cooldown is reduced when you do something else. Hold on. Trick disable becomes trick improved disable? Sure. Small snag. Mischievous glee. Mischievous delight and clever retort apply their buffs to their fellowship? Ah, god. Does this apply a buff? Doesn't apply a buff. Riddle cooldown. Plus to trick range. What's the range on this? 16.5 meters. Wow. I swear, there's something where it's like when you use a skill, it causes the cooldown of your other skills to go down. Oh, is it this one? No, it's reveal weakness damage. Oh god. Okay, let's fix this. Okay. Okay. So this. Oh god, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry, video game. I didn't mean to do this to you. This is obviously amazing. This is amazing.
Hey Strim,
Yes?
Brian here.
Hey, Brian.
Less reading, more action.
This is action. Reading is action. You must take action with your own mind. And read and learn and knowledge. Okay. So these skills are garbage, and Clever Retort should not even go in my action bar. Super duper cool. Is it worth it to take Dust in the Eyes? I might as well. It's good to throw it over like a pack of monsters. Then might as well take the extra damage. I don't think that comedic timing is useful, because it's resistance penetration, but who cares about this? Okay, so that's an exact 32 points. And then I have 62 points to spend in other places. And so your two big options, obviously you're going to be sending them in the DPS tree. You either can grab Gambler's Advantage, which you can rotate in all of the time, because Gambler's Advantage is pretty good. Alternatively, you could go deep for the trip. Gambler's Advantage is a ton of damage. This stacks up to 5 times, so this would deal about 20... This is basically 11,000 DPS.
Hey Strim, Brian here. Does Mr. Selleck even know how to read?
I do. That's what matters. I'm the player. It's not about Mr. Selleck. It's about me. Me reading. Also, burglars are methodical and smart, so of course he knows how to read. Okay, this is pretty good. Aim. Grab some of these. I feel like it might not be a bad idea to have this. Every critical chain skill, although I don't think you need that at max percentage. Flashing Blades. Aim cooldown. Do you fully go in for the trip? Because you grab trip, and then you're just shy a few points. If I could scrape 1 point from somewhere. There's no one extra point. If we get to 96 points, then you can pull Gambler's Advantage too. And the trip. And it's all cool. But I guess you just skip Gambler's Advantage, maybe? Probably? I swear it's something like using Subtle Stab reduces the cooldown of your trick removal skills. Yeah, Subtle Stab reduces the cooldown of... the active cooldown of trick removals. Yeah. Because if you can't get access to Gambler's Advantage, then you don't need to pick up the extra 5% evade chance. So then I guess you just take the positional damage. You take vital points, because you have nothing else to take. Oh, and I guess you need Hiding in Plain Sight cooldown, huh? To trip stuff? Because trip, you need to be doing it from stealth. Maybe? Hey, Rano, what's up? I'm trying to figure out the maths on this. Alternatively, you could also just bump up the damage of your tricks. Call it a day. There's something like this seems fine. But again, I don't know how often you need the trip. So I think the better course of action here is to not take this. And do something like this. For solo play, and then when you need the trip, you spec into the trip. This seems like a much better decision. Yeah, so then I have Subtle Stab, reduces the active cooldown of tricks. So -2 trick removal skills, so I can use Startling Twist all the time if I wanted to do that. This character is now basically like a straight up melee, which is kind of weird. And then you have your 3 different tricks that you want to apply. You've also got Quite a Snag. Quite a Snag is an attack that does a bunch of damage, and then also increasing the amount of damage that monsters take. So you want to make sure this is up 100% of the time. If I want to be using this all the time. You got your Addle. This character has a lot of cooldowns now. Oh, man. I feel like Yellow Burglar is hard to play. You have so many different abilities and spells that you're trying to cast all the time. That old school move speed sucks. So I can hit this guy with the 7.5% increased damage from reveal weakness. And then because I'm soloing, I can get him with the enrage. Stun. And then he's stuck and he can't do anything. Because I can always just use Startling Twist. And I always want to try to get in Subtle Stab when I can. Then Flashing Blades. And then determining which trick to use is entirely dependent. Wait, can I use... Trickster allows you to apply 2 tricks to a target, right? Trick skills are AoE. The next trick can stack with an existing trick. Okay, so I go up to this guy. I dust him in the eyes. So now he has dust in the eyes, which increases his miss chance. This thing can barely hit me. And then I use Trickster, and I use dust in the eyes, which makes just my next trick AoE. But still, now it has 2 stacks. So in theory, this thing should miss me. Oh, never mind. It cured itself. Why did it cure itself of the second trick, dust in the eyes? Why did that happen? Does it only last for a short duration? I have no idea. Maybe I like misread how this actual skill works. Hold on. If I click Trickster, Trickster damage buff, and this is now AoE, so this hits 3 people. Frickin' Rage. Frickin' Rage. Maybe it just like made it save? I don't know. Oh. I have no idea. And I have the Mischief Maker. Just 15% increased trick removal effect, which makes this a 9-second stun. Whoa. Oh yes, of course. And then I have Gambler's Advantage. Oh my god. I'm like, my brain is stalling right now because I have no idea where to put all these buttons. Okay, I guess distraction is not important. You don't need to have distraction keybound. I can keep aim here. I don't need to use dust in the eyes all too often because apparently it comes off of the monsters for no reason. I can put flashing blades, put these things back to where they were. Which trick to use more often, disable or enrage? Disable is minus 15% damage. Which seems kind of good. So I go disable, trickster... Oh, wrong button. Trickster, disable. And now this thing does minus 30% damage and attacks 40% slower. Which seems kind of good. Also, my character is like hella tanky, even though I have no tactical mitigations. I still have like a lot of defense. I don't know how I have so little tactical mitigation. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, now everything's freezing. Yeah, I have no idea. I need to like join a group. I need to join a group so I can learn how to debuff everything and crowd control stuff. Because I'm looking at this and it like makes sense. Yeah, I need to join a group and learn how to crowd control stuff. So the rule is keep quite a snag up 100% of the time because it increases the damage that a monster takes by 3%, always. Against bosses, depending on the monster, you want to keep up your enrage or disable, and then you want to apply a second trick, either enrage or disable. This also increases trick damage, because the tricks actually hit pretty hard. So I feel like you can probably even use your tricks as part of your rotation if you wanted. Man, I don't know. Double-edged strike, flashing blades, quite a snag. I think I have all these skills. Oh, man. It's one of those things where I was like, yeah, burglar's really easy. Burglar's really simple. And then I, like, I just changed it over, and then all of a sudden my brain is, like, hemorrhaging right now, trying to figure out what the hell is going on. What the hell is going on? At 22% tactical damage reduction. Okay, exploit weakness. Yep, you got the knockdown. Yep, 100%. Use the subtle stab because it removes the trick removal cooldown. Also does a high and potent amount of damage. So I guess you basically just play regular burglar, and you're regularly hitting the monsters, while also applying tricks. Okay, I'm gonna go test this out. I'm gonna go to Anak Kerfu and try to yellow burglar some stuff. I'm gonna do a couple of the missions or whatever to see if that will help out, but for total transparency, I have no idea.
Hello there.
Absolutely no idea what I'm doing.
What can I do for you?
Good trick, pocket sand. Yeah, literally, dust in the eyes. Hey, Dale knew a thing or two about getting people in the face with the pocket sand. Yes, this seems fine.
How can I be of service?
Okay, let's go to Anak Kerfu. Way to snag. Metal. Here's fully debuffed. Reveal weakness. And then start DPSing. Basically, it's DPS when your tricks are not active. When your tricks are active. When your tricks are not active, you have to figure it out. Yeah, that's literally my outfit. Where can I get good jewels? Jewels? What jewels? What do you need jewels for? What are jewels? Like, I literally don't know what you're talking about. There are no jewels in this game. Yeah, see, I can do that. Oh, I need a valid target? Oh, you used to be able to just throw out dust in the eyes whenever you wanted. This was like a frontal AoE. Oh, jewelry! Like, jewelry like this entire side over here. Any dungeon content is fine, and I think you can buy some from some of these vendors that are over here. Like you can, like, in any of the endgame zones should work. And quests will also give you jewelry. Like you shouldn't be out of jewelry because you can't find any. Like there should be always an easy path to jewelry. Well, you just gotta run it on tier 2 and 3 and 4 and 5. Then you'll get the best jewelry ever. Okay, so there's the rockworm. So I'm not a stealth guy. So I apply this ahead of time. Like I trick and rage. I go enrage again. He's got double enrage, and then I hit this guy for like a million zillion damage. Okay. Check. I enrage this guy. I animation cancel that. Huh. Right, I forgot that I'm... Right, okay, gotcha. So, enrage. Quite a snag. I gotta say, I really amp up the amount of damage that these monsters take, which is kind of crazy to me, how much damage I add to these monsters. And I can even stun them if I want to, but I don't even think I have to. I can probably just fight all of these, probably? Oh. Find out. Trick. Oh, no, trick and rage. Hit this guy. I give him the old stun. Then enrage him. I thought that was AoE. Wait, is that not AoE? I thought the startling twist was area of effect. Do I have to have... Is that what the Dust in the Eyes is for? Because I have to Dust in the Eyes these guys? I don't know. Maybe you have to Dust in the Eyes. So that way everybody has a trick, so you can remove 3 tricks. I have, like, no idea. Okay, come back here. Okay, so I Dust in the Eyes. Then I Startling Twist. And there, okay, so then they both get stunned. And then I can get the positional damage, and I can get behind this guy. Okay. That makes sense, kind of. It's so many buttons and dials and things to press. This is complicated. But yeah, getting your gear can come from all sorts of different sources, especially earrings. If you want to get the best earrings in the game, the Shadow King earrings, which you can find right here. To get these, they're really powerful. You have to run Askad Mazal, which is a 3-man, and you have to run it on tier 3 or higher to pull those earrings. And they're very powerful, but it's a complicated dungeon. It's not something you can solo. It's a 3-man. And it is, like I said, it's complicated. It's got a bit of a challenge there. Now I'm going to be back in just a moment. I need to use the washroom because it's important for my overall health. And I'll be back in just a moment. See you in a second here. I am back with a nice cup of water that I refilled because you gotta do that. Oh. I'm going to keep trying to learn this. One of the main issues that I've noticed is that it's very difficult to try to learn the proper way to play a character when you're doing some of the single player stuff, because now that I have all of my items figured out for my character for the most part, I'm not quite like done, obviously. I'm missing like 1,000,000 health and 1,000,000 crit and all these other stats. But my characters, we're getting there. I'm just smashing monsters without really thinking too much about it. Oh my god, dude. I don't know what the hell that was. So, like, I don't need to do a proper rotation at all to be able to hit most of these monsters. Also, like, an easy thing you can do as well if you're soloing with this type of character, which I think I might get into the habit of, is just for the purposes of soloing, pretty much just always, always use trick disable when you're solo. You can use other tricks for sure, but one of the reasons why disable is so good is because disable just reduces the amount of damage that you take, and that's just valuable. Like, just straight up reducing the amount of damage you take from all monsters is really good. Obviously. And so getting 5% extra damage is okay, but it definitely reduces damage by more than 20%. And, hey, if I'm going to reduce the amount of damage... that friggin' noise that this guy makes. That's amazing. And then we do that. And apply a second trick. So now I have one disable and one enrage. Okay. So I can pretty much keep monsters locked down the entire time. I also like the fact that it also increases the damage of my trick removals. A skill I don't use is Mischievous Delight. I'm not sure how often you would actually use the skill, because it applies 10% of morale to the entire fellowship. Oh, this is a full fellowship heal. And the power restores to the fellowship. Oh, that's interesting. So obviously you're not like a burglar healer, but the fact that this applies to the whole fellowship is very interesting. I did not know that. I don't know if that's good, but that's interesting. Because it means that in theory, when people are taking damage during a raid fight or something, you can just turn to a monster, get them, you know, pop a disable Mischievous Delight, and heal everybody in the entire fellowship for 10%. Wow, that's pretty rad. I mean, 10% doesn't sound like a lot, but when you think about the fact that, like, a captain who's tanking will have 60% or higher incoming healing rating, that's 16% health. That's pretty good. Like, 16% healing is not bad, especially when somebody has, like, 1,000,000 health. I always assume that Small Snag, which is one of the skills here, the way it works is you throw a dagger at your foes and you stick them to the ground. I was always under the impression that that ability would be a ranged attack, but it's not really a ranged attack. Like, you can use it at range, but that's not the point of it. You're supposed to use it as like a melee debuffing thing. I was always under like the idea that you go like, hooah, and then he gets stuck because he can't move because there's a dagger in his foot. And then we go behind and just give him one of these. Oh! Positional damage. Yeah, positional damage is really good with this type of character as well. Oh, and we got the 5-second grace periods. This is basically a stun. We got the improved Addle, so if you want to get even more behind the back damage, what do? So I go to this guy, and I get him. So I do the trick removal for the stun, then I go behind. He's dead. And then if I want to get behind this guy again, I can just do this. Oh, sweet. So you can, like, force monsters to effectively be on the other side of you during combat, assuming that you're actually using your riddle and other skills properly. Very cool. Of course, I can't do that all the time, because, you know, there's just limitations in some of the things you can do. Also, keeping up this bonus, the Quite a Snag, is, like, mentally taxing right now. I don't know why, but it's very hard for me to think of put it on all the time. Alright, I need to... Right, that's not the button. I need to cast Disable, and I use my Startling Twist to move behind the monster and give him the old stab in the back. I don't know if my damage on or if my damage from subtle stab is actually increased. Right, that's the wrong button. Okay, so I stun this guy, go behind him. That's not what I wanted to do. It's fine. I'm pressing all the wrong keys. Getting back to the game. Have you been doing PvP? I haven't been doing the PvP. No. The PvP changes are pretty interesting because there were major changes, if you are unaware, to a whole bunch of the PvP. Essentially, the creep health and stats have effectively doubled, making them very, very formidable. My understanding is that the creeps are stronger than the freeps right now, which means that, one, you'll probably have an influx of new creeps making characters and building stuff up. Also, there's a bit of a dissociation from your distinct level and your level of power, which is good because it means that people can actually have an easier time getting in and starting out as a creep. And yeah, depends on your server though. On Crick Hollow, pretty much people only do any PvP on Fridays, Friday nights. But depending on your server, they might be in other places, or they might do other times. I know that Arkenstone does a little bit more creep activity, I think. Or PvP. PvMP. Okay, so I turn this guy around. Get him with this. Get him with this. Get him with a stun. Gotta go behind him. And he's dead. Okay, that's how you do that. Oh. Yeah, so PvMP had a huge overhaul that I think, for the most part, my understanding from talking to other people is that it's been largely enjoyed by many. But of course, that is entirely dependent on what you enjoy about the PvMP. If you like being an overwhelmingly powerful force of creeps, then you probably aren't going to enjoy this PvP patch cycle because the creeps are less powerful than the creeps. If you like the fact that your creep horde has to be very numerous in order to be able to beat the creeps, again, you are going to hate this patch because that's just not what's happening right now. I love it. It's like, oh, I need finesse so I can block, overcome these guys' block, parry, and evade. Or I just stun them and then I don't have to beat their block, parry, evade. Guardian or champion? I mean, that depends on what you want to do. Champions are one of the best DPS classes in the entire game. In terms of PvP, I have literally zero idea. I couldn't even tell you. But in terms of non-PvP, Guardians are one of the worst DPSs in the entire game, and Champions are one of the best. So they're on the complete opposite spectrum. And also, Guardians are okay tanks, but they get outclassed by Captains, and in some cases, Bjornings. Let's sneak over here. And Champions don't tank. So, I don't know. Like, I mostly do, like, raids and stuff in endgame. I don't do a lot of PvP, especially since the PvP changes were very recent. I haven't had a chance to go into it. I want to, and so probably within, like, maybe, like, next week or something, we'll do an exploration to some of the PvP stuff. I would love to remake my War Leader and have a good time. But, yeah. And then as far as, like, are these guys good or bad in PvP? I'm assuming Champion is good in PvP, because Champions just generally are. Yellow Champion has the ability to heal every time they cast a Blade skill, and that's really, really strong, because essentially it allows you to just keep yourself sustained for pretty much the entire time that you're fighting some of these monsters. Yes, okay, so I do have to have a trick on every monster, so that's why I need the Dust in the Eyes. I need the Dust in the Eyes because if I don't have them, then I can't use Startling Twist to remove 3 tricks. Okay, I'm understanding. I'm figuring this out. I think I knew that you needed that. Like, I figured that out before, but it's good to reaffirm these things. And it's so weird when you just, like, you play the entire game using specifically one spec, and then you just swap to another one, and it's like, oh yeah, right, how do I play this game again? What do all my buttons do? Oh man, hitting that guy for over 100k, that felt good. But yeah, in terms of, like, endgame, Guardians are good, and Guardians are also likely going to receive some balance changes at some point soon. But just exactly what those changes are going to look like, we don't know. We don't have any information on anything like that. So it's going to take a little bit for us to, be able to make some conclusive judgments about what the Guardian is going to end up being by the time all is said and done. So, like I said, I know it's something that they were focusing on. There was a interview, or not interview, a question and answer period that happened on Twitch with Severlin, who's the executive producer of the game. So Jerry hosted it with Severlin, and they talked about a bunch of different stuff. And class balance is always one of those touchy subjects where it's hard to say exactly how something will change, because you have multiple different options when it comes to class balance. You have like option 1, which is, okay, we just make the classes balance, we just balance the numbers. Or option 2, would balancing the numbers make something more, make it fun, or is there a way we can take this opportunity to add more skills or abilities or change something to make it also more interesting at the same time, to fix potentially a problematic issue? Because I'm lazy and I forget to update stuff. That's why. Thank you. Appreciate that one. Okay, why don't I try this out and see what's up? I still have my blue set, and I will still continue to use it. So the Oins Bridge. What am I doing? Destroy Torog Corruptions and Torog Dens? No problem, no problem. But yeah, so yellow for the most part doesn't seem too bad. Obviously, on the landscape, I'm not having any issues because my character has like 1 billion stats. I'm mostly curious about how different this would feel to play when you're doing like the regular burglar thing. I feel like there's like multiple steps to learning how to play a yellow burglar. Step number 1 is maintaining your debuffs 100% uptime on targets. Step number 2 is figuring out how to deal damage at the same time in between all of those things. I think it's something that a lot of people lose out on. Is kind of maintaining what it is that their character is supposed to do and keeping track on that. The reason why I say that is because my favorite character class is Captain. I really like Captain. And I end up playing with a lot of Captains because sometimes I play Warden when I raid, sometimes I play my Runekeeper, sometimes I play all sorts of stuff. If you're a Captain, you should try your best, especially if you're trying to do the end game. Leveling, don't worry about it. Doing other stuff, don't worry about it. Solo play, it's fine. But you're like straight up trying to do end game, you're straight up trying to do whatever. You want to have a 100% uptime, if possible, on your, or you want 100% uptime on your buffs. 100%. I can't stress this enough, how important it is that you have 100% uptime on your buffs. You want to make sure that your, I think it's pressing, not pressing attack, the threatening shout or whatever, the buff that you get from Sure Strike, the buff that you get from Rallying Cry, and the buff that you get from Routing Cry, all 3 of those effects need to be up 100% of the time. One of them is a 15% increased attack duration buff, which is a really powerful ability and a very, very good effect. One of those abilities is a 5% damage buff for the entire raid, which that's pretty good for the entire group. And the other one is a huge bonus to outgoing healing, critical rating, physical mastery, and just raw damage. So it's really good to have these buffs active to make sure that you're using them appropriately. And they will do that. All of those buffs being active is going to add more damage to the entire party or whatever your group that you're doing than any of your attacks will do, because Captain damage is so low. And the number of times I play in groups with some red Captain who has no healing gear, never presses Inspire, never does any healing for the entire group, only hits the monsters, and then also doesn't keep the buffs up. I'm like, what? Why did you pick this class? Like, it literally doesn't work. Like, you do less damage than a Guardian. But all you have to do is press like a couple keys in a slight different order. It's not even like a challenging thing. Max out your crit, and then make sure you use your crits to get the Rallying Cry buff and the other buffs up. And the reason why I know is because I'm an insane person, and I use a tracker. So when I play on my Warden or my Runekeeper, I actually have a tracker that's up here at the top of the screen, so that way you guys can't actually see it. It's behind the the overlay. And I use the tracker to keep track of when I have those buffs and when I don't have them. And when more than half the time I don't have the buffs, I'm like, what are you doing? Why did you pick this class? What is happening? And I lose my mind. And so that's why, for the burglar, I don't want to have that situation where... Oh, what happened? The tank died? Oh, why did the tank die? Oh, it's because I forgot to keep disable up on the boss? Oops. Like, I don't want that. I want the tank to not die. I want to be successful and to beat the raid. So I gotta make sure I learn to keep disable up. I need to learn to keep all these different skills. Keep small snag, disable, trickster, right, using trickster properly, which is basically using it on cooldown because of the 39-second cooldown thing. Because there should be 6 seconds where you don't have double tricks, but all the other times there should be double tricks. Actually, I have a question. If I trick this guy, and then I use trickster, and then I trick this guy, what happens if I use this trick? Will this what will this replace? Trick. Okay. What'll this? And if I use it again, will it replace the other trick, or will this trick stay? Oh, the trickster trick stays. Interesting. Okay, so your trickster's trick will stay. So I can use a trick on a monster. And then at some point, when I actually use trickster, I can then apply another trick over top of that, and the trickster trick will not come off cooldown. So let's just say I can apply a trickster with disable, and it leaves the disable up, and then no matter what other tricks I apply, it keeps the disable up. Aha. I am learning now. Do I have to go across this bridge? I think this is like the longest mission I've done. This is a long one. Only 3 more damn Torog corruptions to fix. And I got a delicate fur of fleetness. Look at all those stats. Captain item, minstrel item. Yeah, there's more stuff over here. Right. I'm just gonna pull it all into a big pile. Call it a day. Never mind. I'm gonna get stunned. Wait, did I seriously get stunned? Oh man, that's not. Okay, stop. So I go. Okay. Oh, now this guy's doing it? Stop this. Stop this. Now this guy's doing it. They, like, change... Okay, that's annoying. I'm just like, I just want to be able to move, and I can't. So everybody dies. That's what you get. Yeah. Yeah, did you want to fight me? No, that was a bad idea. Maybe you shouldn't have rooted me. Then it would have been nicer. No, that's kidding. I would have killed him anyway. I'm a bad person. Okay, so, wait a second. I was told that there is apparently a thing that improves Mischievous Glee healing that doesn't work. Like this, Mischievous Glee healing, 174%. And apparently that doesn't work at all. I guess maybe because it's a flat percentage it doesn't work at all. Because that would make it like 30% healing for Mischievous Glee. And that seems like pretty good. So, I'm curious as to how that doesn't work. And double stun. Instant kill. It is very cool to do that. That's a cool strategy where you use aim and then you go flashing blades, double-edged strike, and you basically instant kill whatever's in front of you. It's super satisfying. I think when I do those things together, it's like over 100. It's like 150k damage from behind. Just like boom, boom. It'll be even better once I have all the max stats. Sweet. Yeah, overall that's pretty cool. The way that this works. I'm not even like close to figuring out the red. We're pretty far away on that for a bunch of reasons. One, I don't have the legendaries. I mean, I have them, they're here, but we're pretty far away on that. So that's down the road. I think I have pretty much everything that I need for all of these things. Yeah, this is pretty good. Yeah, burglars kind of weird. They got a lot of different abilities you can use all the time and things to combo, and it's good. It's very good. I just look forward to getting to play it more and practice and getting better at it. Because I feel like that's always the hardest part, is like, it's the sitting down and practicing and staying at the target dummy and what have you. I'm just trying to drill, trying to drill the numbers into your head of like, okay, do this, and then do this, and then do this, and then do this. Let me go ahead and drop my DPS items away. Oh, and I have the Vitality Bell. I should have been using the DPS Bell, yeah. And then this is where I need to get a couple more pieces. I'm going to have to do some raids, get some more essences. I think, as I said, that going over to the top on crit might actually not be a bad idea. I'm gonna get out the chart. Let's get out the chart. Hold on. I'm going to get out the chart. Math is fun. You guys like maths. The chart. Nerd. This is the old chart, which is great, and this chart allows you to see all sorts of different stuff. So you can see like you can put in numbers, so like what you want to get to. So you can put in like where you want to be and what percentage you want to be at. So right now, I can see that the absolute cap on these stats. So this is crit right here. I have critical hit at the top. The cap is 25%, and it caps out at 63. Whatever. So if I have my crit is 356,104, I can type in 356,104, hit enter, and now when I look at critical hit, I can see this is my contribution right now. So I'm at exactly 18.1% crit chance, and that pretty much doubling my crit is going to make up the rest of that chance. So the first 350,000 is 18%. The next 350,000 is worth 7%. So you have to ask yourself, how much is it worth it? But I also have 20.7 critical magnitude. Now, critical magnitude caps at 3 million, so I don't think you're going to get 3 million crit. However, let's imagine we're at the crit cap, because everybody at endgame is going to be at the crit cap. So boom, there we go, we're at the crit cap. That feels pretty good. So we got the exact stat that you need, 25%, that's awesome. However, if I go to critical hit magnitude, as you can see, we're not even close on the critical hit magnitude train. So if I increase my critical hit from 6.3 or 630,000, and I bump it up to, I don't know, close to 1 million, I gain an extra 10% critical hit damage. Is 10% critical hit damage worth the amount of investment on that extra damage? And that's where, like, I'm getting really screwed up here, because I think that for most characters, the answer is no. You don't want to get that high above your crit cap, because that extra damage is probably not going to come out, because how often are you critically striking and how important is it? But this is where the questions become really crazy, because how often are you critically striking? And, well, that's a complicated answer. So let's take a look at how often we actually critically strike on a burglar, because they critically strike all the time. So the critical strike chance, the cap is 25%. Let's assume that because you're going above the critical strike cap, that you're at 25% chance, right? So 25%, that's how often you crit, because we're imagining if you go even farther beyond that, right? As per the math, we're saying that, this is already at the cap. So we are at 25% chance, we have that much crit. Now we're looking at how far into the magnitude are we going to go. Let's imagine I set this to like 1 million. Right? So 1 million puts up to 43%. So we get an extra 43%. You also gain increased devastate chance, which is pretty good. So this is getting close to 10%, which is the cap. So how important is that? Well, here is where it gets kind of complicated, because generally the reason why you don't want to keep increasing that damage is because you only crit 25% of the time. So getting extra crit and guaranteeing crits is essential. It's something that I talked about multiple times in the game Dungeons & Dragons Online. If you've ever seen any of my videos about fighter or any two-handed class, basically, it's that the only thing that matters is critical strike or critical strike damage, not chance, because there are abilities that give you guaranteed critical hits. And if you guarantee critical hits, you can get rid of the whole "what is my chance to critically strike?" because I did. I just told the game that I did. And burglars are one of those such classes. Just to get started, you have an ability here called Aim. Let me just pull this up here. Aim. Careful aim results in a critical hit and reduced mischance on the next damaging attack. So I guarantee that my next attack is going to critical hit. It just does. No questions asked. It does critically hit. Yes, count it down. Okay? That's pretty good. Guaranteeing a critical hit means that I can do this every 20 seconds. I can guarantee one of my attacks to be a critical hit. On top of that, they also get crit chance all over the place. Number one, if you're playing as a red burglar, you're going to come in here and pick up extra 2.5% critical chance for 27.5. And then you're also going to come over here for an extra 5% crit chance. So 32.5% of the time, you're critically striking. And then every 20 seconds, you guarantee a critical strike. That makes critical strike damage that much more important and impactful on your character. But wait, we're not done yet. Because you also get this weird ability called Provoke. And Provoke is an attack, deals slight damage, and grants you the Provocateur buff, which greatly reduces damage from your next hit you take, and improves your critical chance by 20% on your next attack. Which means if I use Provoke, and then I use another skill, then that skill that I use it on doesn't have a 32.5% critical chance, it has a 52.5% critical chance. So we're critically striking way more often than I think that we probably should. Because instead of critically striking 25%, which all the other classes in the game are doing because they're a bunch of friggin' losers and they don't crit all the time, I'm a burglar. I can see the lines. I know where the weak spots are. I see the chinks in the armor and just, dagger right through the friggin' plates. Just right up there, right in the chest. That's what I'm talking about with the burglar. I got the aim. We got the provoke. So, every 8 seconds, my next skill that I use, burglars are pretty fast on the skills, but, we're landing this. And you can also make sure you use these on the high damage skills. Very, very important. However, let's keep going. We're not done yet. You think that's the only thing you can guarantee a critical strike on? Nuh-uh, because now we've got the Quiet Knife. Use a stealth and positional tactics to deal damage. What's this right here? Boom. Improved Sneak. When using a surprise strike or cunning attack from Sneak, they are now guaranteed to be a critical hit. Every time you use an attack from Stealth, critical hit. Now you might ask yourself, but Strimtom, you don't use stealth. You're in a raid scenario. Nobody uses stealth in a raid except Dodoi Feint Attack. Feint Attack allows you to use your attacks as if they came from stealth. As if they came from stealth. And this is a 15-second cooldown. So every 15 seconds you guarantee a crit, every 20 seconds you guarantee a crit, and every 8 seconds you get 20% extra crit chance on your next skill, and you have a 32.5 base crit chance. So then I have to ask myself, is it worth it to get an extra million or an extra 300,000 of a stat, which if we convert that into like raw power, like raw essence power, on a character like this, how much would that be raw essence power? It's 21, it's like 22,000 crit is worth 1,800 vitality, and what's the conversion ratio on burglar? It's 5 to 1. So if I go into my calculator, what's the health ratio on that? So, how much is the vitality essences? I gotta look this up. I gotta do the math. I think I have an essence box here. Essence box? Beautiful. So, calculate. So I'm gonna use my calculator. So, we have a calculator. This vitality is 1682 times 5. So 1 essence is 8,000 health, or versus the crit of 20,000. Divided by 20. 2196. So basically, every point of, or like each point of crit is worth 0.4 points of health. So if I was to say go in for the extra 300,000 crit rating, then so if I wanted to get the extra 300,000 crit, I'm basically giving up on 124,000 health. Is that worth it? Is it worth it to gain extra critical to gain 10% critical damage? Is it worth it to lose like 30% of your health? I don't know. Probably not. Probably not worth it to lose 30% of your health for like 10% more damage on critical strikes. But like, it's one of the few ways you can continue to scale damage way over the top. And assuming you don't die, your damage potential becomes ridiculous. Yeah, I don't know. I have no idea. There's something here, okay? There's something here. Like, I'm not saying that I'm right. I'm saying that there's something here. Oh. I am yellow bird. I saw some guy was posting for a yellow burglar, and I wasn't paying attention. I don't know if that guy failed or not. He was like looking for yellow burglar. DPS. No. But I can bring Warden. Guys, like, he wants DPS. I can't bring a red. Or I can bring blue burglar. My red legendaries aren't done yet. Bad face. Because I can bring the blue burglar, but I can't bring the red. But yeah, I don't know. I think about this. And then you also get stuff like increased damage from stealth, so you get the sneak attack, critical attack chain, bypass mitigations. Okay, great. I have to get this guy's friggin' name because I can't fail it. There we go. Anyway, I don't know. I'm just thinking about it. It's just one of those scenarios where like the map is there, the possibilities of success are there, and it's like I don't know, you know? It's like I don't what is the answer? But even then, what is the question? And then there's also just miscellaneous buffs. You're going to be picking up buffs in combat. It's like Captain gives you a crit buff, just as long as you're in the party, which you should. The Captain should be giving you 44,000 crit buff. So that gets factored into the extra buff and the extra stat, so you can really go over the top. But then also, having more health just means you don't die, and there are percentage health healing effects. As a great example, you get increased percentage health from, like your Mischievous Glee from the percentage health healing. That's pretty good. Captains buff you by a percentage of your health, so the more health you have, the more percentage you get. I don't know. Is it better to have just more base health? Does it even matter? Do you even need to do more damage? Because like every other character in the class in the game, I would never consider going above the cap. But I'm just looking at the math, and I'm like, if you had like 1 million crit, that's like that's a lot of damage. What's the red burglar set even do? I've been invited. Nice. Just gonna get my item, and my vitality item. It's like on the Warden, I wouldn't need the extra. You don't need the extra crit. I don't know.
It is on the stairs of Bagud Meckham.
Keen Eye. Reduce aim cooldown by 3 seconds. Yeah, and you can even get a shorter aim cooldown.
There, caught between those loyal to Gorgar the Ruthless and Hreymil.
So you can get your aim cooldown to 17 seconds. You can aim more often, which means more guaranteed critical hits, which means more benefit from the crit multiplier. I don't know, man. I don't know. I just think about that. Also, I need to make more hope tokens. I don't know how I always run out of hope tokens before anything else. I always run out of hope tokens. Let me go craft some more. Actually, I gotta do one of these. Alright, I'm feeling good. Let's smash some Shtarka. As long as this guy is kept debuffed, we're gonna be good. Because I won't die. Good enough for me. Oh, this means I can get tier 3 gear for my burglar. My burglar. Neat. I'm not gonna pull any DPS gear, but it's fine.
May the frost and cold in you.
I'm having a bad opening pull. we have so many bleeds on this guy. He's probably just gonna die even if all of us die, as long as our captain tank doesn't die. Please and Gale, let's move over here, please. Okay, we just smashed this guy. No problem. Easy. God, having a captain with almost 1,000,000 health is like the best. Oops, that was wrong button. Do you guys remember when last week we were trying to do this dungeon and it took like 100 million years to get through just this one boss, and we had like 30 tries, and then fortunately Kaz was watching and he came and bailed us out. You guys remember that? Yeah, then you got the tier 6 essences, which give even more health, but they also give even more crit rating. And do you want 2229 for crit rating? Oh, and then I forgot, on top of that, you also have the friggin' trigger essence, which 10 seconds out of every 30 seconds, you have 5% extra crit chance. So that's 37.5 crit chance, 33% of the time. I feel like maybe it's a good idea to get the extra crit. I don't know. I don't know. Could be wrong, but I don't think I am. Again, I'm going to confer with some smart people who are like way smarter than I am and be like, hey, smart people, what do you think about this idea? And they're like, they'll be like, what are you doing? You're an idiot. Don't talk to me. Get out of here. You are no longer allowed to talk to the smart people with your bad ideas. I like how everything is basically perma-stun. Give these a second. We'll just pull them over here. Oh, yeah. We'll give these a second. We'll just pull them over here. This is why you don't do anything, by the way. Like, I could do stuff, but instead of doing stuff, I'm just going to follow this guy. Yeah, this is why you don't do any healing or any DPS. You wait. You wait your turn. You say, oh, this guy is pulling everything? No problem. Let's wait for that. What is the strongest class for solo play? Difficult question to answer because all the classes are pretty good for solo play. Because this game is not too difficult to solo through. Although in terms of like raw output, you're gonna get a lot of good mileage out of. Hold on, I'm focusing for a sec. You're going to get a lot of good mileage out of any of the healing classes. Are really good at soloing. Bjorning is fantastic. Runekeeper is amazing. Minstrel is good because they all have good, strong self-heals that they can use. Pretty much all of the healing classes, they can heal, especially like the Minstrel. But they heal well. But mostly, since when you play as a DPS, your heals don't go away. They actually just become self-heals. So that way you can still heal yourself really, really well, which is awesome. Plus, Minstrels can do everything while walking for the most part. So they just slam dunk on monsters a lot of times, which is pretty good. So that one's pretty good. Hunters, also extremely fast. They're great for moving around the landscape. They can teleport everywhere. They can kill all monsters at range. Wardens are basically invincible once you learn how to play them. You just have to, like, have somebody explain it to you in a very detailed manner because it's confusing as heck because of these combo things. Yeah, Warden is a great solo class, but yeah, you gotta like get an engagement ring for your gambits so you don't forget them, and you gotta get used to just that's your life. It's just, oh yes, I apply gambits. That is what I do. Yeah, the Warden well, you don't self heal when you're soloing a Warden. You self heal with this ability right here. This is how you self heal on a Warden. Defeating an enemy restores 5% of your maximum morale. That's how you self heal on a Warden. Yeah, Bjorning is amazing. For soloing. You just smash everything out. Plus the shapeshifting is fun too, so there's some good shit going on there. Okay. And we're killing Asbos in here, by the way. You kill Asbos. With shield, shield, shield? That's horrible. Never do that. Oh, yeah, that's probably why you had a bad experience. No, that's not even a gambit. Oh, don't do that. I would hate to have that experience. You can see my gambit bar down here, so you should be able to follow through. Maybe. But yeah.
Come forward and face us.
Yeah. If you need warden advice, I can definitely give you some warden advice as to what abilities you should be using. Oh, you know what you should be using? You should be in melee stance. That's what you should be doing. Holy crap, that is bad. Don't die, Galanur. Use a cooldown. Defend yourself. Or don't. This is gonna be bad. Okay, that's not good. Yeah, we need the captain needs to not die. We can kill Mogresh though, so it's fine. Captain's got the aggro again, probably. So we're good. That's the problem with doing damage is to take aggro. 115. Oh snap! Yeah, restoration is garbage. They really need to fix up the warden self heals because they're very boring and not good. It's such a cool idea to have a character that can like sustain itself, and then you can't do that. Thanks for raise. Yeah, I personally very much like Warden. I think Warden's a lot of fun, and I find the Gambit system is really exciting. The main Gambits that you end up using as a Warden... Gambit. Close all these.
Received.
The main Gambits that you end up using as a Warden is this line right down here. You're going to be using a lot of Surety of Death, a lot of Desolation, a lot of Brink of Victory, and then, ooh, you come down here with the Stabbing Gambits. You're talking Mighty Blow, Spear Shield Fish Spear. Ooh, that one's a good one. You're talking Power Attack. You're talking Unerring Strike, Wall of Steel, Fear of Virtue. I never use Precise Blow. Never. If you're a man warden, you attack fast enough and you can fit it in your rotation. But I am no man. Because I'm an elf. Didn't realize that was going to be such a big problem. Oops, that was a mistake. Okay, I'm just doing this wrong entirely. See, this is why you gotta not heal. Also, this captain should be rallying crying to get aggro. And they are. Okay, it's all good. And Hunter. Yeah, Hunter is really strong. And Lore Master is also good for solo because they get the pet. And the pet is basically going to do most of the work for you, if I'm being honest. I am so dead. Don't die, Strim Tom. Stay alive. I can't help it. I just do so much damage. I'm literally ripping aggro off this guy. Oh, that's funny. Trade? Why does this guy want trade? He wants to trade? Why does he want trade? He says trade. He wants to trade. Hunters never the game have a pet. Hunters in this game don't have pets, unfortunately. Hunters have no pets, sadly. Hunters are really, really strong, but they don't get pets. It's very sad. Because you're right, hunters in a lot of games get pets, but not in Lord of the Rings. Sorry, I ring Boik since buffing. Apparently me clicking it didn't take. Oops. I don't know what that guy's saying. With a pet dwarf. I don't know if we're allowed to do that. I mean, maybe. No problem for me. I play on Crick Hollow. It's a magical place with magical people. Well, regular people. I'd say magical people, but everyone's pretty regular. They're all fine. Yes, captains actually do get pet dwarves. Now that you think about it, yes, because you can summon your hireling, or not your hireling, your herald. Your herald can be an elf, or a ghost, or a lhasa, or a man, or a dwarf. I will say, one of the worst things, I have a character on Arkenstone, a level 128 Warden, and the worst is not having the 4-set and having the longer masteries, and it's so jarring. Oh man, that's not what I wanted. Sometimes there's like a hair of lag that'll happen between your skills, and when that happens, you just like end up throwing out the wrong Warden skill, and it just makes you sad. Well, it's fine. No. No, I wanted to apply my Spear of Virtue. I can't kick. Oh, I can kick this? I did kick this. Oh my god. Never mind. I can't kick that Crusher, and I'm not going to. The thing about Wardens is sometimes you don't always have access to your interrupts. I'm really happy that they added just a standard interrupt for Warden on a 20-second cooldown. The fact that it's a long cooldown is perfectly fine. It just means that Wardens can interrupt. Sure. Alright, this guy wants to trade? Sure. Where is this guy? Here. Give me those evasive pants. There we go. Beautiful. Evasive pants, evasive chest. More like turn to dust with embers. Nom, 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 nom. Yeah, number 2. Apparently we're doing this run again because we did it too fast and too easy. But yeah, Lore Master is a very good class right now. Because they're used in pretty much every single raid, and then on the landscape, they're just like generally very strong. So you can't go wrong with Lore Master either. That's another good place to put your faith, is in the Lore Master. Oh no, our tank is locked? Uh-oh. Oh no. Uh-oh, maybe we won't be able to get another group. Oh, then I got the Slade Rot essences. Again, I'm just thinking about the burglar. I'm going to try to collect up essences and then up the gear and go from there. I could also just do the old classic replace and just hand me down the essences. Like, go through and replace every essence with a higher tier. So, I mean, these are already Slade Rot. These are not Slade Rot, so I can replace these and shift the essence over. Replace these and shift the essence over. Replace these, shift the essence over. Because you do end up saving essences overall. In fact, I think I have too much physical mastery. I can actually entirely remove an essence of physical mastery and replace it with something else. Some overcap on this character. Oh, why did I enter this dungeon? I shouldn't have done that. I don't know what I'm doing. Oh, we're doing tier 2. Oh, we're just doing a tier 2. Okay, cool. Okay, yeah, let's go. Did I already do a tier 2 today? I don't remember. I think I did. Oh yeah, also I turned off all the shouting on my Warden. If you're wondering why the Warden isn't making any noise, I turned it off. If you ever wanted to turn off the shouting on your Warden, just press Alt-R, record some sounds of you shouting, and then you can turn it off. Instead of having to hear that all the time, just shout, you can just avoid it. Come on, get the proc. No. Come on, proc. Wall of Steel. Yeah, I got it. Perfect. Really? I actually don't mind it. Yeah, so instead of all the time, I just turn it off. So you don't hear it. Like I said, I personally prefer when you have the yelling, because it helps me like keep track of when I'm actually using my skills. But I make sacrifices for the stream. That was the wrong button. One of these. Stack this up. Really? Come on, Wall of Steel. Come on, Spear Sweep. Oh, I didn't get a Spear Sweep. Spear Sweep. Oh, where's my Quick Sweep bleed? That's so sad. How much damage was the Spear Sweep actually doing? Collateral damage, I believe, is what it's called. Basically nothing. So if I'd actually been using skills the whole time instead of trying to get my Spear Sweep, it would have been fine. A mitigation buff. Yeah, character feels, like I said, tanky. Yeah, with scrolls, I'm so overcapped on this, it's crazy. So I definitely don't even need this. This is way too much. Apparently I'm 50,000 over cap, because it's 825, I think, is the cap. So I can easily kill 2 physical mastery essences and turn them into something else. So I can actually just probably pop out 2 of them if I get another essence today, and take this essence plus another essence, turn them into vitality, take out 2 of these physical mastery essences, and then pass them down on the burglar. And then pick up extra health. Feel good. How many more stats? Going overcap on crit seems kind of interesting because at least you get extra damage, but going overcap on physical mastery you definitely don't ever need to do. This character also has a ton of finesse, which might seem weird. But it's actually very good. Go, go. Yeah, it's the exact same time, too, that he kicked me back, the Spear of Virtue. Good timing. He's a very consistent boss, I guess. Look for this guy. Oh my god! I can't believe that the Runekeeper or the Minstrel did not die. That is astounding. I don't know how the Minstrel lived through that. I guess because it's tier 2? I don't know. That blows my mind. I don't know how the Minstrel lived through that. There it is. Ah, big bleed. Damages. Did I get a quick sweep? I think I did. I think I got the quick sweep. Yeah, medium bleed, quick sweep, 5 ticks. How much damage? And I got both of them. Ooh, that was late into the fight. 285k bleed tick. Wardens are weird. Oh, there we go. I got a second essence. This is exactly what I wanted. I can go like Essence of Vitality. Essence of Vitality. Then I can use one of my Essence Removal Scrolls. Go to my shoulders that I was just talking about here. Of the Adroit Maneuver. Pop those out. I should be helping, I'm just not. And then go here at Shoulders of the Adroit Maneuver. Vitality Essence. Shoulders of the Adroit Maneuver. Vitality Essence. Bam! All that extra health I just picked up. Wow. So useful. Getting close to that 500,000. Isn't the Balrog in this game? Technically. Woo! I don't know why I can't use chat. I want to ban this guy, but I can't. Did not work. So annoying. But the Balrog is in this game in cutscenes. Technically, you do fight Durin's Bane, but it's during a dream sequence. So it's not actually, you don't actually fight the Balrog. So which is important. You can't fight the Balrog because Gandalf fights the Balrog, and he slays it upon the mountainside. I am so dead. Maybe not. Oh no, never mind. My big proc healed me, and we are going down. Ooh! I died. Okay, I'm walking back. Yeah, because Gandalf, he goes... Oh, look at all that healing I'm getting from my residual attacks. Oh, and one more question. Best profession for Hunter and Gold? So the professions don't really matter right now. Not that they have no impact. You do craft some stuff, but a lot of the stuff, if you want to do it, is for like selling to other players. You can make a lot of money selling food. You can also make a lot of money selling scholar goods. So cooking and scholar craft are both important. All the craftable armor and weapons that are available right now are currently outclassed by the box rewards that you can get from either the loot boxes or most specifically collecting up embers from the endgame gear vendor and then spending them at the vendor. So crafting currently in terms of equipment and selling of equipment is not very useful right now, but consumables are always useful, and they're going to be useful in every expansion until the end of time. So I would say if you're going to be putting your money anywhere, I would invest in Scholarcraft. Yes, and then also, yes, Gandalf becomes Gandalf the White. He levels up, I guess, if you want to say it that. Refined Gondorian weapon parts recipe? Yeah, so Gandalf, he kills the Balrog and slays it upon the mountain. However, in the raid Ost Dunhoth, you enter into a moment where there are 4 wings of Ost Dunhoth, and one of them is the Fear Wing, in which you have to encounter your deepest fears. And during the Fear Wing, you have to fight your way up the Endless Stair, which is the staircase that Gandalf fought the Balrog up. And then at the very top, you then have to fight, there's a dead Gandalf, which is part of your fears, and the Balrog. It's actually great because it fits thematically as well, because at the time when it happens in the game, you actually haven't encountered Gandalf yet, and so you know that Gandalf and co went through the mine. No, actually, no, you do encounter him no, you haven't encountered Gandalf yet. Never mind, because you encounter the rest of the Fellowship in Lothlorien, and they explain to you that Gandalf is no more. Why does I have Niagara on the friggin' walls? Whatever. You encounter the rest of the company in Lothlorien, they tell you what happened to Gandalf, and you're like, no, I'm all sad. And it turns out everything is cool. But you don't know that, so it's your deepest fear, and you have to fight it. And the Balrog fight is really, really hard. Wow, 4 essences. That's what I'm talking about. All these essences. I think I can still even replace a bunch of these. Because what's the difference? 19.2? Oh, physical mitigation. No. 21.2. Oh, so it's 2,000 more. So basically, if I replace 5 essences with the upgraded ones, it's like I get a whole free one. And I basically free up a slot. Kind of cool. So if I replace all my physical mastery essences with the better physical mastery essence, I get 2 extra essence slots that I can just turn into vitality. Ooh. Even more stats. Yeah, so you technically do fight during Spain. And other than that Balrog, there's also the Balrog in the Rift. So there are 2 Balrogs in the game. And technically there's also Gwathmor, who's a lesser Balrog. And all of the Rogmul are also technically Balrogs. Troll Slayer of the Elder Slade. Hell yeah. Yeah, so you have Gwathmor. Gwathmor is also one of my favorite monsters in the entire game. It's just one of the coolest looking monsters. If you've never seen it before, I highly recommend a quick Google search of Gwathmor. In fact, I'll just post a link. Gwathmor. Yeah, someone did art of this creature, which is better. That's one hell of a link, though. I don't need help. They're doing fine. I'm lagging. I'm just saying I'm lagging. Oh yeah, this is one hell of a link. Oh, and it's not even posting it. Even though it's my link. Yeah, it's one hell of a link. Cool. I think there's an issue with the chat program that I'm using.
What are you doing, you imbeciles? Kill
Yeah, definitely the coolest monster in the video game.
How dare you put me down? You
Listen to me! I love that he makes that crunching sound. Oh, and I even made a mistake here. That's hilarious. Oh god, this is a horrible rotation. Oh god. Oh god. Okay. Alright. We're just gonna start over. We're gonna pretend like nothing happened. Horrible. I'm not even contributing right now. That's the problem with the Warden, is if you make a single mistake in your rotation, you kind of like brick everything. It's not like, oh, I just pressed the cooldown again, because you put all the stuff you were supposed to press on a 10-second cooldown. Yeah, Gwathmor. Cool monster. Highly recommend checking out that one. Very, very cool. Cool stuff. Oh, I got a glittering band. Look at that. Block and vitality and resistance. Jeez. What a bad item. I think a lot of people got, oh, someone got a brilliant Elder Slade Rune of Binding? That's cool. I forgot that you get the runes in here as well. Definitely need to get some of those. Oh, I didn't see that message. Yeah, I can probably do that. Leave group. Perfect. All right. But yeah, I also need to send more essences over to my captain to just keep maxing out on the vitality, getting higher and higher vitality numbers on every single piece. We're gonna have even better tank gear. Like an item, when I look at it, in here, open shared storage, I have a bunch of tank pieces, these ones specifically. So putting in higher vitality essences in something like this is also not a bad idea. That way there's even higher vitality points or whatever. Getting higher item level rings, the Sentinel's Silksteel Ring of Aid, these are awesome. They only come from Remerkant. They're like the best defensive rings in the game. I recommend. Oh, and I already have 2 Slade Rod Essences of Vitality in this Lash fragment, so your character's gonna become super tanky. Look at all that tactical mitigation, vitality, vitality, vitality. Oh yeah. This one item is like 50,000 health. It's so dumb. It's good stats. There's definitely some good balanced items. that exist in the game right now. It's not as bad as the Shelob bracelets. I don't remember the names of them. Shelob. Let me see if I can find them. I don't know if they're posted anywhere. No, that's a bad comment. They're all bad takes. I'm trying to find it. There's special bracelets that you can get. There's a set of bracelets you can get, tier 4 bracelets, and I don't have them anywhere. I don't even know if I can find a picture of them, but they add like, I think it's like 14,000 vitality. Which is like kind of crazy actually, when you think about it. Oh, that's so close. Yeah, with the group up we should be good. Yeah. Trying to figure out how to max out all of your stats on your characters, that's one of the hard things. That's always going to be a challenge, trying to squeeze every little bit and trying to balance it out. Because the numbers are all over the place, like these large numbers. And that's actually something I wanted to talk about, because a lot of people get confused. They think that because the numbers are large, that means the game design is bad. And, like, I understand where that comes from, because, easy fact, big numbers are hard to understand. Like, it's hard to look at, what does 20,884 mean? I don't know. It's such a big number. Like, if I have if I have agility of 10, and then I have a new item that's agility 12, I can say, well, 12 is bigger than 10, it's easy to understand, and it gives me a little bit of damage, and blah, blah, blah. And that makes sense. The bigger numbers is what's better. This item that gives me this crit rating of whatever, or, like, if I even compare, like, a bracelet, what do I really want to have more, you know? This bracelet, or like, this bracelet. Right? Like, which one of these is actually going to be better for my character? Okay, well, let's see. This one gives resistance, but this one gives tactical mitigation. No, that also gives tactical. This one gives incoming healing, but this one gives evade, and this one gives resistance, and the mitigations, and, like, you're trying to, like, put your mind around it. And it's hard to understand. It's hard to read. But then there's this, at the same time, which is really crazy. I understand where that sentiment comes from, but these numbers are way easier to balance, because they're larger. These are essentially just decimal points. You could just chop everything off down here, chop off three zeros, and make it 39.420, 18.870, 22.526. And you just look at 22, 18, and 19. Because really, those are the only numbers that matter. But because you have all these additional numbers, they can make small micro changes to each individual number to get very smaller and closer points of balance. You could easily just chop off 3 digits off of every single item in the game and call it a day as you get to the end game. But this way, it allows for really small, really finely controlled number changes. I don't know. I think it's kind of cool that type of thing exists. And I actually like that a lot. Just because the number is smaller doesn't always mean that the number is more interesting. And just because the number is bigger doesn't mean it's more interesting. But for this style of game, having large numbers allows there to be, like, or fine control over exactly how much power you give to somebody. I don't know. Anyways, that is actually going to be the end of the live stream show today. I got a bunch of stuff that I got to do in just a little bit here. So thank you guys for watching. Hope you had a fantastic time. If you like what you saw, make sure you follow the channel or just consider subscribing to help support what I do so we can do some more fun content. We're going to be back here tomorrow with some Dungeons & Dragons Online, because while I stream Lord of the Rings Online, it's usually only once a week. Also, we might be streaming some raids in the future as well. So if you'd like to see some streamed raid content, that's also pretty cool. So stay tuned for that. For those of you that haven't seen the raids in Lord of the Rings Online and things like that, it should be good. So I can actually bring that out to the future. But, you know, that's we're going to be planning that, so you guys will be able to see that. And is there anything else that's going on? No, I think that's it. If you're ever curious about when the Stream Stom is streaming, check out the schedule in the Discord. How do you join the Discord? You just type !Discord in chat, and then bing bang boom, it puts up a link, and you can join and hang out with all the other lovely people and see what's going on, what we're doing, and what have you. Anyways, that's all for today, so thank you for watching. Enjoy the rest of your entire day, and I will see some of you tomorrow, because that's just, it's not today. I'm done streaming for the day. I gotta make dinner, and I'm meeting with a friend because he wanted me to help him build a D&D character, and I got other stuff to do. But we'll be back tomorrow. So thank you for watching. Everyone that tunes in, I appreciate it. It's good. And I'm glad I can be informative. That's like kind of one of my main goals. It's what I try to do here on this stream, is be as informative as possible. Because I play this game a lot, so I hope I can share some of my knowledge. I'd be so disappointed in me if it's like, oh yeah, this guy plays the game for like 1 million hours and he knows literally nothing about it. I can't even talk about it. Nah, man, I'm crazy passionate. Crazy passionate. I want to share that crazy passion. Also, I don't know why I've been standing all day. I've just been standing all day and I feel really good. I gotta get up earlier and like stop sleeping in. I'm ranting.